number of fans beginning to file into the grandstand as we draw closer to post time at 11 a.m. There will be printed programs available soon in the grandstand at a cost of $1 each, and as soon as the programs arrive, we will give you a heads up and let our racing fans here on the grandstand side know when they are available. Horseman, a reminder at this time, everyone who is going a warm-up trip should have a helmet, so make sure you're wearing a helmet at this point. Actually, it's always a good idea to have that helmet on anytime that you are on the racetrack, but especially now. Also a reminder that you are welcome to continue warming up on the 1 mile track until 11 a.m. You got about 10 more minutes. Once the races begin, we ask horsemen that you would please go your warm-up trips on the all-weather half-mile track located near the stable area just off the backstretch of the main track. Also, horsemen, a reminder, we do have Patsy Fryman here today as our Winner's Circle photographer. So a reminder, horsemen, that there will be Winner's Circle photos after each and every race today. And I know that talking to owners over the years that they especially appreciate that. And horsemen, we know you do too. So just a reminder, the Winner's Circle will be in use today, Victory Lane, here at the Illinois State Fair. More in just a moment. Audio check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check, check, check. Audio check. Getting ready to go racing. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just about set for our pre-race ceremonies. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Ready to go racing here at the Illinois State Fairgrounds. Mark Brown, do you have a radio? Thank you. Linda, how are you? Oh, I'm pretty good. How are you? Good. Do you happen to know, did anyone bring in the program by any chance? I've done about 10. Thank you. Also, for those of you here in the grandstand, there is a limited supply of printed programs available. I'm sure we can print more as necessary, but copies of the printed program are available. Swing up near the judges' stand right in the center section of the grandstand. Speak with our own Linda Brown. Again, printed programs are $1 each, and Linda has arrived with a limited number of programs, and they are available now for $1 a piece. As you're facing the racetrack, it would be to the left of the center section judges stand. Talk to Linda, $1 each for a printed program, and again, if necessary, we'll be happy to see what we can do about printing more. Always a good problem to have.
Nope, it's open. I can move this if you need. Work around you. When I got here, I had to figure out which chairs weren't broken. About 2 or 3 of them had pins missing and were falling. So I'm glad I thought of it and someone didn't hurt themselves. This place was a mess. It was covered in mud and, you know, they don't use it.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the Illinois State Fairgrounds. On behalf of Governor J.B. Pritzker and the Director of Agriculture, Jerry Costello, we welcome you on behalf of everyone at the Illinois Department of Agriculture as the IDoA presents the annual spring preview for Illinois conceived and foaled harness horses age 3 and older. Going to be a big day of racing. 21 total races, 18 of the purse variety, and then 3 non-purse qualifying races at the end of the afternoon. Good to have you with us. Just about set to go racing. Horsemen, you may come to the track with that first race. Again, beautiful day, a little bit of a breeze, but a nice spring day nonetheless. At this time, would you please rise as you are able for our national anthem. The Lee Greenwood version of the Star Spangled Banner, and that gets us set to go racing. Folks, again, good to have you with us here today as we get ready for race 1. Horsemen, you may come to the track with the first of those 18 purse races. Take a look in a moment at some of the early changes on the card. A reminder that a lot is happening here today. First of all, it's the first live harness racing in Illinois as far as purse races since December 27th, 2025. It's also the kickoff to the 2026 Illinois harness racing season. A return to the races today for 4 horses that are current Illinois divisional champions: Kaiser Soze, Shady Maple Chick, Fox Valley Kodiak, and Whiskey Lou. And a return for 4 which were winners on the Illinois Night of Champions last November: Kaiser Soze, Fox Valley Kodiak, Whiskey Lou, and Evening Slippers. Hope you had a couple of bucks on that $60 upsetter on the Night of Champions a few months ago. 18 races, $57,000 in purses, plus those 3 qualifiers. I'll tell you who else is going to be paying close attention: the folks at the Martinsville Agricultural Fair, because a lot of the horses that are entered here today have been nominated for the upcoming Great Midwest Trot and Pace on Memorial Day, Monday, May 25, on that brilliant half-mile track at Martinsville. So as a result, it's also a countdown to the start of fair season today. We just have 11 days, folks, until we go racing on the Illinois County Fair Circuit, as things will get underway on Sunday, May 24th at the Martinsville Agricultural Fair. Our friends at the Greene County Fair at Carrollton, they're going to go racing May 27th. They're going to celebrate a special anniversary. It is their grandstand, that magnificent grandstand, 100 years old this year. So a lot of fun things on the horizon. Good to have you with us. A look at the early changes in just a moment. Again, horsemen come to the track with the first race. We need Tornado Cat, Super Sage, Hickory Nut, Bombs Away Captain, Marcelo Wine, Fox Valley Mai Tai, and Fox Valley Reba. And we can tell you that there are no changes in that first event. First race is clear. Horsemen come to the track. Horsemen, a reminder, we do have Patsy Fryman. Our good friend is on hand today to provide winner circle photos. She'll be there taking pictures today, so when you win, feel free to come on back to this victory lane here in front of the grandstand, and Patsy will take the picture. And if you're interested, you may order copies from her for a nominal fee. Horsemen, also a reminder, helmets. You should be wearing helmets at all time as you go your warm-up trips. And now that we are ready to start the race program, a reminder, we ask you please now use the all-weather half-mile track for those warm-up journeys. Horsemen, come to the track. First race. Again, no changes in the first purse race. Horsemen come to the track, first division of that Illinois conceived and foaled 3-year-old filly Pace. No changes either in race 2. There is a scratch in the third event. In the third race, scratch the 5, approaching Anawan. Third race, scratch the 5, approaching Anawan, scratched because of transportation issues. No changes to report in the fourth event. In race 5, please note the driver of the 2 Gothic Thunder will be Jordan Patton. That's race 5. Number 2, Gothic Thunder, the driver, Jordan Patton. Those are the changes as they stand for the first 5 events. As we await that first field to come to the track, we'll give you a few more changes. We'll pick up at race 6. In the 6th race, please note the driver of the 4, TJ's Pilot, has been changed. It'll be Jamal Denson. Again, that's race 6. The driver of the 4, TJ's Pilot, will be Jamal Denson. In the 7th race, the driver of number 4, Princess Babe LRS, will be Mike Rogers. That's in the 7th race. Number 4, Princess Babe LRS, make the driver Mike Rogers. 8th race, change the driver of the 1, Daphne Durango, it'll be Jill Brown. That's the 8th race, number 1, Daphne Durango, the driver, Jill Brown. In the 9th race, driver of the 1, Battle Shoe Jason, will be Marcus Detweiler. That's the 9th race, number 1, Battle Shoe Jason, the driver, Marcus Detweiler. And the driver of the 8, Zoomster, make it Dennis Gardner. Dennis Gardner will drive number 8, Zoomster. In the 10th race, scratch the 5, Class Comedian. 10th race, scratch the 5, Class Comedian, transportation issues. No changes to report in race 11. 12th race, the driver of the 2, Wildcat Abby Demarius Wakefield. That's the 12th race, the 2, Wildcat Abby Demarius Wakefield will be the driver. Scratch the 7, Rock of Angels. Again, that's in the 12th race, 7, Rock of Angels, scratch, transportation. 13th race, driver of the 4, Fox Valley Tyrell, Jordan Patton. That's the 13th race, the driver of the 4, Fox Valley Tyrell, Jordan Patton. The driver of the 6, Beyond Dazzling, Rick Schrock. 13th race, the 6, Beyond Dazzling, Rick Schrock, the driver. No changes in the 14th. In the 15th race, the driver of the 3, Life Turns, will be Chris Brown. That's the 15th race, number 3, Life Turns, Chris Brown. No changes in race 16. 17th race, the driver of the 3, Tank Me to Dennyland, Dennis Gardner. That's the 17th race, number 3, Tank Me to Dennyland, the driver, Dennis Gardner. 18th race, number 3, Goomster, the driver, Dennis Gardner. 18th race, number 3, Goomster, the driver, Dennis Gardner. We'll go over those changes again as we move through the card, but that gives you at least a quick overview of the scratches and driver changes for these 18 purse events. Still waiting for a couple of more pacers. We need the 6 Fox Valley Mai Tai and the 7 Fox Valley Reba to come to the track, please. Horsemen, if you have not done so already, we ask you would please take care of paying your entry fees at the racing office on the backstretch, please. Again, if you have not yet been to the racing office to pay the entry fee for your horses today, we ask you would please do that as soon as possible. Our starter today, Stacy DeRoos, about to pick up the field over to the far turn. Aaron DeRoos at the steering wheel of the gate today. No changes in the first race. The first race is the first division for Illinois Conceived and Foaled 3-year-old pacing fillies. All races today for a purse of just under $3,200. Again, no changes in the opener. Let's meet the starters as they gather up over on the backstretch. Number 1, Tornado Cat, owned by Benita Simmons of Springfield, Ann Schneider of Petersburg, trained by Tom Simmons, Kyle Houston in the bike. 2, Super Sage is owned by Nan Turner of Argenta, trained by John Fletcher, Connor Prather in the bike. 3 is Hickory Nut, owned by Adario Alexander of Clinton, Mississippi, trained and driven by Alexander Conte. Number 4, Bombs Away Captain, owned by Smith, Romano, Seals, and Smith, trained by Amanda Van Winkle. Joel Smith is in the bike. 5 is Marcella Wine, owned by Janet Bentley out of Wright City, Missouri, and her sister, Michelle Morgan, is the trainer and the driver. Number 6 is Fox Valley Mai Tai, owned by David Avenatti of Chrisman, Emma Avenatti of Sydney, and Kevin Neatfeld of Piatone, trained by David Avenatti, the driver, Wyatt Avenatti. And 7 is Fox Valley Reba, owned by Tanner Saltzgaver of Dewey. He's the trainer, and Matt Avenatti is in the bike. Starting gate moving into position over at the far turn on the north end of the racetrack. Great to have you with us as we get set to go racing. At the post, and the gate is rolling for this first race, the 9th annual Illinois Department of Agriculture Spring Preview. Stakes record for the 3-year-old filly pace, 155-1, held jointly by Southgate Sally and Wildcat Abbey. Quick study last night of Illinois-bred 3-year-old pacing fillies as far as 1-mile tracks this year. We believe Fox Valley Mai Tai, that 156-3 at Hoosier Park, is the season's record on a mile track for Illinois-bred 3-year-old pacing fillies so far. Here we go. They are off and pacing. There goes Marcella Wine out for the lead. Tornado Cat is right there to the inside. Fox Valley Mai Tai, and then Fox Valley Reba drives up on the far outside as they swing into the first turn and race toward the quarter. Bombs Away Captain comes away racing in 5th. There goes Marcella Wine back up front to take the lead. Fox Valley Mai Tai drives at her from the outside. They're matching strides midway around the south turn, separated by a neck now. And then Tornado Cat is 3rd to the inside. Fox Valley Reba 4th up on the outside. It'll be Fox Valley Mai Tai dropping in behind Marcella Wine as they go on by the quarter-mile mark and head on to the backstretch. So Marcella Wine will lead it by a length and a half, followed by Fox Valley Mai Tai. Opening quarter, 28 seconds. Thank you, Alvin Siebert. 28 flat for that opening quarter. Further back, Fox Valley Reba now settles to the inside. In 3rd, Tornado Cat gets the shuffle back into the 4th position, followed by Super Sage, and then Bombs Away Captain, and in a gap of 10 more lengths or so back to Hickory Nut, who is the trailer, as they go on by the half-mile mark and work their way past the draw gate. It is Marcella Wine who continues to show the way. Marcella Wine on top by length. 58-1 for the first half mile, 58-1. Over to the north turn they go. Marcella Wine leads it by a length. Fox Valley Mai Tai, Fox Valley Reba. Here comes Tornado Cat, 4th up on the outside. And then Super Sage behind her. Bombs Away Captain against the rail is still 6 lengths off the lead, just over a quarter mile to go. Marcella Wine is the leader. Marcella Wine by a length and a half. Here comes Tornado Cat up on the outside, 2nd half length. Fox Valley Mai Tai 3rd. Super Sage is moving up in the outer flow in 4th, but will have to go 3 wide. 3/4, 129-4. They turn for home. Bombs Away Captain 5th, way out on the grandstand side. They've all got to catch Marcella Wine. Tornado Cat 2nd. Bombs Away Captain has clear sailing down the far outside, but the wire's coming. Fox Valley Mai Tai is down toward the inside. Marcella Wine chased by Bombs Away Captain. This is going to be close. What a way to start the day, and that's a photo finish for the opener. That is a photo finish for race number 1. Either Bombs Away Captain, who came on the outside, or Marcella Wine, the pace setter. It'll be one of those two in today's first race. Time for the mile, 1:58 and 1. 1 minute, 58 and 1/5 seconds.
And Amish furniture. From custom kitchens and built-ins to handcrafted furniture, outdoor poly.
Result of the photo shows the winner to be number 4, Bombs Away Captain, who gets up in the final stride for the victory. 1:58 and 1, first career win for Bombs Away Captain. A reminder, horsemen, we do have the winner's circle available, and lo and behold, we look down to the south end of the track, and there's Joel Smith. He knows his way to the winner's circle. He has been there a time or two, as the saying goes. So we'll beat Bombs Away Captain in just a moment. Again, the time for the mile, 1:58 and 1. Captain Trevor, the sire of that 3-year-old filly out of She's the Bomb by Art Major. The winner is owned by Joel and Paula Smith of Springfield, owned also by Bart Seals of Altamont, who is in attendance here today and is making his way toward Victory Lane here at the Illinois State Fair, and owned also by Romano of Delaware. 1:58 and 1. Winners just about made it on back. Full field rundown will be coming up shortly. Horsemen, you may come to the track with race 2. Second race, you may come to the track. We talked about the fact that Joel Smith is a veteran horseman, and I love it. He pulled up, he said to Patsy Fryman, he called over and said, I want to make sure, are we taking pictures today? And Patsy said yes. He said, give me just a second, because he said, I've got some folks coming. And in fact, Kevin Neatfelt will have the courtesy vehicle operating from the backstretch to the home stretch today. Already, Bart and Julie Seals are trackside, ready to greet their winning pacer. Hello, folks. Good to have you with us. And more happy folks on their way to the winner's circle. But that is a heads-up move from a horseman who's won a lot of races over the years, Joel Smith, saying, I'll be right with you, but just give me a second. We've got some more folks on the way, and we are glad to wait. Make sure we get everyone into that winner's circle picture. Horseman, the track condition listed as good today with a 2-second allowance. Track condition good, a 2-second allowance. There we go, folks. How about a hand for the winner of the first Bombs Away Captain? Bart and Julie Seals joined their winning pacer down trackside. Congratulations to trainer Amanda Van Winkle and her dad Joel Smith in the bike. It's simply incredible when you look at the career that Joel Smith has had and continues to have. Joel, always a pleasure. Good to see you and the whole family here today at the State Fairgrounds. Congratulations with Bombs Away Captain. Here's the full field rundown. It's official for the first race. Tornado Cat finished 4th. Super Sage was 6th. Hickory Nut 7th. Bombs Away Captain was the winner. Marcella Wine with a good effort on the front end was very game and was runner-up. Fox Valley Mai Tai was 3rd, and Fox Valley Reba 5. Opening quarter in 28 seconds. The first half mile was 58 and 1. 3 quarters, 129 and 4. And the time for the mile, 158 and a fifth. Reach down, 4, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 5. Second race is on the way, no changes. Waiting for the second division for the Illinois Conceived and Foaled 3-year-old filly pace. You've got Night of Champions winner, number 1 Evening Slippers, as the Van Winkle-Smith connection tries to sweep the early double here today, so to speak. You've got Fox Valley Barbie, County Fair Point champion, making her season's debut, a good solid
family-run stable with a legacy of excellence. Centrally located between Illinois, Indiana, and Kentucky racing programs, Avenatti Racing specializes in buying yearlings, breaking, training, and racing top-performing standardbreds. Call 217-840-6469 or email AvenettiRacing@gmail.com today. Avenatti Racing, from yearling to racetrack, we build contenders.
Kerr Auction is your trusted source for ag equipment, attachments, construction gear, trucks, trailers, and hard-to-find parts. With live and online auctions at kerrauction.com, you can bid from anywhere, field, job site, or front porch. From big equipment to small parts. If you need it, Kerr Auction has it. Don't miss your next deal. Check out kerrauction.com today. Kerr Auction, built for the working world.
Why pay more for the same groceries? Your favorite brands at prices you'll love. Right here in Mattoon. Family owned and proud to serve our community. Proud supporters of local harness racing and the Coles County Fair. Stop in and save today. B&D Grocery in Mattoon.
Experience matters. At Simmons Stable, Illinois Hall of Fame trainer Tom Simmons, along with wife Benita, has built a legacy of developing and racing championship standardbreds. From yearling to winner's circle, every horse is guided with experience, expertise, and care. Simmons Stable, 217-801-4246.
Looking to move your mobile home? Need a roll-off dumpster at a competitive rate? Or maybe it's time to demo that old mobile home? Pine Ridge Mobile Home Transport has you covered. We serve Central Illinois with reliable mobile home transport, offer affordable roll-off dumpsters for the Springfield area, and provide expert demolition services across Illinois and Missouri. For fast, friendly service, call Wayne Decker at 217-313-9744. That's 217-313-9744. Or find Pine Ridge Mobile Home Transport on Facebook, your one-stop solution for mobile home services.
In the long history of racing here at the Illinois State Fairgrounds, Fox Valley Standardbreds would have to rank number 1 all time among breeders as far as total number of winners over this racetrack. Speaking of which, this site waiting on number 5, Restless Angel. Then we'll be set to go. Our thanks to our friends at Harness Tube. They've got a big year ahead of them. They'll be covering a lot of Illinois harness racing, and they are making their first appearance ever at the Illinois State Fairgrounds. So you can catch the live stream, visit their Facebook page, go to facebook.com and enter Harness Tube in the search field, or go to their YouTube channel, same thing, just go to youtube.com and enter Harness Tube, and you can follow along. Our thanks as David Brink and Steve Surratt anchor the broadcast, and Lisa Surratt is the camera technician. Good to have them with us here for this IDoA Spring Preview.
This Labor Day, the future of Illinois harness racing takes center stage. Walk the barns. Study the pedigrees. Watch them move. And invest in tomorrow's winners. From proven bloodlines to rising stars. Illini Classic Yearling Sale, where champions are found.
2024 Illinois County Fair Training Champion. Kev Miller's horses are built to win, and it all starts here.
Race 2, starters are out.
Ready to join a winning team? Call Kev at 217-254-0170 or send a message to the email address on the screen.
Horses are headed to the starting gate. Race 2, the second division of the Illinois Conceived and Foaled 3-year-old filly pace. No changes. Number 1, Evening Slippers, is owned by David Aaronholtz, trained by Amanda Van Winkle. Joel Smith in the race bike, driving the 2025 Night of Champions winner in the incredible Tilly final for $142,000 in that $60 upset. Number 2 is Trevor's Red Hot Girl, owned by Donna Krebs of Cantrell, owned also by Carla Santos of Springfield, trained and driven by Alexander Conte. Number 3 is Fox Valley Barbie, owned by Kevin Miller of Arthur, Bart Seals of Altamont, Penny White of Altamont, trained by Kevin Miller, the driver, Wyatt Abinetti. 4 is Illini Fort KK, owned by Rochelle Graham of Terry, Mississippi, trained by Roshan Trigg, the driver, Demarius Wakefield. 5 is Restless Angel, owned by Ernie Sork of Fairfield, Sean Nessa of DuQuoin, Nori Nessa of Fairfield, trained by Sean Nessa, the driver, Isaac Love. And number 6, Stormy Empire, owned and trained by Mike Perrin of Glenwood, with J-Mode, James Molitor, in the race bike. Horsemen, be ready, please, with race 3. You're up next. Stand by in the stable area with that third race, third division of the 3-year-old filly pace. Here they come for race 2. Track is hot. They're off and pacing, and there goes Evening Slippers from the inside out for the early lead as Trevor's Red Hot Girl comes away in second. Fox Valley Barbie is out third as they drive down into the first turn. Restless Angel will quickly settle out toward the back of the pack as they swing around the turn and race on toward the quarter-mile mark and drive toward the quarter. Challenge and change for the lead. Now, Illini Fort KK has moved on by Evening Slippers and has the lead. Illini Fort KK gets over to the rail, leads it by a length at the quarter. Evening Slippers goes in second by a length and a half, and then Trevor's Red Hot Girl is third. Fox Valley Barbie is racing in fourth position, followed by Restless Angel, 28 flat for the opening quarter, 28 flat, and Stormy Empire last of the six off the first turn, and up the backstretch they go as Illini Fort KK is the leader. Illini Fort KK leads it by a length and a half. Evening Slippers will go second by 3 lengths after 3/8 of a mile. Here goes Evening Slippers now. Evening Slippers takes to the outside because the leader, Illini Fort KK, made a break just before the half. A heads-up move by Joel Smith to get around the breaking leader, and that means Evening Slippers has now taken over 59-2 for the first half mile, 59-2. So Evening Slippers leads it by a length and a half as they go on over to the far turn. Trevor's Red Hot Girl is now second by a length. Fox Valley Barbie is racing in third. Restless Angel is in fourth. Stormy Empire to the outside fifth. And after that costly break, Illini Fort KK is the distant trailer. They swing down the north side of the course. Evening Slippers leads. Will anybody have anything for her? It looks like good luck to everyone because Evening Slippers opening up by 2, by 3, by 4, by 5 as they turn for home. 3/4, 1:30 flat, 1 minute 30 seconds flat. Trevor's Red Hot Girl is in second. She is still some 4 lengths behind the leader, Evening Slippers. And then further back, Restless Angel is third up on the outside and trying to close more ground, but no catching Evening Slippers. Guess what? The Night of Champions winner is back, and she is back in spectacular fashion. Evening Slippers won it by 4 lengths on the line. It was Trevor's Red Hot Girl in second, and Restless Angel was home third. Time for the mile, 1 minute 57 and 2/5 seconds. 1:57-2. Amanda Van Winkle and her dad, Joel Smith. They sweep the early double here on Spring Preview Day. Evening Slippers. Again, horsemen, you may come to the track with the third race. We'll meet the winner of race 2 in just a moment. When Evening Slippers paid $60 in that upset on Night of Champions last November, it was a head scratcher. Sometimes one wonders how a horse gets away, like in that case at odds of 29-1, because if you go back and look at her form, she had won at DuQuoin on July 11th last year. She went back and won at the DuQuoin State Fair in the Director's Award. And she had won here at the Illinois State Fairgrounds in September, won again at the Illinois State Fairgrounds here in October, and apparently the betting public penalized this filly because she had finished off the board in her last 2 starts prior to that incredible Tilly championship final. But as the saying goes, you don't want to sleep on connections like this who have had a lot of experience in major stakes races through the years here in Illinois. And if you were willing to toss those two races, and I suppose, to be fair, it took some courage to draw a line through those two races and say, I'm going to the windows and putting a few dollars, I'm going to trust that this filly's going to be ready. Well, good on you, because that was a pretty nice payoff. And here she is, folks. She was your Night of Champions winner in the 2-year-old filly pace division. How about a hand for Evening Slippers? Back-to-back wins for trainer Amanda Van Winkle and her dad, Joel Smith, as trainer and driver, respectively, this time with Evening Slippers, a 3-year-old filly by Time to Roll, out of Feet on the Dashboard by Pan-Pacific Flight. Back-to-back winners also out of the Land of Lincoln sale in nearby Sherman. Congratulations to owner David Aaronholz as Evening Slippers wins in 157-2. And you're looking at a filly who will no doubt be among the contenders for divisional honors in 2026. Congratulations, Evening Slippers. Again, horsemen, you may come to the track with the third race, third division of that filly pace. Here's the full field rundown for race 2. It's official. Evening Slippers was the winner. Trevor's Red Hot Girl, the runner-up. Fox Valley Barbie finished 4. Illini Fort KK 6. Restless Angel made up ground to be third. And Stormy Empire finished 5. The quarter, 28 flat. The half in 59-2. 3/4 in 130 flat. And the time for the mile, 1 minute 57 and 2/5 seconds. It reads down 1, 2, 4, 6, 3, 5. Headed now to race 3. A reminder, scratch the 5, Approaching Anawan. Number 5, Approaching Anawan, scratched. Horsemen, come to the track. Third race.
Real craftsmanship still exists at Yoder's Custom Woodworking and Amish Furniture. From custom kitchens and built-ins to handcrafted furniture, outdoor poly, and more. Family owned and trusted since 1995. Visit Yoder's in Sullivan or call 217-728-2166 today.
Avenatti Racing,
Been chatting with some folks in the grandstand, and the topic has arisen about some of the
centrally located between Illinois, Indiana, and Kentucky racing programs. Avenatti Racing specializes in buying yearlings, breaking, training, and racing top-performing standardbreds. Call 217-840-6469 or email avenattiracing@gmail.com today. Avenatti Racing, from yearling to racetrack, we build contenders.
Kerr Auction is your trusted source for ag equipment, attachments, construction gear, trucks, trailers, and hard-to-find parts. With live and online auctions at kerrauction.com, you can bid from anywhere, field, job site, or front porch. From big equipment to small parts. If you need it, Kerr Auction has it. Don't miss your next deal. Check out kerrauction.com today. Kerr Auction, built for the working world.
David and Lisa, while we got some time here, let's do some of our talk points. Hey, you can follow us on YouTube and Facebook. If you do the follow and
like, subscribe,
like
follow,
and
all the
subscribe.
things.
Yep, do those things on Facebook. Helps us with several other things that we can do. Also, with that, I want to thank our race sponsors that have given generous donations for us to be out here. Besides our advertisers, we've got individuals that just say, hey, we want to help you out, and we thank you for that.
Before the first race, we're getting money. It's always a good thing.
Okay. Then support Harness Tube. By supporting us, you're supporting our travel, and you can donate today at harnestube.com/donate. But we would love to have you doing that also. And then catching up on a lot of things, email us or go to the website or go to Facebook or text David if you want. Send us pictures. We'd love to have you text us some pictures or send us some Facebook
We'll try
pictures.
to get him in the broadcast and show all the fans.
We'll try to get that done this year and help out with that. And then the last point that we'll go over today, promote your business with Harness Tube and with regular advertising. Okay? Go back to Kurt.
Please note, in race 17, number 2, Lose Mandalorian, first time reported gelding. Race 17, number 2, Lose Mandalorian, first time reported gelding. Thank you, Chris Brown. We appreciate that info. Horsemen, this reminder that Friday, May 15, is the deadline for nominating your horses for the Day of Champions, which is scheduled for September 23rd here at the Illinois State Fairgrounds. And it's also the deadline, again, just 2 days from now, the deadline as well for nominations for the Cardinal and Violet for Illinois Conceived and Foaled 2-year-old trotters and pacers. So remember, Friday is a big day. A lot of deadlines coming into effect as of Friday, so feel free to speak with our own Tina Schrock of the Illinois Department of Agriculture or visit the Illinois Department of Agriculture website for further information. Horses are on the track, race 3, third and final division of the Illinois Conceived and Foaled 3-year-old filly pace here on this spring preview day, presented by the Illinois Department of Agriculture. Scratch the 5 approaching Anawan. Number 1 is Variant, owned by Bart Seals, trained by Jordan Patton. Jordan's in the bike. 2 is Arcase Party, owned by MM&D Racing, of Mike and Mitch Titus and Dennis Wright of Charleston, trained by Stan Swisher. The driver is Jamaica Patton. 3 is Incredible Coquette, owned by Carlos Santos of Springfield, Elisa Rodriguez of Springfield, trained and driven by Alexander Conte, who's been busy. He's had horses in each of these first 3 races today. 4 is San Antonio Storm, owned by George Pollock of Rushville, trained by Cole Prather with Connor Prather in the bike. Scratch the 5. The 6 is Fox Valley Tamara, owned by Ivan Hawthorne of Winsboro, Louisiana, Chad Angle of Wright City, Missouri, and Jade Hadfield of West Haven, Utah, trained by Tom Simmons, the driver Kyle Houston. Field on its way to the north end of the track. Stacy DeRoos, our starter, he awaits to pick up this field for race 3. Horsemen, be ready at the barns with that 4th race, the first division of the 3-year-old Colt and Gelding pace. Stand by. You're up next. Illinois State Fair harness racing will get underway on Thursday, August 13. Horsemen, let's get this out there right now. Be ready, because if you're racing here on Friday, August 14, which is the day which is highlighted by the eliminations for the 2-year-old races for the Illinois State Fair Colt Stakes, just keep in mind that is Bailey Zimmerman Concert Day. Bailey Zimmerman will be performing that night here in front of the grandstand, a native of Louisville, Illinois, and that will no doubt pack the house. So just keep that in mind and plan accordingly as you enter and exit the fairgrounds and tend to your duties that day, because it will probably be a sea of humanity here at the Illinois State Fair on that Friday, August 14, and that should be a great concert. Number 3, Incredible Coquette, has returned to the stable area along the backstretch for equipment repair. So as soon as that has been resolved, and as soon as we have Incredible Coquette back to the racetrack, we'll be ready to go. That's a filly that had a pretty good season last year. 10 times, first or second in her 16 outings, and took a victory right here in 156 at the Illinois State Fairgrounds. Late driver change in this third race on number 3, Incredible Coquette. Make the driver Juan Franco. Number 3, Incredible Coquette, Juan Franco, the driver. We understand that Juan is running to grab his helmet, and he'll be ready to go shortly as he will drive this filly, Incredible Coquette, number 3. I think there's a lot of us, we would struggle to run, to do anything. We would, as our judge said, we would maybe walk briskly, and even that might be a bit optimistic. Oh, to be athletic like a harness horse driver.
David, while we got a minute here, first time out, so we're going to have some hiccups, but we got a lot of new views and a lot of new things that we would love to hear your feedback on as far as that's concerned. So if you've got some comments, David brought up, some of the stuff on the side-by-side, going to be a little hard on a phone. We apologize for that. Just make sure you got to turn sideways so you got the biggest screen you want, or maybe you need a bigger screen on your phone. But we're glad to be bringing you racing today from Springfield. Again, Martinsville coming up Memorial Weekend. We're going to be there for 2 days. We're happy to do that, and we'll get in a rhythm here eventually, David.
It's good to have 147 viewers out there right now. So there's a lot of eyeballs on Illinois horse racing, which is always a good thing, especially at this moment in time. So we appreciate everyone following along from at home or the backstretch.
Absolutely, and you can see some of our sponsors. We've ran some of our commercials this morning. 18 races. We're going to get plenty of it in. A new sponsor that's up, Eklund, up on the board now. Give the story behind that about how we got that one, David.
Yeah, Kenneth Walker from up in Wisconsin. He does the trumpeting, for up in the Northern Fair circuits. He reached out and wanted to get a sponsorship for Eklund International, which is a trucking company up in Wisconsin, and they were great to work with. They
Incredible
built a beautiful
is on
image
her
for
way
him
back
and
to the racetrack with Juan Franco aboard. We talked about the fact that filly won on this racetrack last year in 156. That win came on Wednesday of Illinois State Fair Harness Racing Week, the second to last day of the race meet, and she took that record in a division of the Illinois Department of Agriculture 2-year-old filly Pace, winning as the odds-on favorite. She was 4-5 that day, and that was a pretty big, bulky field, and she got away about fourth and took the lead around the final turn and prevailed as the odds-on favorite. Incredible Coquette. Brandon Bates was her driver on that occasion. Today, Juan Franco is in the race bike, and of course Juan has driven this filly previously, as you can tell by the past performances in the track program. $1,500 yearling. Incredible Coquette, purchased out of the Illini Classic right here at the Illinois State Fairgrounds on Labor Day a couple of years ago, and earning over $20,000 last year with those 7 wins. Starter calls for the pacing fillies. They are at the post. Horsemen stand by with race 4. Be ready, please, with that first division of the Colt Pace. Temperature around 65 degrees, a bit windy here today, but as someone said, nonetheless a fine spring day for live harness racing to make its return to Illinois in 2026. Here they come, third race. They are off and pacing, and there goes Incredible Coquette right out for the early lead. Variant comes away in second. San Antonio Storm is third up on the outside as they swing down into the first turn. Then Arcase Party, who comes away in the fourth position. Fox Valley Tamara will be last of the 5. It is a challenge and change for the lead up front as they drive on toward the quarter-mile mark. Arcase Party starts moving up, and now there goes the new leader, Incredible Coquette. But we may have yet another challenge and change for the lead. In fact, it's going to be Connor Prather, San Antonio Storm. So San Antonio Storm now will lead past the quarter. 28 flat for the opening quarter. A lot of shuffling in that 5-horse field around that south turn. Very competitive and very eventful first quarter mile. But as it all shakes out, they go single file now. San Antonio Storm leads, but there goes Incredible Coquette, and she's determined to get the lead back. Incredible Coquette moves up on the outside and takes over as they go to the half-mile mark. And here comes Variant to the outside from third, now to challenge San Antonio Storm for the second spot as they move by the half-mile mark. Further back, Arcase Party shuffled back into fourth. 58-4 was the time. 58-4 for the first half mile, and Fox Valley Tamara is the trailer. Variant pokes ahead in front. Incredible Coquette fights right back, and these two start slugging it out around the far turn. San Antonio Storm is racing along in the third position. Arcase Party is still back in the fourth spot, and then Fox Valley Tamara last to the 5, about 8 lengths off the lead at the three-quarter. Variant has been parked all the way around the north turn. Once again puts ahead in front. Incredible Coquette, though, hugged the rail and saved the ground, and she's there. 1:28-2, the time at the three quarters. 1 minute 28 and 2/5 seconds. Incredible Coquette to the inside. Here's Variant again on the outside, and Variant had to go the long way around that far turn, and she has the lead in deep stretch. Fox Valley Tamara moves late with Arcase Party, but well behind Variant. That is a big effort, and it's a win for Variant as a result. Going to be a multiple horse photo to separate second, third, and fourth, as Variant drew clear to win by about 5 lengths for Jordan Patton. And again, Variant made the move at the entry to the far turn, got alongside of that stubborn foe, Incredible Coquette, and despite the extra distance traveled around the north side of the track, Variant draws off in the stretch. 1:57-1, the time for the mile. 1 minute 57 and 1/5 seconds. Horsemen, you may come to the track with race 4, first division of the Colt Pace. We'll meet the winner of race 3 in a moment.
Okay.
Lisa, you're up also. Hey, what a great race there in the middle of the pack, but some of the pictures we're getting from the starter car are just outrageously good, in my opinion. You need to let us know if
awesome,
you like it. But we have a little on the back stretch. We start getting a little iffy on the feed because it's further out. But we should do fine on the half-mile tracks with that,
Shouldn't be
David.
a problem. Like Martinsville, nice open space. We should be good. So
and we're in the middle of the track on that one.
Exactly.
So that's the good part. But we're looking forward to bringing you racing this summer on Harness Tube. Again, tell your friends, have a watch party.
Yes.
We talk about that a lot. We have a event in Brown County where it's the race night where they take some races out of Canada, and you get an opportunity to see it. But it's bang, bang, bang. There's no wait in between.
It's all entertainment, you know.
Well, 2 wins on the card already for Bart Seals. As owner, makes his home officially in Mason, Illinois, but just immediately south of Altamont, the town where Bart grew up and was a multi-sport athlete at Altamont High School. And this win comes with a homebred, and there's always something extra special about that when you win a race with a horse that you've known literally from day one. This 3-year-old filly is by the excellent sire Fort Knox out of Village Mirage by Western Hanover. Jordan Patton, your trainer-driver. How about a hand for number 1, Variant? 157-1. That is a new lifetime record for Variant, who was a winner here at the Illinois State Fairgrounds in 158-1 as a 2-year-old last season. And Jordan Patton has become a driver that when we gather here for the parimutuel meet in August and again at DuQuoin, Jordan has developed a knack for popping at some big prices at those race meets, and a lot of horse players have taken note of that fact. And that was a big effort by Variant, folks. She had to go eyeball to eyeball with a very talented filly and had to go the long way to do it around the final turn and never ran out of gas. And she came on home, and she had plenty of steam coming down the stretch. Jordan, congratulations with Variant. We are official for race 3. Here's the full field rundown. Variant was the winner. Arcase Party finished 4. Incredible Coquette finished 3. San Antonio Storm was 5. Approaching Anawan was scratched. And Fox Valley Tamara came from last with a quarter mile to go to finish runner-up. It was 28 seconds for that opening quarter. 58-4 was the time for the first half mile. 3 quarters, 1:28 and 2/5, and the time for the mile, 1 minute, 57 and 1/5 seconds. And it reads down 1, 4, 3, 5, scratch 2. Some of you might remember that when Variant took that 2-year-old record of 158-1, she did that at the IDoA summer preview on June 21st of last year. And Jordan Patton was, of course, in the race bike on that occasion as well. 4th race is on the way. No scratches, no driver changes. Horsemen come to the track with Captain Trump. Arcase winners win. Smoking Them Some Stars, Kaiser Soze, Too Many Stars, and Conager.
Why pay more for the same groceries? Your favorite brands and prices you love. Right here in Matt. Family owned and proud to serve our community. Proud supporters of local harness racing and the Coles County Fair. Stop in and save today. B&D Grocery in Mattoon.
Experience matters. At Cinnamon Stable, Illinois Hall of Fame trainer Tom Simmons, along with wife Anita, has built a legacy in developing and racing championship standardbreds. From yearling to winter circle, every horse is guided with experience, expertise, and care. Cinnamon Stable, 217-801-4246.
Looking to move your mobile home? Need a roll-off dumpster at a competitive rate? Or maybe it's time to demo that old mobile home? Pine Ridge Mobile Home Transport has you covered. We serve Central Illinois with reliable mobile home transport, offer affordable roll-off dumpsters for the Springfield area, and provide expert demolition services across Illinois and Missouri. For fast, friendly service, call Wayne Decker at 217-313-9744. That's 217-313-9744. Or find Pine Ridge Mobile Home Transport on Facebook, your one-stop solution for mobile home services.
David and Lisa, we want people to send us pictures from the barn or wherever they're at so that we can show them out there to people. They can do that by sending it to your number, David. And I'll get that slide up here. Talk points. There we go. They can do that by sending that picture to the 312-772-5122. Sending it on Facebook, send it email. We'll try to get it up, maybe not on that broadcast, but at least by the next one. So we love seeing the barn pictures, particularly the horses watching the races.
And the fans love seeing it too. We hear from fans all the time how much they like seeing, who's out there watching and following along and faces they haven't seen. So share your photos, share your stories, send them into the backstretch, and we'll throw them up on the broadcast for you.
Yep, we'd absolutely love to do that and be a part of everything. But then again, if you'd like to advertise with us, we'd love for you to do that. You can get a 30-second commercial on that, and it'll be multiples a lot of times unless we have a short race card. But several times during the broadcast as we get our feet on the ground here and get everybody taken care of. But great summer of racing coming out, and hopefully some exciting things get in the next 30, 60 days. David, we hear something on Decatur.
That would be great. If today's any indicator, we're going to have some good racing all season long, and I'm excited to have a full card of fairs for us to follow along and add some IDoA races over here at Springfield. It's great to be at this historical track. I've watched so many races over here to be a part of a production. It's pretty cool, so wish you'd follow us along all season on Harness Tube. There's a schedule. It will be at Martinsville on the 24th, or the Memorial Day weekend. I might have that wrong on the screen, but it is the Sunday and Monday of Memorial Day weekend, followed up by that Wednesday on Carrollton on May 27th at 5 p.m. And then Decatur will be June 1st at 4:30.
All right.
Horses are on the track for race 4, the first division of the Illinois Conceived and Foaled 3-year-old colt pace here at the spring preview presented by the Illinois Department of Agriculture. No changes. Number 1 is Captain Trump, owned by Lester Detweiler of Sullivan, trained and driven by Marcus Detweiler. 2 is Arcade's Winner's Win, owned by the MM&D Racing of Charleston, trained by Roshan Trigg, Jamaica Patton in the bike. 3, Smoking Them Some Stars, owned by Keith and Daryl Miller, or Kevin, I should say, Miller and Daryl Miller of Arthur, owned also by Andrew Miller of Sydney, trained by Kevin Miller, Kyle Houston in the bike. 4 is your reigning champion Illinois juvenile male pacer of 2025, Kaiser Soze, owned by Benita Simmons of Springfield, trained by Tom Simmons, Wyatt Avenatti in the bike. 5 is Too Many Stars, owned by Hosea Williams of Chicago, trained and driven by Juan Franco. And number 6, Conager, owned by Jim Walden of Lincoln, who's here with us in the grandstand today, and trained and driven by Cole Prather. Race 4 headed to the starting gate.
We're back up, guys, as we get ready for this race. Some picks. Everybody picked the same horses on this race, David, as we get into that. With Wayne Avenatti on the 4, the Tom and Simmons trained horse. And
Kaiser Soze is a monster. He's, 3 in a row? So this should be hopefully an easy, nice mile for him. But anything can happen out there.
And I don't know if any of our listeners out there know this, but Conager is
Horses
a
have reached
Western
the
movie.
starting gate for race 4. Looking ahead to the 14th race. Driver change is now available. Race 14, the 5 Ashley's Silver Guy, Mike Rogers. 14th race, the 5 Ashley's Silver Guy, the driver, Mike Rogers. Right now, we're at the post gate rolling for the 4th. Horsemen stand by with race 5, second division of that colt pace. Again, from some very quick, limited research last night, the Illinois season's record for a 3-year-old colt pacer and gelding pacer, we believe, both stand at 159 and 3. So that could be in jeopardy. Here they come. Off and pacing they go in the 4th race, and there goes Smoking Them Some Stars out for the lead. RK's Winner's Win comes away second. Captain Trump is away racing in 3rd. The champ, Kaiser Soze, comes away in 4th position, stays toward the outside for the move into the first turn, now starts to slide down closer to the rail. And then further back, as they swing around the turn, is Too Many Stars and Conager, who is last, but right there with the rest. Now it's single file formation as they go over to the quarter. And at the front of the field, Smoking Them Some Stars leads them past the quarter-mile mark and off the south turn and onto the back stretch. Smoking Them Some Stars leads it by a length and a half, followed by RK's Winner's Win. 29 and 1 for the opening quarter, 29 and 1/5 seconds. And then further back, Captain Trump is racing in 3rd. Kaiser Soze right toward the center of the pack in 4th. He's racing along 7 lengths off the lead. Another length back of that one to Too Many Stars, and Conager is last of the 6 as they move on by the half-mile mark and race past the draw gate. Back up front, Smoking Them Some Stars is the leader. Smoking Them Some Stars on top, leads it by 2.5 lengths now to RK's Winner's Win. 59 and 2 for the first half mile. 59 and 2/5 seconds. Here comes Captain Trump to the outside. Makes a move from 3rd, but then lost some ground because RK's Winner's Win and the leader both picked it up a notch around the far turn, and the leader still being Smoking Them Some Stars. So Smoking Them Some Stars has the lead out to 3 to 4 lengths. Captain Trump is challenging RK's Winner's Win for 2nd. Kaiser Soze goes 3 wide from 4th with a lot of ground to make up. 128 and 3 the time at the 3/4, 128 and 3. Can Kaiser Soze get there? Here comes the champ. Kaiser Soze is unleashing a rally on the outside, and it's going to be a successful 2026 debut. Kaiser Soze with a breathtaking move in the stretch to win it by 3 lengths over Too Many Stars, who came from off the pace to be 2nd. And that is the Illinois season's record for a 3-year-old pacing gelding on a mile track. 157 flat. 157 flat. Kaiser Soze, your winner in race 4. Horsemen, you may come to the track. Race 5, come to the track, please.
Guys, that was a nice race there. As
the champ is back. How about that? Kaiser Soze with a big mile for Wyatt Avenatti and Tom Simmons.
And just so you know what horses were in the race.
Look at those 4s.
Kaiser
right.
Soze.
That's a good movie. That's The Usual Suspects.
Yeah.
Benicio del Toro and...
As we take a look here and get ready.
Results are up.
All right. What do we have? 4, 5. Well, none of us did real well. We all picked a winner on that one, but nobody got the 2nd and 3rd horse because we all picked the same. And so you can see with the new graphics up there. David, is that official yet?
I've not heard official.
There will be some more folks coming on the courtesy vehicle from the backstretch to join in the winner's circle celebration. So, Patsy, just a heads up there. You're going to have a few more folks joining our winning driver. This pacer, Kaiser Soze, in front of the grandstand right now, got so sharp late in the season. If memory serves, don't believe he even went to the races until right at the end of the summer. He is by Unlocked. Speaking of Bart Seals, if memory serves, I believe Bart is the breeder of Unlocked. The sire, Unlocked, had a lot of success on this racetrack, was runner-up in that Illinois record 150 mile as a juvenile, beaten only a length and a quarter by PQ3, and then came back and won the Illinois State Fair Championship final, talking about the sire of this horse, as a 3-year-old in 149 and change. Wyatt Avenatti, the driver, checks over to his right, sees the courtesy vehicle. Our thanks to Kevin Neatfelt, who is our remote operations director here today. And he has brought some folks trackside to join Wyatt. There's your reigning champion 2-year-old pacing male of last year, folks, and he wins his season's debut at 3. How about a hand for Kaiser Soze? That gets both trainer Tom Simmons and driver Wyatt Avenatti into the win column here today. Congratulations to Benita Simmons, our winning owner, and to the breeder, Megan Rogers Racing Stables Incorporated. Kaiser Soze was a pretty nice price himself. As sharp as he got when he got to the races in September last year, he still paid nearly $20 on a $2 ticket when he won on Night of Champions and won that incredible finale final. And that propelled him to those divisional championship honors. Congratulations. 157 flat, Illinois season's record, 3-year-old pacing gelding. Here's the full field rundown. Captain Trump finished 4th. RK's winner's win was 6th. Smoking Them Some Stars 3rd. Kaiser Soze, the winner. Too Many Stars, the runner-up, and Conager finished 5. 29-1 at the quarter, 59-2 at the half. 3 quarters, 128-3. The time for the mile, 1 minute, 57 seconds flat. Reach down, 4.63.125. The season's record for an Illinois-bred 3-year-old pacing gelding had been Fox Valley Quincy in 159-3 in a qualifier here at Springfield back on April 17. But again, that goes by the wayside with that 157 mile by Kaiser Soze. Race 5 is on the way. A reminder, the driver of the 2 Gothic Thunder, Jordan Patton. Jordan Patton drives the 2. And on the 6, our buddy boy, Mike Rogers. Number 6, our buddy boy, the driver, Mike Rogers. Come to the track, horseman, race 5.
All right, David, we got young fans here today watching racing. Well, I can't. Okay, I got to get that off and that off. Learning these new things we have here. There we go.
It's good to see little Charlie Bowen out there enjoying a corn dog in today's harness racing here at the Illinois Department of Ag 3-year-old and up preview
All right.
But
well,
send in your photos. We want to see you following along, all of our fans and horse racing enthusiasts. And we want to see where you're at, what you're doing, how you're enjoying these harness racing.
all right. As we get ready to go here, that's a starter car. I don't want that. I'll put it back on Lisa's or do a side-by-side with commercials here just for a moment. We'll be back. We'll mute him.
This Labor Day, the future of Illinois harness racing takes center stage. Walk the bars. Study the pedigrees. Watch them move. And invest in tomorrow's winners. From proven bloodlines to rising stars. Illini Classic Yearling Sale, where champions are found.
Illinois County Fair Training Champion. Kevin Miller's horses are built to win, and it all starts here. Ready to join the winning team? Call Kevin at 317-254-0178 or send a message to the email address on the screen to learn more. Kevin Miller Stables. Train to win.
Real craftsmanship still exists. At Yoder's Custom Woodworking and Amish Furniture. From custom kitchens and built-ins to handcrafted furniture, outdoor poly, and more. Family owned and trusted since 1995. Visit Yoder's in Sullivan or call 217-728-2166 today.
Avenatti Racing, a third-generation, family-run stable with a legacy of excellence. Centrally located between Illinois, Indiana, and Kentucky racing programs, Avenatti Racing specializes in buying yearlings, breaking, training, and racing top-performing standardbreds. Call 217-840-6469 or email AvenettiRacing@gmail.com today. Avenatti Racing, from yearling to racetrack, we build contenders.
Kerr Auction is your trusted source for ag equipment, attachments, construction gear, trucks, trailers, and hard-to-find parts. With live and online auctions at kerrauction.com, you can bid from anywhere, field, job site, or front porch. From big equipment to small parts. If you need it, Kerr Auction has it. Don't miss your next deal. Check out kerrauction.com today. Kerr Auction, built for the working world.
Why pay more for the same groceries? Your favorite brands at prices you'll love. Right here in Mattoon. Family owned and proud to serve our community. Proud supporters of local harness racing and the Coles County Fair. Stop in and save today. B&D Grocery in Mattoon.
Experience matters. At Simmons Stable, Illinois Hall of Fame trainer Tom Simmons, along with wife Benita, has built a legacy of developing and racing championship standardbreds. From yearling to winner's circle, every horse is guided with experience, expertise, and care. Simmons Stable, 217-801-4246.
Looking to move your mobile home? Need a roll-off dumpster at a competitive rate? Or maybe it's time to demo that old mobile home? Pine Ridge Mobile Home Transport has you covered. We serve Central Illinois with reliable mobile home transport, offer affordable roll-off dumpsters for the Springfield area, and provide expert demolition services across Illinois and Missouri. For fast, friendly service, call Wayne Decker at 217-313-9744. That's 217-313-9744. Or find Pine Ridge Mobile Home Transport on Facebook, your one-stop solution for mobile home services.
This Labor Day, the future of Illinois harness racing takes center stage. Walk the barns. Study the pedigrees. Watch them move. And invest in tomorrow's winners. From proven bloodlines to rising stars. Illini Classic Yearling Sale, where champions are found.
2024 Illinois County Fair Training Champion. Kev Miller's horses are built to win, and it all starts here. Ready to join a winning team? Call Kev at 217-254-0170 or send a message to the email address on the screen to learn more. Kev Miller Stables. Train to win.
Real craftsmanship still exists at Yoder's Custom Woodworking and Amish Furniture. From custom kitchens and built-ins to handcrafted furniture, outdoor poly, and more. Family owned and trusted since 1995. Visit Yoder's in Sullivan or call 217-728-2166 today.
Avenatti Racing, a third generation.
And there will be a late driver change on the one. Please note, Wyatt Avenatti will be the driver. Number one, Incredible Stevie, Wyatt Avenatti will be the driver. Should be coming to the track in just a moment. By the way, the stakes record for the Spring Preview 3-year-old colt pace belongs to Fox Valley Steeler, 152-2. In this lineup here in race 5, number one, Incredible Stevie, already has the Illinois season's record for a 3-year-old pacing colt coming into today's card with that 159-3 qualifying win on May 1st, where he drew off and won by better than 10 lengths that day. And again, Wyatt Avenatti will be the driver of the one.
Well, David, we had the honor. We didn't get to interview him, but
Horseman, any one of you who might need assistance with shoeing needs for any of your horses, please contact Tina Schrock, our operations director on the backstretch near the draw gate. Again, horsemen, if you have any needs in the shoeing department for any of your horses, contact Tina Schrock, and she will help to make arrangements.
Okay, but we had a chance to talk to the gentleman.
Connor Lucas, with Decatur Downs was up here in the judges stand. Good to have him up here. Just telling his story of what's going on with the world of Decatur Downs and revolutionary racing and, the legislators at the state capitol. They're working hard trying to get that Decatur Downs set up so we have a place to race here in Illinois permanently.
That would be great if it happens. Again, contact your legislator. Tell them that bill needs to go through and it needs to get finished up so that we can have that.
If you're watching our feed, you're a horse fan, so you should be calling, right?
Absolutely. And he's not asking for any money from the state.
No, that was huge. That's huge. In the state of Illinois, $0 ask from the state to build something like this is a great addition to lower, downstate Illinois. We're so lucky to have him up here, working so hard in Springfield on our behalf. So,
and number one, Incredible Stevie is now headed to the draw gate and will be on the racetrack here in just a moment. He is one of the horses that is nominated for the upcoming Great Midwest Pace at the Martinsville Agricultural Fair. That'll be contested on Memorial Day, Monday, May 25. Post time that day is 3 p.m. Central. That is a race that Nan Turner has had a lot of success in as an owner and breeder, and John Fletcher as a trainer. And they have teamed up with Wyatt Avenatti in the past to score a victory or two in that Great Midwest Pace. So Incredible Stevie, at this point, all systems are go as far as the Great Midwest is concerned, assuming that he stays healthy and sound over the next 10 days to 2 weeks. Smoking Them Some Stars, who we saw earlier today finishing third, is also a Great Midwest Pace nominee. Out of the first race today, Tornado Cat and Super Sage also are both nominated for that annual tradition at the Martinsville Agricultural Fair. Right now, race 5, 3-year-old Colt Pacers at the post, the gates rolling. Good to have you with us on this Wednesday afternoon. Horsemen, be ready at the barns, please, with race 6. You're up next. Number 1, Incredible Stevie, owned by Nan Turner of Argenta, trained by John Fletcher. Wyatt Avenatti drives. 2, Gothic Thunder, racing for the Flacco family farms, trained by Jill Brown, the driver Jordan Patton. 3, Drill Baby Drill, owned by Kenneth Schrock, Lester Detweiler, and Dave Schrock, trained and driven by Marcus Detweiler. 4, Special Model, owned by Carolyn Wiley, trained by Mike Perrin. J-Mo Molitor is up. 5 is VLS Ransom, trained by Amanda Van Winkle, with her dad Joel Smith on the bike. And 6, Our Buddy Boy, races for Linda Mills and Sue Poe, trained by Ron Beard, and the driver is Mike Rogers. With that said, they are often pacing in race 5, and there goes Incredible Stevie out for the lead. Gothic Thunder will try to go with that one, and also Special Model, who swings up from the far outside. The Special Model is determined to move up and grab the lead away, and does so just after 1/8 of a mile into the first turn. Special Model leads it by just a length, and now there goes Gothic Thunder moving up second around the outside of Incredible Stevie, who is shuffled back to third but now comes off the rail. Wyatt Avenatti has his hands full of horse, and Incredible Stevie wants to move on and take the lead, and that's just what's going to happen just past the quarter-mile mark. Incredible Stevie moves up on the outside and leads. Gothic Thunder is now in second. Special Model is third. Opening quarter went in 29 3/5 seconds, 29 3 for that first quarter. Incredible Stevie is the leader as they head up the backstretch with Gothic Thunder traveling along in the second position. Special Model is in third, and then Our Buddy Boy is in fourth, about 6 lengths off the lead. Then a gap of 3 more lengths back to the 2 trailers. Drill Baby Drill next to last, and VLS Ransom is last as they move on by the half-mile mark and slip past the draw gate. 1 minute, 2/5 for the first half mile, a minute 2/5. Incredible Stevie has the lead to the far turn and leads it by 2 lengths. Now, Special Model takes to the outside and moves up second, with Gothic Thunder now racing third back toward the inside. And Special Model, who took the lead as they moved into the first turn, is on the move again up into the second position. Put in an awkward step there, though, and lost a couple of lengths. And as a result, Incredible Stevie's going to open up 3, 4, 5 lengths to the good. Our Buddy Boy is moving up to challenge for second, but Incredible Stevie is gone with the lead. 3/4, 1:31. There's an 1/8 of a mile to go. Incredible Stevie has this one wrapped up. The lead is 6 lengths in deep stretch. You've got Our Buddy Boy now moving up second on the outside of Special Model. Incredible Stevie tuning up for the Great Midwest Pace with a win here in the spring preview. Incredible Stevie won it by nearly 4 lengths. Our Buddy Boy made up a lot of ground to be second, and Special Model, with a good effort, was third. Incredible Stevie wins in 1:58 and 2. 1 minute, 58 and 2/5 seconds, lowering his own Illinois-bred season's record on a mile track for a 3-year-old pacing colt. Horsemen, you may come to the track with race 6.
Down before you ever put up.
Yeah, it'll knock it out.
Okay.
Hey, David and Lisa, that was a exciting race. Beautiful day for racing. In fact, it's a little cool. Lisa's got a blanket, and we need to put the camera on her. a blanket, a sweatshirt, and another top on top. But Incredible Stevie, was that the winner on that?
Wyatt
Yes,
Avanetti goes back-to-back on the card, and here he is now in front of the grandstand. In fact, John Fletcher, the trainer, and Nan Turner, the owner and breeder, being brought trackside by our own Kevin Neatfelt. As Incredible Stevie wins here today at the preview in 1:58 and 2 for his 8th career victory. Was a winner here last year as a juvenile in 1:57 and 4. The winner is owned and bred by Nan Turner, trained by John Fletcher, driven by Wyatt. Stevensville, the sire, and this is a colt out of Incredible Filly. Nan Turner and John Fletcher teamed up to win an Illinois State Fair championship right here on this very racetrack with Incredible Filly and the Age Mare Pace. How about a hand for Incredible Stevie? There's Nan giving a nice wave to the crowd. Nan, a native of Pana, makes her home in Argenta. And this winning pacer happens to be a half-brother to Philly's Revenge, that very talented pacing mare that's won over 100,000 for this same stable and paced a mile faster than 150. In fact, she actually paced 2 huge miles here at the Illinois State Fair last year in runner-up efforts. And that has been an incredibly talented family of horses. Nan, congratulations. There's the winner, Incredible Stevie. Here's the full field rundown for race 5. Incredible Stevie, the winner. Gothic Thunder was 6. Drill Baby Drill 5. Special Model 3. VLS Ransom 4. And Our Buddy Boy, the runner-up. The quarter, 29 and 3. The half in a minute, 2/5. 3/4 in 1:31. And the mile in 1:58 and 2. Reads down 1:65.342. And again, be looking for Incredible Stevie at the Great Midwest Pace at Martinsville on Memorial Day. Race 6 is on the way. This will be the 3rd division of the 3-year-old colt pace, the 3rd and final division. A reminder, the driver of the 4, TJ's Pilot, will be Jamal Denson. Number 4, TJ's Pilot, Jamal Denson. Horsemen, come to the track. Thank you.
Family-run stable with a legacy of excellence. Centrally located between Illinois, Indiana, and Kentucky racing programs, Avenatti Racing specializes in buying yearlings, breaking, training, and racing top-performing standardbreds. Call 217-840-6469 or email avenattiracing@gmail.com today. Avenatti Racing, from yearling to racetrack, we build contenders.
Kerr Auction is your trusted source for ag equipment, attachments, construction gear, trucks, trailers, and hard-to-find parts. With live and online auctions at kerrauction.com, you can bid from anywhere, field, job site, or front porch. From big equipment to small parts, if you need it, Kerr Auction has it. Don't miss your next deal. Check out kerrauction.com today. Kerr Auction, built for the working world.
Why pay more for the same groceries? Your favorite brands at prices you'll love. Right here in Mattoon. Family owned and proud to serve our community. Proud supporters of local harness racing and the Coles County Fair. Stop in and save today. B&D Grocery in Mattoon.
at the post. The gates rolling for race 6. Mighty Engine, number 2, had a pretty solid 2-year-old campaign last year with $40,000 in earnings and 6 trips to the winner's circle. Illini Game Day. A lot of you race fans will remember when Illini Game Day stepped up his game at the DuQuoin State Fair and won his division of the Governor's Cup for 2-year-old pacing colts and geldings. Top of the stretch, ready to go. Race 6 in your scorecard. Here they come. They're off and pacing, and there goes Mighty Engine. Grabs the racetrack and goes right out for the lead. Designed to be a star. Comes away in second. Illini Game Day is out third. TJ's Pilot away fourth. And Nick's MJ is last of the 5 as they move into the first turn with Mighty Engine the leader. Mighty Engine clear with the lead. Drops over along the rail and leads it by just a length as they swing around the south turn. Designed to be a star will go second. Then a gap of 2 lengths. Illini Game Day will sit right in the center of the pack in third. Just over 3 lengths off the early lead. And then TJ's Pilot and Nick's MJ to complete the field as they scoot by the quarter-mile mark and work their way onto the back stretch. Mighty Engine is the leader. 30 and 4/5. The time for the opening quarter, 30 and 4/5 seconds. Mighty Engine leading, Designed to be a star with Illini Game Day in that third position, heading up the back stretch toward the half-mile mark. And then you've got TJ's Pilot and Nick's MJ, who is at the back. They head on past the half-mile mark, and it is still Mighty Engine. Nobody stepping out of line just yet. Designed to be a star is racing in second. Illini Game Day with a win already this year in 154-1 at Hoosier Park. That one slipped past us when we were talking about those season's leaders. Apologies, Kevin Miller and partners. They head onto the far turn and race toward the 3/4 mile mark. The first half mile went in 101 and 3. 101 and 3/5 seconds, and they swing down the north side of the course, and it is Mighty Engine with the lead. So Mighty Engine on top by a length and a half, Designed to be a star second, and here comes Illini Game Day. He's gearing up, and he's making his move right now. Illini Game Day takes to the outside and is challenging for second, but Mighty Engine's got the lead by 3.5 to 4 lengths as they move off the far turn to the top of the stretch. We'll follow up on the 3/4 just a moment. It is Mighty Engine, and he's gotten away by 6, by 7. Illini Game Day is second, trying to fend off TJ's Pilot. That's going to be close for second, but well behind Mighty Engine. Mighty Engine wins it by 8 lengths. Illini Game Day did hang on for second by a neck over TJ's Pilot in third position, and then further back, Nick's MJ was fourth, and Designed to be a star was fifth. Let's review the fractions for that 6th race. The opening quarter, 30 and 4/5 seconds. The corrected half-mile time was 102 and 3. 3/4, 136 and 2. And the time for the mile, 2:02 and 2/5. So a leisurely first 3/4 and then a fast final quarter in 26 seconds for a mile in 2:02 and 2. Number 2, Mighty Engine, drawing clear in the stretch for the victory. We'll meet the winner in just a moment. Horseman, you may come to the track with race 7, first division of the Philly Trot.
Experience matters. At Cinnamon Stable, Illinois Hall of Fame trainer Tom Simmons, along with wife Anita, has built a legacy in developing and racing championship standardbreds. From yearling to winter circle, every horse is guided with
a south turn to the racetrack, and admittedly looked down at the program as the field headed up the backstretch and noticed the 154 and 1 in that upset victory at Hoosier Park for today's runner-up, Illini Game Day. So want to correct what was said earlier. Apologies when we had talked about Kaiser Soze in 157. That was still a nice mile, but Illini Game Day is your Illinois season's leader, and that has not changed today on a 1 mile track for an Illinois-bred 3-year-old pacing gelding in 154 and 1/5. I want to clear that up right now because Kevin Miller sometimes springs for free pizza at the Champaign County Fair, and I don't want anybody to turn off that spigot, so to speak. Into the winner's circle is today's winner. How about a hand for Mighty Engine, number 2? Mighty Engine, a 3-year-old gelded son of Stevensville, out of Tame the Dame by Better's Delight, Illini Classic sales graduate, bred by Dandy Farms Breeding of Jeff Davis and FT Racing Stable of Frank Tatuli, owned by John Krasnikan Jr. of Streeter, and trained by Cole Prather, and there's Connor Prather, your winning driver with Mighty Engine, 202 and 2/5. Here's the full field rundown for race 6. From the top, designed to be a star, finished 5. Mighty Engine was the winner. Illini Game Day, the runner-up. TJ's Pilot was 3rd, and Nick's MJ was 4th. They got the quarter in 30 and 4/5. The first half mile was 102 and 3. 3/4, 136 and 2/5. And the time for the mile, 202 and 2. Reads down 5:12.34. Race 7 is on the way. A reminder, the driver of the 4, Mike Rogers. Number 4, Princess Babe LRS, Mike Rogers will be the driver. Horsemen, you may come to the track. 7th race.
Stable 217-801-4246.
Looking to move your mobile home? Need a roll-off dumpster at a competitive rate? Or maybe it's time to demo that old mobile home? Pine Ridge Mobile Home Transport has you covered. We serve Central Illinois with reliable mobile home transport, offer affordable roll-off dumpsters for the Springfield area, and provide expert demolition services across Illinois and Missouri. For fast, friendly service, call Wayne Decker at 217-313-9744. That's 217-313-9744. Or find Pine Ridge Mobile Home Transport on Facebook, your one-stop solution for mobile home services.
This Labor Day, the future of Illinois harness racing takes center stage. Walk the barns. Study the pedigrees. Watch them move. And invest in tomorrow's winners. From proven bloodlines to rising stars. Illini Classic Yearling Sale, where champions are found.
2024 Illinois County Fair Training Champion. Kev Miller's horses are built to win, and it all starts here. Ready to join a winning team? Call Kev at 217-254-0170 or send a message to the email address on the screen to learn more. Kev Miller Stables. Train to win.
Technician is Linda Brown, our charter, her husband Mark Brown. Starter is Stacy DeRoos, with Aaron DeRoos driving the gate today. Tim Searle is the paddock judge. Dwayne Wells, our outrider. Identifiers, Danny Satterfield and Tim Searle. Our thanks to Audio Technical Services with our sound system, as always, here at the Illinois State Fairgrounds. Our operations director is Tina Schrock, assisted ably, as always, by Leanne Shin and Marietta Walker. Patsy Fryman, we've mentioned the fact that Patsy is our winner's circle photographer here today. Our remote operations director is Kevin Neatfeld. Our thanks to Harness Tube with David Brink and Steve Surratt anchoring today's live stream. Our camera technician is Lisa Surratt. Ambulance provided by our friends at Medics First and Coleman's Concessions. A reminder that they do have a concession stand operating over on the backstretch. Thanks also to our farriers that are always on hand. We appreciate them. They're always good about helping out anytime the horsemen get into a bind on these race days. So a tip of the hat to those in the blacksmith profession, because that is a key job that too often does get overlooked in the racing industry. Beautiful afternoon. Glad to have you with us. Just about set to go for race 7.
David, as we have a minute here, just a wonderful day of race. A little cool up here in the booth because we're in the shade and the sun and the wind is blowing in on us. I understand from some fans down in the sun is pretty good today.
It's a beautiful day for racing. I'd like to see the season start off here at the Illinois State Fairgrounds. It's good to be here at the Department of Agriculture 3-year-old and up preview. I'm not going to complain about the weather, Steve. I got a hoodie on and I'm happy.
Well, I should have dressed a little warmer today is what I will say.
That's fair.
But a lot of good stuff going on here at the fairgrounds today. 18 races, and then we have 3
qualifiers set up today.
3 qualifiers today. So
we will be here for the qualifiers. I'm not sure if we'll have the audio up. We may go ahead and, if Kurt's announcing, we'll probably leave it up. If not, we'll just give you the graphics or whatnot. But we will have the qualifiers for you today.
All right. With that, we got a call to the
Horses are on the track for race 7, the first division of the Illinois Conceived and Foaled 3-year-old filly trot. Mike Rogers drives number 4. Headed to the gate, number 1, No Flies on Me, owned by Jamaica Patton of Rochester and the D&J Racing Stables of Duncan and Jacqueline McLean of Terry, Mississippi, trained by Jamaica Patton. Jamal Denson is up. 2, Fox Valley Cassidy, owned by Lester Detweiler of Sullivan. Marcus Detweiler, the trainer-driver. 3 is Chrome's Heather, owned by Ivan Hawthorne, owned also by Madej and also by Benita Simmons, who's right here in Springfield, trained by Tom Simmons, the driver Kyle Houston. 4, Princess Babe, LRS, is owned by Ivan Hawthorne, Benita Simmons, and owned also by Quayon Anders of West Monroe, Louisiana. The trainer, Tom Simmons, and the driver is Mike Rogers. 5 is Ryan's Express, owned by Janet Betley of Wright City, Missouri, trained by Jerry Hansen, the driver Juan Franco. 6 is Sunburnt Senorita. Kurt Craig and Leo Grummel of Carrollton, the owners. Kurt Grummel is the trainer and the driver. Number 7 is Felicia of Sullivan, owned by Paula Smith and Joel Smith of Springfield, owned by Bart Seals of Altamont, owned also by Romano of Millsboro, Delaware, trained by Amanda Van Winkle. Joel Smith is in the bike. And number 8, Broadway and Lou, owned by the Flacco family farms of Alexis, Steve Searle of Grant Park, Brian Code of Bradford, trained by Steve Searle, and Wyatt Avenetti is the driver. Field of 8 trotting fillies headed to the starting gate, including the 2025 Fox Valley Flan consolation winner, Broadway and Lou, who will have to leave from the far outside. at the post, and the gate is rolling. Sunburnt Senorita, number 6, a Southwind Chrome half-sister to the 2025 Illinois State Fair champion, 3-year-old trotting colt gelding Sunburnt Silverado, who went on, of course, to lock up a divisional championship at the end of the year as well. Field just 1/8 of a mile from the start. Horsemen, be ready, please, with race 8. You're on deck. Right now the track is hot. We're ready to go for the start of race 7. They are off and trotting. There goes No Flies on Me out for the lead. Fox Valley Cassidy gets away second. Felicia of Sullivan is off stride. Felicia of Sullivan has made a break and will be the distant trailer as they head into the first turn. But No Flies on Me, left from that inside starting spot, hugs the rail with the lead around the first turn. Fox Valley Cassidy will go second by just over a length as Chrome's Heather is racing in third. Princess Babe LRS is in fourth, followed by Ryan's Express in fifth and Sunburnt Senorita, who travels in 6th position. Broadway and Lou is 7th and right there with the rest, but then a gap of 20 more lengths or so back to Felicia of Sullivan, who made that break at the start and is the distant trailer. 31-4 was the time for the opening quarter. 31 and 4/5 seconds. Here comes Fox Valley Cassidy from that second position, rolls up on the outside, takes the lead at the 3/8 mile mark. So Fox Valley Cassidy has now taken over and leads it by 2 lengths. Here comes Princess Babe LRS, moving up from 4th to 3rd to 2nd, and now she will take the lead. Princess Babe LRS takes over, and further back, here comes Ryan's Express, who's on the outside right toward the center of the pack, moving up into 5th position as they race on by the draw gate. 1:04 was the time for the first half mile. 1:04. Princess Babe LRS is the leader. Ryan's Express just off the leader's flank in second. Fox Valley Cassidy is now shuffled back to the 3rd position, followed by No Flies on Me, who goes 4th and takes toward the outside, nearly 5 lengths off the lead. Sunburnt Senorita is in 5th behind her on the outside as they turn for home, and then Chrome's Heather is further back. Broadway and Lou is still nearly 10 lengths from the front, top of the lane. Princess Babe LRS is challenged by Ryan's Express on the outside. Fox Valley Cassidy needs room 3rd. 1:34 was the time at the 3/4. Princess Babe LRS. Fox Valley Cassidy is trying to squeeze through an opening toward the inside, but runs out of racetrack. Deep stretch now. Princess Babe LRS. Fox Valley Cassidy still trying to come on. Ryan's Express is there. Sunburnt Senorita at the wire. It is Princess Babe LRS. She had challenges to the left, challenges to the right, and she manages to hang on in a very competitive stretch drive. Princess Babe LRS with her first career victory. Time for the mile, 2:03 and 1. 2:03, 1/5, Princess Babe LRS.
Coming back to for us to talk a little bit here in between Kurt being out there. David, great day of racing, and we've got a lot in store for people.
We sure, I don't have the full rundown, but I've got your winner up there, Princess Babe LRS, and Mikey Rogers picking up the catch drive for Tom Simmons. This horse had a TBA down to drive in the card, and Mikey picks up the drive and makes it a winning one for the connection. So congratulations to Ivan Hawthorne, Benita Simmons, and Quinton Anders of Monroe, Louisiana.
Princess Babe LRS went winless in her 8 starts as a juvenile, but to be fair to the filly, she was 4 times on the board. Just didn't quite get on through for the victory, came close a time or two, but puts it all together here today to win in 203-1. 2 wins as trainer today for Tom Simmons. Mike Rogers gets his first driving victory of the day. 2 wins for Benita Simmons as owner. And the co-owners are Ivan Hawthorne of Winsboro, Louisiana, and Quione Anders of West Monroe, Louisiana. Sutton, the sire of this winning 3-year-old filly. The Illinois season's leader in this division, now that one we know, Unhinged Cadeau in 156-1, is the fastest 3-year-old filly trotter on a mile track as far as Illinois bred so far this year. The stakes record is 158. So both of those marks are safe, but nonetheless, it's always fun to see graduation day for a racehorse. First career win, Princess Babe, LRS. Mike Rogers in the red, white, and black driving colors. Congratulations, Mike. Grew up here in the greater Springfield area. Those red, black, and white colors are patterned after Dave McGee, who Mike saw win a lot of races on this racetrack when he was a kid growing up. And indeed, a lot of folks with a lot of respect over the years for Dave McGee, National and Illinois Hall of Famer. Full field rundown coming up. Here's the full field rundown for that 7th race. No Flies on Me finished 5. Fox Valley Cassidy 4. Chrome's Heather was 6. Princess Babe LRS the winner. Ryan's Express was the runner-up. Sunburnt Senorita finished 3. Felicia of Sullivan 8. And Broadway and Lou 7. 31-4 at the quarter. 104 at the half. 3 quarters and 134. And the mile in 2:03-1. Reads down 5:46, 1:23.87. 8th race is on the way, 2nd division of the 3-year-old filly trot. A reminder, the driver of the 1, Daphne Durango, will be Jill Brown. Trainer Jill Brown drives the 1, Daphne Durango. Horsemen come to the track. Horses are on the track for race 8, the second division and final division of the 3-year-old filly trot here at the summer preview presented by the Illinois Department of Agriculture. Let's meet the starters. Number 1, Daphne Durango, owned by Dr. Stephen Rennard of Hamilton, trained by Jill Brown, and Jill is the driver. Number 2, it'll be the season's debut for the champion Illinois-bred 2-year-old trotting filly of 2025, and that is Shady Maple Chick, owned by Ivan Hawthorne of Winsboro, Louisiana, Bonita Simmons from here in Springfield, Chad Angle of Wright City, Missouri, trained by Tom Simmons. Wyatt Avanetti is up. 3, Fox Valley Cougar, owned by Jerry and J.D. Graham of Salem and Caseyville, trained and driven by Kurt Grummel. 4 is Lustrous Diamond, owned by Jody Peacock of Cantrell, Carol Reynolds of Springfield, trained and driven by Rick Schrock. Number 5, Fox Valley Flashy, owned by Mike Buzzard of Altamont, Steve Searle of Grant Park, trained by Steve Searle, the driver, Jordan Patton. 6, Little Brindle, owned by Kelly Avanetti and Tony Bell of Windsor. So Kelly and her mom, the co-owners. Matt Avanetti, Kelly's husband, is the trainer and also the driver. 7 is Loose Venom, owned by the Flacco Family Farms of Alexis, trained by Roshan Trigg. Demarius Wakefield is in the bike. And number 8, Watch Me Zoom, owned by Shelley Steele of Moni, the Lilly Racing Stable Incorporated of Sam and Ellen Lilly of Downers Grove, the trainer Jerry Hansen, the driver Juan Franco. Headed to the gate for the 8th race. Horsemen, be ready, please, at the barns with race 9, the first division of the 3-year-old colt and gelding trot. Again, the stakes record is 158. That was set a year ago by Toughest of the Tough. And the Illinois-bred season's record on a mile track so far for a 3-year-old trotting filly, Unhinged Godot, in 156-1. Technically did that on a 7/8 mile track at Hoosier Park in Indiana. But, of course, the 7/8 mile layouts, they still fall under the 1 mile track classification according to the USTA when it comes to season's records. Headed to the gate, race 8. At the post, gate is rolling. So far today, successful season's debuts for horses who won championship titles in Illinois last year. The Night of Champions winner, Evening Slippers, was a winner here earlier today. And also Kaiser Soze, who won on Night of Champions and won an Illinois divisional title as well. Shady Maple Chick, champion 2-year-old trotting filly of last season. She's up. Let's see what she can do. Here they come. Off and trotting they go. Daphne Durango from the inside. Shady Maple Chick has trot right there between horses and Fox Valley Cougar, a close third as these three line up across the track as they thunder down into the first turn and race toward the quarter-mile mark. Fox Valley Flashy going to be about 4 wide, now 3 wide, now double wide, and moving up. Fox Valley Flashy moves up for the lead. Midway on the south turn just before the quarter, gets over to the rail clear with the lead by 2 lengths. Shady Maple Chick goes in the second position. Fox Valley Cougar is third up on the outside, then Daphne Durango is racing in 4th. Lustrous Diamond further back is in 5th. Then Loose Venom is 6th. Little Brindle is racing along in the 7th position, and Watch Me Zoom, last of 8. 29-1, the time for the opening quarter, 29 1/5 seconds. Up the backstretch they go. Fox Valley Flashy leads it by a length and a half. Shady Maple Chick is second by a length as they go on by the half-mile mark, and then Fox Valley Cougar races in 3rd. Lustrous Diamond takes to the outside in 4th, moves up 1 spot around Daphne Durango, who is now 5th back toward the inside as they race past the draw gate. Little Brindle is in the outer flow of traffic in 6th. The first half in a minute flat. Opening half in a minute flat. Watch Me Zoom is next to last, is toward the outside, nearly a dozen lengths off the lead, and Loose Venom is now the trailer as they race toward the 3/4. Back up front, Fox Valley Flashy still leading. The champ, Shady Maple Chick, who's second. A length and a half separates the top two, a quarter mile to go. Then a gap of 5 more lengths. Illustrious Diamond in third position. Little Brindle is fourth between horses. Watch Me Zoom has moved up, was last early on and is now third, but still 8 lengths off the lead. 3/4, 131 and 3. They turn for home. Here comes the champ. Shady Maple Chick is taking aim at Fox Valley Flashy, who still has the lead though, and she's stubborn. Here's Shady Maple Chick though with a final try. Here's the wire. The champ gets up to win it by a neck on the wire. Shady Maple Chick gets up to win by a head or a neck over Fox Valley Flashy in second. Then a gap of 8 more lengths back to Watch Me Zoom, but give that filly credit. She was hopelessly out of it, it appeared, as they went on to the final turn and made up a lot of ground to be third. $1:59 and 4, the time for the mile. 1:59 and 4, Shady Maple Chick. We'll meet the winner in a moment. Horsemen, you may come to the track with race 9, the first division of the Colt Trot.
Real craftsmanship still exists. At yours, custom woodworking and Amish furniture. From custom kitchens and built-ins to handcrafted furniture, outdoor poly, and more. Family owned and trusted since 1995.
Visit Yoder's and Sullivan or call 217-728-2166 today.
Avenatti Racing, a third-generation, family-run stable with a legacy of excellence. Centrally located between Illinois, Indiana, and Kentucky racing programs, Avenatti Racing specializes in buying yearlings, breaking, training, and racing top-performing standardbreds. Call 217-840-6469 or email AvenattiRacing@gmail.com today. Avenatti Racing, from yearling to racetrack, we build contenders.
Shady Maple Chick first grabbed attention when she won the Illinois State Fair 2-year-old filly trot final in the Illinois State Fair Colt Stakes here last August. And she parlayed that into several other victories, including the Violet Stakes right here at Springfield in September, a leg of the Fox Valley Flan, and then a top 3 finish on Night of Champions. Put it all together, and it resulted in an Illinois divisional championship for this filly last year at 2. And she keeps the string going. So far, all of the champions that we've seen from last year, whether divisional champions or Night of Champions winners, they have all been successful in their season's debuts at 3 here today. How about a hand for Shady Maple Chick? That's 3 wins for trainer Tom Simmons. That is also 3 wins for driver Wyatt Avenatti. 2 for Ivan Hawthorne as owner out of Winsboro, Louisiana. 3 for Benita Simmons of Springfield. And another win for Chad Angle of Wright City, Missouri. Bred by Freeman Mast, this filly sold at the Land of Lincoln sale in nearby Sherman as a yearling, and today goes past the $75,000 mark in career earnings. She is a 3-year-old daughter of reigning Illinois Trotting Sire of the Year, Southwind Chrome, out of Glimpse by Father Patrick. 1:59 and 4. Here's the full field rundown for that 8th race. It is official. Daphne Durango finished 7. Shady Maple Chick, the winner. Fox Valley Cougar was 8. Lustrous Diamond 6. Fox Valley Flashy, with a good effort, was runner-up. Little Brindle 4th, Lose Venom finished 5, and Watch Me Zoom 3. The quarter, 29-1, the half in a minute, 3 quarters, 1:31 and 3, and the time for the mile, 1 minute 59 and 4/5 seconds. And it reads down 718-624-53. I would imagine if you are a member of the Connections of Fox Valley Flashy, you've got to be pretty satisfied with that very game runner-up effort, because that is a filly that had not raced since August of last year at the DuQuoin State Fair and comes out after a layoff of several months and was very game and just did get caught at the wire by the reigning Illinois champion juvenile trotting filly of 2025. So it will be interesting to dissect and analyze this spring preview card as we move forward in the days and weeks to come and look toward the summer campaign. 9th race is coming up. First division of the 3-year-old colt trot. A reminder, the driver of the 1, Battle Shoe Jason, is Marcus Detweiler. Marcus Detweiler will drive the 1, Battle Shoe Jason. And the driver of the 8, Zoomster, will be Dennis Gardner.
Kerr Auction is your trusted source for ag equipment, attachments, construction gear, trucks, trailers, and hard-to-find parts. With live and online auctions at kerrauction.com, you can bid from anywhere, field, job site, or front porch. From big equipment to small parts. If you need it, Kerr Auction has it. Don't miss your next deal. Check out kerrauction.com today. Kerr Auction, built for the working world.
David, I think I finally have us up this time as we can take a look at things here. It's been a great day of racing. It has. We've had some
I'll
close
tell you
races.
what. It feels good to hear Kurt Becker excited about a horse race call. This close to him, right? You know, it's intoxicating.
Please
He's got a
note,
voice.
in this 9th race, contrary to the program, number 1, Battle Shoe Jason is not wearing trotting hobbles. And our thanks to our paddock judge, Tim Searle, who just relayed that info. So we wanted to pass that along, especially for Mark and Leanne, who are making sure all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted with those past performance lines for the track program. Contrary to the program, today, Battle Shoe Jason does not have the trotting hobbles. He had worn them as regular equipment last season as 2, but not today.
All right, David, anything you want to cover while we've got some time to talk here? We haven't had a lot of time because we're trying to do all the back stuff.
No, and my mind's kind of in blank mode right now, but we're just glad to be here, glad to be racing in Illinois. You know, glad to have 18 purse races and 3 qualifiers. It's a big day. It says a lot for Illinois. We still have horses here. We still have people who want to race. You know, it's a good show, and so we're glad to be here, taking part in the Department of Ag 3-year-old and up spring preview.
And there's reason to be optimistic that harness racing can survive what it's been through, and the fact that the Decatur track, we were talking that people don't see the footsteps forward that have been taken,
right,
because they're not huge steps.
Yep. In Springfield, you don't get leaps and bounds. You don't get to make big waves usually. It's typically just getting the right people talked to, and everyone's working very hard. I know we're closer than we've ever have been. I know the right parties are at the table and been discussing things. So we'll see what shakes out this legislative session. But we're all hopeful. We're all waiting with bated breath.
And they're still talking.
They're still talking.
That was one of the big points that we had when we were talking here with Ed Teefee and
Connor Lucas,
yes,
from Decatur.
Also, please note that number 7, Vigilance, will wear trotting hobbles today. So a change of equipment for number 7, Vigilance, who is wearing trotting hobbles.
Okay, David, let's go over that a second. What difference does it make that it needs to be announced that the horses were in hobbles?
Oh, yeah, that's definitely, as a charter, everything in the program is recorded by our charters over there, and they have to be aware of all those things, whether it be medication changes, equipment changes, and trotting hobbles are one of those things that have to be recorded in the chart so that the handicappers, if a bettor sees a horse is getting trotting hobbles, maybe they're a little more confident in it. If they're taking them off, maybe they think they're going to go faster. Everyone has their own play on how to use those equipment, but the horse players want to know all those little nuts and bolts of what's changed on that horse since the last start out to know how it's going to perform this time.
Okay, well, that's something that we've been doing this, and I know why they wear them and so forth, but why it needed to be announced. Kurt gives great information and keeps us up to date on the things that are going on. And folks, get out. Harness racing is one of those sports that you can walk the barns.
Yes.
You can get back there and people are hospitable. They want to talk to you.
They love these animals. They want to talk about them. They want you to pet them. They love the people.
They want you to invest in them.
Well, that too. We're always looking for investors.
But you can always ward that off. Lisa and I have made it several years now without investing in a horse. We invest our time and our efforts in the horses. As opposed to having actual ownership.
But you made a good point there. Standardbreds are the blue collar sport, right? We're not the sport of kings. We're the sport of the blue collar worker. You want to get out there, get in the barn, shake these hands of these drivers and trainers. Get to know them. They're just people too, and they love doing what they're doing, working with horses every day.
And there's incremental ownership if you are interested in owning a horse. There's incremental ownership. If
you have interest, let me know. We've been trying this for a couple of years now. There's a group of individuals who have been kicking around and getting a fractional ownership here in Illinois with local horsemen, local fans to follow one horse together and have that experience. So if you're interested in that, let me know. We'll try to get one together sometime this year, maybe.
Well, and we saw that with Barbie.
Our paddock judge, Tim Searle, is in fuego, on fire today, catching the equipment changes and always giving us an early heads up when the last horse is headed to the track. Thank you, Tim. Right now, starters are out. We are so fortunate here in Illinois. We have got any number of racing officials who come from a background as horsemen themselves, as trainers and drivers and so forth. And it just adds an extra dimension, so to speak, to confidence, if nothing else, when the folks are that attentive and pick up on these changes. And, of course, when it comes to a parimutuel meet, the equipment changes and whether or not a horse is wearing trotting hobbles, there are some horse players that when it comes to the parimutuel wagering, they want all of those nuances and all of those subtleties. They want all of that information. Others maybe say not so much, but there is that group of horse players, they want to know, and they want those records to be accurate, and rightly so. Number one is Battle Shoe Jason. This is the 9th race, first division of the Illinois-bred 3-year-old colt trot. Battle Shoe Jason is owned and trained by Clay Simpson of Fairfield, Marcus Detweiler in the bike. 2 Smokes Arising, owned by Linda Allhands of Monticello, trained by Jamaica Patton, Juan Franco in the bike. 3 Loose Transporter, owned by the Flacco Family Farms of Alexis, trained by Steve Searle, the driver Jordan Patton. 4 is Twin Cedars Riley, owned by Robert Silberberg of Farmington Hills, Michigan, co-owned by trainer Jim Eaton of Crete, owned also by Patricia Tiernan of Piatone, and owned as well by Mary Van Boven of Canton, Michigan, the driver Wyatt Avenetti. 5 is Talk About Stars, owned by Shelley Steele of Monee, Jerry Graham of Salem, the Lilly Racing Stable of Sam and Ellen Lilly of Downers Grove, trained by Jerry Hansen. The driver is Matt Avenetti. 6 is Fox Valley Sabra, owned by Ivan Hawthorne of Winsboro, Louisiana, Benita Simmons of Springfield, Ann Schneider of Petersburg. Tom Simmons trains. Kyle Houston drives Fox Valley Sabra, winner of a division of the Cardinal Stakes right here last September. 7 is Vigilance, wearing trotting hobbles today, owned by Peter Uribe of Moline, Nelson Willis of Beecher, Benita Simmons of Springfield, trained by Tom Simmons. The driver is Mike Rogers. And number 8, Zoomster, owned, trained, and driven by Dennis Gardner. And Zoomster, the horse that was runner-up in the Cadabra final on Night of Champions when we last saw him back on November 15. At the post, race 9. At the post, gates rolling for the 9th race. The stakes record for the 3-year-old Colton Gelding trot at the spring preview belongs to Goomster in 156 and 4, who went on, of course, to be divisional champion and horse of the year during that 3-year-old campaign in 2023. In fact, we're going to see him at the end of the day later today as we wrap up the purse race portion of the card. Season's record, as best as we can tell from our limited amount of research late last night, for a 3-year-old trotting gelding, 159 and 1 on a mile track, Lose Transporter. Here they come. Off and trotting they go, and there goes Lose Transporter out for the early lead, but Twin Sweet Cedars Riley is right there, and Battle Shoe Jason is a close third. Zoomster is off stride. Zoomster off stride, and will have to make up about 25 lengths or so on the field as they swing around the first turn. In the meantime, it is Lose Transporter who is with the lead as they go to the quarter-mile mark, and then Twin Cedars Riley is racing in second, a gap of 4 more lengths back. Fox Valley Sabra is racing along in the third position as they go on by the quarter-mile mark. Then a gap of 4 more back to Smokes Arising in fourth. A margin of 7 more lengths back of that one. Talk About Stars is fifth. A gap of 8 more lengths then to a scattered field here as Battle Shoe Jason races in sixth. Zoomster moves up 1 spot seventh. That first quarter, 28 and 1. 28 and 1. Zoomster is next to last, and he's off stride again as Battle Shoe Jason moves up 1 spot from last. Okay, let's get back up to the front where they've just challenged and changed for the lead with Twin Cedars Riley taking over. Got the lead right at the half-mile mark. Here comes Fox Valley Sabra to the outside now, moving up into second just off the leader's flank onto the far turn. Lose Transporter is now third. 59 seconds, the time for the first half mile. Here's Fox Valley Sabra drawing alongside as they race around the turn of Twin Cedars Riley, and now Fox Valley Sabra the leader. Here's Loose Transporter, goes to the outside, will have to go 3 wide. The top 3 are separated by a half length past the 3/4. Fox Valley Sabra leads at a half length in between horses. Here comes Loose Transporter to the outside, and Twin Cedars Riley is now third as they turn for home. They got 3/4 in 1:29 and 4/5. They line up across the track, and here's Loose Transporter on the outside of Fox Valley Sabra, and they are slugging it out, trading haymakers all the way down the lane. Lose Transporter to the outside gets ahead in front. Here's the wire. Lose Transporter gets up by a head. Fox Valley Sabra broke stride at or just across the wire in second, and then it was Twin Cedars Riley in third. Battle Shoe Jason came from absolute nowhere to be fourth. That trotter raced huge just to get a piece of it here today, was dead last on the backstretch, and Battle Shoe Jason rallies for fourth. Time for the mile, 1:59 and 1. 1 minute, 59 and 1/5 seconds. We'll meet the winner in a moment as Loose Transporter ties his own season's record for an Illinois bred. Horsemen come to the track with race 10.
Well, David Zoomster couldn't keep stride in that race.
Tough mile for the Gardner trainee. I was looking at the starting gate card. I hate to change topics on you, Steve, but the starting gate card, sitting in the grandstand here at the State Fair, sometimes you can't see the action coming out of that last turn. The depth perception of who's advancing and who's not is a little off. With that starting car gate, you can really tell who's moving, who's got momentum, who's clearing. It's a really cool shot we have out there. So we're thrilled to have that for you guys this year.
Congratulations to the newly minted Illinois Hall of Fame horseman Steve Searle, who was inducted in ceremonies conducted not far from here on February 28th at Poe's Catering on the Hill. Steve is the trainer of Lou's Transporter. Also, newly minted Hall of Famer Dr. Richard Flacco, who leads the Flacco Family Farms operation in Alexis. Jordan Patton, good on you, buddy. 2 wins today. Driving double for Jordan as he gives the crowd a wave. Lou's Transporter, 159-1. This gelding ties his Illinois-bred season's record for a 3-year-old trotting gelding on a 7/8 or 1-mile track. Lou's Legacy sires this 3-year-old gelded, son of Lou's Legacy, I should say, out of Fox Valley Lexus by Vaporize. And speaking of Hall of Fame, Lou's Legacy, another name that comes to mind. 159-1. We'll have the full field rundown for you in just a moment. By the way, Lou's Transporter is eligible for the Great Midwest Trot at Martinsville on Memorial Day. The Flacco Family Farms has won several editions of that legendary race over the years, and Lou's Transporter is eligible for the 2026 edition. Full field rundown coming up. Yeah, just to put a bow on that discussion about the Hall of Fame connections of our winner in Race 9. On February 28th, sire Lou's Legacy went into the IHHA Hall of Fame. Dr. Richard Flacco went into the Hall of Fame. Steve Searle into the Hall of Fame. So, Hall of Fame connections there, and you've got an up-and-coming young driver in Jordan Patton in the race bike to complete those connections. Here's the full field rundown. Battle Shoe Jason was 4th. Smokes Arising finished 5. Lou's Transporter, the winner. Twin Cedars Riley was 3rd. Talk About Stars was 7th. Fox Valley Sabra, the runner-up. Vigilance was 6. Zoomster was 8. 28-1 at the quarter. 59 seconds at the half. 3 quarters, 129-4, and the time for the mile, 1:59 1/5. Reads down 4:51, 3:72.68. 10th race is on the way. Scratch the 6 class comedian, 5 I should say, class comedian, transportation issues. Scratch the 5 class comedian. Waiting for Shady Maple Champion, Lou's True Lou, Lou's Lottery, Listen to Me Nelson, Tonator, and Change the Model.
Well, David and Lisa, we've got a hello from Ohio from Quajavian Carter.
Good to see JJ out there working for the Brown Stables, I think. Last I knew, what an opportunity for him. I wish he was here in Illinois, but can't blame him. Glad to see he's following along, though.
Kenya Harris saying, yes, Jordan.
Got some love for the Pattons, huh?
Yeah, got some love there.
Appreciate the update. Just we're contacted here in the judges' stand. Chris Brown has passed along word that in this 10th race, number 3, Lou's Lottery, the driver will be Jordan Patton. Number 3, Lou's Lottery. Please note, late driver change, Jordan Patton. And why not? He's already working on a driving double for the day with a lot of racing yet to go.
Then, David, that brings up a good point. I mean, sometimes you see those driver changes because you got a hot driver. So everybody wants him to drive their horse.
Absolutely. You know, when things are going right, you can. It's just the world slows down out there on the track. You know, the decisions come smoother, and when a hot driver is hot, they can just do nothing wrong, it seems like. So putting Jordan up on this horse was a good move, I think.
Well, and no different than in baseball. When somebody's seen the ball well, they may not have the higher batting average on the team, but if they're hot,
but it's a beach ball to them.
Yep. And so a lot of people say, well, I don't know. In high school, well, I don't know why my son's not starting. He's batting 100 points better than blah, blah, blah.
From limited at-bats or something,
I do so many broadcasts that I know who's hot with the bat and I know who's not hot with the bat, why they've moved up in the order and down in the order, because you want that hot driver. I mean, for the last couple of years, it's been Wyatt Evanetti is the hot driver, or
wanted
could
to add the name
JVN?
Patrick Royer to our list of officials here today. He is the blacksmith on call. And Patrick, we appreciate you. Tina Schrock had passed that name along to us on our list of officials. And Patrick, I got too distracted last night because, frankly, I was busy watching an episode of Perry Mason I had never seen before. And as a result, I got distracted making some of these notes for today about our list of officials and our Illinois season's leaders. So, Patrick, thank you. I appreciate that. Also wanted to mention, Horseman, a reminder, at the Martinsville Agricultural Fair on Memorial Day, they have added a free-for-all trot and a free-for-all pace. So keep that in mind as you make your plans for the weeks and days ahead. Monday, May 25, Memorial Day, Martinsville Agricultural Fair. They have added a free-for-all trot and a free-for-all pace.
Why pay more for the same groceries? Your favorite brands at prices you'll love. Right here in Mattoon. Family owned and proud to serve our community. Proud supporters of local harness racing and the Coles County Fair. Stop in and save today.
By the way, one other note, we have mentioned the name Unhinged Cadeau a couple of times on the mic today, as she is the Illinois-bred season's leading 3-year-old trotting filly on 7/8 or 1 mile tracks with her win in 156-1 this spring at Hoosier Park. And our thanks to Kevin Neatfelt, as he passed along word. He said, hey, you know, she's going for a $75,000 purse at Oak Grove in Kentucky in the Oak Grove Trotting Oaks Silver Consolation. So that will be at 4:20 Eastern Time, 3:20 Central on Saturday. Unhinged Cadeau will carry the banner of the Illinois Conceived and Foaled program into the deep end of the pool. But she is a very talented trotting filly, and she's quite capable. And she has drawn post position 8, going for $75,000. Unhinged Cadeau. And Wyatt Avenatti is listed to drive Saturday in Kentucky.
Some of the conversations that happen up here, David, we can't hardly even put on the air. But, I mean, the Perry Mason thing apparently has knocked Kurt Becker down in esteem.
Yeah.
Well, one of the harness racing fans that's here today.
He did say that he was distracted by it. So, you know, there's a good reason, right? It was something he hadn't seen before.
Absolutely. But people, we want to let you know, we're up. With audio, we want to let you know that there's probably more blank spots today because Kurt is a communication tool to the barn.
Yes, he is.
And so we have to leave Kurt up. And sometimes because our backs are to him or we all haven't got in the groove yet, there's going to be some dead airspace. Yep. And we try to do as little of that as possible.
But we want to make sure
people that know me, I don't let air pass being dead.
We just want to make sure we have the mic open for Kurt when he needs it because he has the communication back to the backstretch in the horse barn. So we're trying to work around that and work around our broadcast and just dance with both. So we appreciate everyone helping out and following in. And if the audio's down or something, just let us know. We'll get it back up as soon as we can for you.
Yeah, I mean, I've had a couple of times when David and I have talked that I have new board forgot to push the unmute part because I'm used to doing dialing up and dialing down. But beautiful day for harness racing. Delisa's giving you some good shots there of the barn. And
over halfway through our purse card today. It kind of flew by. I'd hate to say that, but it did.
Yeah. I mean, this is third lowest or third most amount of races that Lisa and I've done in a day, isn't it, Lisa?
Yes, I'll buy you guys dinner afterwards or something. Don't worry.
What did we have that one day?
34, something at, no. Decatur double day.
Yeah, double day, 28.
Yeah, that sounds right.
And then up at Galesburg or something one time, didn't we have like 20 races or
probably
someplace else that rained out? But it makes for an interesting year.
Don't say the Illinois horsemen aren't committed because when they show up, they'll show up and race all day long if they have to get their horses in the box and raced.
Oh, absolutely. And at times there's nothing out of control. I can remember Galesburg last year. Lisa and I got there and looked at the track and we're going, we ain't racing. And unfortunately, you've got guys coming from DuQuoin that as the decision's being made not to race,
and they want to know as soon as possible,
Yeah.
the decisions are made as fast as they can be. But
well, that's a call to the gate.
Kurt's cue.
Race 10 in your scorecard, the second division of the Illinois Conceived and Foaled 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Trot here on this Spring Preview Day. The 9th annual Spring Preview presented by the Illinois Department of Agriculture, the final division of this Colt Trot. Number 1 is Shady Maple Champion, owned by Ivan Hawthorne of Winsboro, Louisiana, Jade Hadfield of West Haven, Utah, Benita Simmons of Springfield, Illinois, trained by Tom Simmons, the driver, Mike Rogers. 2 is Lou's Trulu, owned by Ernie Sork and Nori Nessa of Fairfield, Sean Nessa of DuQuoin, trained by Sean Nessa, the driver is Isaac Love. Number 3 is Lou's Lottery, owned by the Flacco Family Farms of Alexis, trained by Jill Brown, contrary to the program, the driver, Jordan Patton. 4 is Listen to Me Nelson, owned by the Engel Stable of Illinois, LLC of Northbrook, of Marty Engel, owned also by Nelson Willis of Beecher, trained by Tom Simmons, the driver, Wyatt Avenatti. Scratch the 5. The 6, Tonator, owned and trained by Dennis Gardner of West Salem, Dane May of Newton in the bike, and 7, Change the Model, owned by Shelley Steele of Monee, Lily Racing Stable Incorporated of Downers Grove, trained by Jerry Henson, and the driver is Juan Franco. Field is moving over to the north turn, as starter Stacy DeRoos has called for this field. You've got the 2025 Illinois State Fair Colt Stakes consolation champion Lou's Trulu in this lineup. You've got Listen to Me Nelson, who won a division of the Darn Safe at DuQuoin last summer. And you've got 3 trotters that are paid in to the Great Midwest Trot. You've got Lou's Trulu, Lou's Lottery, Listen to Me Nelson. They are all eligible for the Great Midwest Trot at Martinsville on Memorial Day. At the post, gates rolling, race 10. Here they come, race 10. They are off and trotting, and there goes Lou's Lottery. Lou's Lottery right out for the lead. Lou's Trulu has speed, though, and these two in a speed duel as they head down into the first turn. Listen to Me Nelson comes away, racing in third. Shady Maple Champion is fourth and sneaks up down toward the inside to challenge for third as they round the first turn. Tonator is in fifth position here early on, and Change the Model is last of the 6 as they work their way toward the quarter-mile mark. Lou's Lottery is the leader. Lou's Lottery on top by a length. Lou's True Lou goes second by a length as they go by the quarter-mile mark. Listen to Me Nelson is sitting in that third position, a gap of 2 lengths to Shady Maple Champion in fourth. Single file formation. Nobody steps out of line after 3/8 of a mile. Tonator changed the model at the back. 30 and 2/5 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Now we've got someone, Lou's True Lou, stepping out of line to take the lead. Lou's True Lou at the 3/8 mile mark moved up and took over and now slides over next to the rail again. Leads it by just a length. Lou's Lottery is second now and drafting in behind the new leader past the half-mile mark. And then Listen to Me Nelson goes third. Shady Maple Champion fourth. Tonator fifth, and Change the Model is last of the 6. Lou's True Lou is the leader. Lou's True Lou heads on to the far turn off the half in 102 and 2. 102 and 2/5. Lou's True Lou by just over 2 lengths. Lou's Lottery goes second, a length and a half. Listen to Me Nelson is racing in third, still nearly 5 lengths off the lead. A gap of 4 more lengths then back to Change the Model to the outside of Shady Maple Champion and Tonator, the distant trailer. The leader is turning for home past the 3/4 already. Lou's True Lou, but could have company. Listen to Me Nelson is moving up second and closing ground on the leader, 3/4 in 1:33. But Lou's True Lou responds to the challenge, opens back up here by 2.5 lengths. Listen to Me Nelson is still second. The wire's coming. Lou's True Lou and Isaac Love to win it here in race 10 by a length on the line. Listen to Me Nelson was home second, a gap of 8 more lengths back to Shady Maple Champion in third. It was close for fourth. Lou's Lottery or Change the Model, and then further back Tonator was sixth. Time for the mile, 2:01 and 1/5. 2:01 and 1/5 of a second. Lou's True Lou, your winner. We'll meet the winner in a moment. Horsemen, you may come to the track with race 11, the first division of the 4-year-old and up mare pace.
Experience matters. At Simmons Stable, Illinois Hall of Fame trainer Tom Simmons, along with wife Benita, has built a legacy of developing and racing championship standardbreds. From yearling to winner's circle, every horse is guided with experience, expertise, and care. Simmons Stable, 217-801-4246.
Looking to move your mobile home? Need a roll-off dumpster at a competitive rate? Or maybe it's time to demo that old mobile home? Pine Ridge Mobile Home Transport has you covered. We serve Central Illinois with reliable mobile home transport, offer affordable roll-off dumpsters for the Springfield area, and provide expert demolition services across Illinois and Missouri. For fast, friendly service, call Wayne Decker at 217-313-9744. That's 217-313-9744. Or find Pine Ridge Mobile Home Transport on Facebook, your one-stop solution for mobile home services.
This Labor Day.
When Lou's True Lou won that Illinois State Fair consolation last August, we talked at the time about the fact he comes from one of the all-time great Illinois State Fair families. He's a direct descendant of Charcoal Gal, who won on this racetrack. Illinois State Fair champion Katie's Girdle is, I believe, maybe his 6th dam. This has been a family, for whatever reason, the trotters out of this family love this racetrack. It's one of the all-time great Illinois State Fair trotting families ever. Here he is, Lou's True Lou, Ike Love, your winning driver. Congratulations to owners Ernie Sork and Nori Nessa of Fairfield, Sean Nessa of DuQuoin, Sean the trainer, and Ike Love the driver of this 3-year-old gelded son of Lindy's True Grit out of Lou Cy and Lou by Lou's Legacy. The winner bred by Jason Jess and Verrill Lee Miller. First win of the season for this Illini Classic. sales graduate. We talked about the fact that Lou's True Lou is paid in to the Great Midwest Trot, so you are looking possibly at a contender for that Classic Illinois race on Memorial Day, and it's all in the hands now of his connections to decide if that will fit their schedule. I would love to talk to Sean Nessa. I was thinking back, and some of us were talking when we saw that list of eligibles. We were trying to recall if his father, John, ever raced in the Great Midwest Trot. And some of us thought maybe that John Nessa might have raced in that event, maybe back at the time he was the trainer for the Kermit Henshaw stables out of Richland, Iowa. But regardless, Sean carries on a great family tradition, and look for Lou's True Lou as a possible entrant for the Great Midwest coming up in about 10 or 12 days. Here's the full field rundown for race 10 from the top. Shady Maple Champion finished third. Lou's True Lou, the winner. Lou's Lottery finished fourth. Listen to Me Nelson, the runner-up. Class Comedian was scratched. Tonator was 6 and Change the Model 5. The quarter, 30 and 2/5, the half in 102 and 2, 3/4 in 133, and the mile 2:01 and 1, and by a fifth of a second, a new lifetime record for Lou's True Lou. Reads down 3:14, 2 scratch 6 5. Race 11 coming up, no changes. Horsemen come to the track with the 11th race, the first division for pacing mares.
The future of Illinois harness racing takes center stage. Walk the barns. Study the pedigrees. Watch them move. And invest in tomorrow's winners. From proven bloodlines to rising stars. Illini Classic Yearling Sale, where champions are found.
2024 Illinois County Fair Training Champion. Kev Miller's horses.
And we just received a text message from winning trainer Sean Nessa, who tells us that yes, his father John did indeed race.
Ready to join a winning team? Call Kev at 217-254-0170 or send a message to the email address on the screen to learn more. Kev Miller Stables. Train to win.
You grew up with a dad that raced in events like the Great Midwest Trot, and now as trainer you're getting ready to head to Martinsville in a few days and take a shot at a race that dates back to the early 1950s, knowing that your father raced in the same event. It's what makes the fair circuit what it is. All the best to everyone who is planning to head to the Great Midwest on Memorial Day.
Okay, David, we're a little over halfway through. We're getting ready to do race 11, full card today, 18 races and then 3 qualifiers that are going to follow this. 21 races today here at the Springfield State Fairgrounds. Lovely facility, fast track, the fastest track anywhere, right?
It was the world record from like 93 until 2 years ago. It's now not the fastest, but it's the 46 and 1 mile over here was something to behold.
What's amazing is you can come to this fair and you can watch horses race fast on this track, and then come and watch some ARCA cars
Yep.
and some sprint cars run.
Or motorcycles,
on the
too.
Same time, motorcycles on this track Labor Day weekend,
Yep.
I think.
I got a buddy racing motorcycles over here and said it's a fast motorcycle track, too. It's one of those surfaces that conducive to anybody.
Well, it's got nice banking.
Yeah, it's well laid out.
On the curves, so that helps with the car racing for sure. How is that for horses with a banking on the curves?
You know, it absolutely helps. There used to be a half-mile track in Ohio. There still is, Northfield, and they called it home of the flying turns because their turns were like 20-some degrees banked, something ridiculous. But the horses almost couldn't jog. They had to be almost going full speed to get around that curve without kind of, leaning in.
Kind of leading in, yeah.
But you carry that speed. Your horse doesn't have to kind of bend around the corner. They can kind of throw themselves into it, and they kind of pop out of it. It really does help when they have that bank turn. And I tell you what, on half-mile track, if the corner's flat, it takes you outside. It takes you to your right. It carries you out to the outside of the track. It makes it a lot harder to stay flat.
Absolutely. As I had noticed that just as a bystander. Now, Lisa's not up here to do the camera. We probably ought to wait for this. Mm-hmm. But, you've got the paddock down here to our left with this. And that's a great place when you're here and they're moving horses in and out of the paddock. And they're flipping those numbers like
cool,
nobody's business. I mean,
taking off race bikes and putting on jog carts, send them back to the stables. Yeah.
Until you've been here and seen those things,
pulling saddle pads.
Those are some of the things you have at the larger tracks. If you've been over to Hoosier, they weren't using the paddock when we were over there during the middle of the week, but just a beautiful facility. And if you haven't been to Hoosier, that's a good one. I hear Red Mile is actually the best one.
Gorgeous. I got a little note here I want to throw up on the screen I saw in the chats. That last race featured a horse named Listen to Me Nelson, and Jody Bennett's out there saying Kay Willis was her godmother, and that's where she got her middle name from. And every time she hears the horse Listen to Me Nelson announced, she hears it in Kay's voice. And I didn't realize that Kay was Jody's godmother. I think all the horsemen know Kay Graham Willis and Nelson Spider Willis and the Hall of Fame career he's had. And we appreciate the horseman connections. I know Jody's dad, Papa Deck goes way back with Spider in the back probably it's the 70s. So, like seeing those family connections here in Illinois horse racing live and on display today.
Yeah, I want to thank the notes out here. We're glad to see people that are out there watching. I didn't know how many viewers we were up to today, David, because
180.
Most people didn't know that we were up today. But we'll get ready for racing here as we get ready.
Horses are on the track for race 11. Illinois conceived and foaled 4-year-olds and up. The Mare Pace First Division. Again, for a purse of $3,191. No changes. Number 1 is Double Parked, owned by Kevin Miller of Arthur. He's the trainer. Wyatt Avanetti, the driver. 2, Hype Your Bestie Up, owned by Cedric Daniels of Jackson, Mississippi. Jamaica Patton of Rochester, Illinois. Trained by Jamaica Patton, the driver, Demarius Wakefield. 3, Can't Stay Too Long, owned by Charles Hurst Jr. of Huffman, Texas, trained by Edward Thomas, the driver, Jamal Denson. 4, What's Up, You Tell Me, owned and trained by Charles Arthur of Terry, Mississippi, and he is also the driver. Number 5, Hole in the Bottle, owned by Chupp Racing Stables, Incorporated of Crete, of Merv and Kelly Chupp, trained by Merv Chupp and the driver, Kyle Houston. 6, Bye Bye Flicka, owned and trained by Mike Perrin of Glenwood, the driver, James Molitor. 7, Arcase Tony, owned by MM&D Racing of Charleston, of Mitch and Mike Titus and Dennis Wright, trained by Roshan Trigg, who also owns an interest in that pacing mare. The driver is Juan Franco. And number 8, Arcase Swift, owned by MM&D Racing, and Stan Swisher, the ladder of Humboldt, trained by Stan Swisher, and the driver is Cole Prather. Field headed to the gate for race 11. Good to have you with us on a Wednesday afternoon.
David, we haven't done this all day with very diverse picks in this race between you, Lisa, and I. The 7 is kind of common, but we have it anywhere from 1 to 3.
And our apologies, scratch the 2, Hype Your Bestie Up. Scratch the 2, Hype Your Bestie Up.
Lisa and I's horse got scratched.
Again, number 2, Hype Your Bestie Up is a scratch, so a field of 7 on the track and ready to head to the gate.
come in third then? And Steve has...
Go ahead and put double parked for me.
You already have him winning then.
Oh, let's see. What I've got? 1, 2.
Yeah, 1-7. Oh, sorry. I can publish it for you. I just have it. That's where you're at.
5.
Okay.
So we changed our horses around a little bit. But
quick score and recap. I'll just say that Lisa is about 50 points on top of Steve right now. So just to rub salt in the wound when I can.
Yeah, I'm blaming that on Randy Callahan because he calls me chalk all the time because I'm picking the chalk, and so I changed my manner at how I'm picking horses, and it's not worked out really well.
It's all Randy's fault.
You know, it's all about the money, so I went with the money this time. So, but that doesn't always work out as they're getting ready to go.
They're heading to the gate.
We'll switch that off and get our start. And I've changed up our picture-in-a-picture. We'll see how that turns out. I may have made it too big.
At the post, and the gate is rolling, race 11. First division of the Illinois-bred 4-and-up mare Pace. Already this year among the 4-year-old set, Two Bean Dream, 152-3. The Illinois season's leading 4-year-old pacing mare on a mile track. Age pacing mare, we're showing Rona May in 156-3. That's for age 5 and older. Here they come, race 11. They are off and pacing. There's double parked for the early lead. Can't stay too long as there. What's up? You tell me. Fires out and goes past those other two well before the entry to the first turn. So what's up? You tell me. Clears with the lead now. Leads it by a length and a half. Can't stay too long. We'll move up into the second position around the first turn. Hole in the Bottle will go in the third position as they race toward the quarter-mile mark. And then further back, you've got R.K.'s Tony, who's racing in fourth, and is followed by R.K. Swift in fifth. Bye Flicka has moved up into the sixth position. Problems for double parked off stride. As a result, double parked still on an extended break. Past the quarter onto the backstretch, the distant trailer. Opening quarter 29 and 4/5 seconds. 29 and 4. So double parked, an uncharacteristic break in stride, and she has lost contact with the field. Still on her feet, but still off stride. Let's get back up to the front now. There's Hole in the Bottle with the lead. What's up? You tell me. Is racing in second. Can't stay too long. Is in third. RK's Tony, then RK Swift behind that one, and Bye Flicka racing in the sixth position as they slip past the draw gate and head toward the final turn. Hole in the Bottle is the leader. 101-4 was the time. 101-4 for the first half mile. Hole in the Bottle leading What's Up, You Tell Me. Can't stay too long. Then RK's Tony and RK Swift as they swing down the far side of the course. Then Bye Flicka. Approaching the three-quarter mile mark. Here comes What's Up, You Tell Me. Taking to the outside to challenge Hole in the Bottle for the lead. Then Can't Stay Too Long is third. RK's Tony moves into contention. Fourth, now third. Swings to the far outside. 3 lengths off the lead, but coming off the far turn. The front four in a line, can't stay too long, is looking for racing room, can't find it just yet. Far outside, RK's Tony, 133-2. RK's Tony mows them down. RK's Tony won Franco. They win it, and they opened up to win by nearly 5 on the line. It was close for second. What's Up, You Tell Me, or Can't Stay Too Long for the runner-up position. And then further back, it was Hole in the Bottle, who was fourth. RK Swift was fifth. Bye Flicka was sixth. And Double Parked will pace home in seventh. Two minutes and 2/5 of a second, the time for the mile. 2 minutes and 2/5 of a second.
Well, David, we've moved the camera view up. He's working with Judge right now, so we'll take him off mic. But the view with the car camera, you're just getting a different perspective of that race and positioning of horses, and we're trying to make that a little bit bigger. But we'll see how all that works out as far as that's concerned. But A lot of fun watching things, and what a great sport. And so with that, that's David, what I was going to talk about, I talked about a little bit, the view you get from that starter car. I mean, you're seeing those side-by-sides there and the dimensional parts of what harness racing is all about.
You can see the when someone's gaining momentum and making a move. I could see Jamal was locked on that thing looking for racing room. It's just a really cool close-up shot. Adds another layer, adds another level of excitement to our product and to the horse racing community here in Illinois.
Well, I can imagine we talked before that trainers and drivers were going back and watching the race to see what went on, and this is just going to give them another layer to understand their driving abilities, the horse, and everything, and just going to make harness racing even
good
better.
Athletes study film and good horsemen study film, and showing them a good view where they can see how the horse got, if there was room there or whatnot. It's all good for going back and watching film and seeing what you could have done differently or what horses' tendencies are. We're just happy to bring you harness tube here in Illinois. That boom always scares me.
Yeah. And who was the winner in that race, David?
Arcase Tony.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get it up over here. But
I had to pick second. You and Lisa picked that horse first. And so, she's a Johnny-come-lately.
She's been racing good down in Oak Grove,
The winner in today's 11th race, Arcase Tony, owned by the MM&D Racing LLC of Charleston. That is Mike and Mitch Titus and Dennis Wright, owned also by trainer Roshan Trigg of Brandon, Mississippi. This is a homebred for Dennis Wright and Mitch Titus, who make up 2/3 of the individuals who own Arcase Tony. 5-year-old mare, she's by Revenge Shark out of Tony Mac by Armbro McIntosh. Juan Franco, your winning driver. Arcase Tony, 2 minutes and a fifth today, but has a win on the 5/8 mile track earlier this season, April 13th at Oak Grove in Kentucky in 1:54 and 2, and paid a pretty nice price that night. Went off at almost 13 to 1, so paid around $28, $29 or so with that win back in April. But Arcase Tony, 13th career victory. Here is the full field rundown. It is official. Just checking around the racetrack, I believe Juan went on back to the barn. So, Patsy, we just wanted to give you a heads up on that. Our winner's circle photographer today is Patsy Fryman. Always good to have her with us. Here's that full field rundown. Double parked was 7. Hype Your Bestie Up was scratched. Can't Stay Too Long was 3rd. What's Up? You Tell Me was the runner-up. Hole in the Bottle 4th. Bye Bye Flicka was 6. Arcase Tony the winner, and Arcase Swift was 5. 29 and 4 at the quarter. 101 and 4 at the half. 3/4, 133 and 2. And the time for the mile in 2 minutes and 1/5 of a second, with the last quarter in 26 and 4. It reads 7 scratch 3. 2, 4, 6, 1, 5. That brings us to race number 12. And one quick note, I know it's way early to talk about who will or won't be here to race in the Illinois State Fair Colt Stakes, because we've got 3 months to go and a lot can change between now and then. But just for fun, as things stand today, as of May 13, you got to think Roshan Trigg is holding a pretty darn good hand for the aged mare pace, because we just saw Arcase Tony win. She's been having a pretty solid spring campaign. And then Roshan has a couple more coming up in race number 12, including Wildcat Abbey. And we mention that because Wildcat Abbey has been one of the hardest of the hard luck horses in her career at this Illinois State Fair. She's a very talented filly. She's very fast. She lost by a nose in the 2-year-old filly pace championship here a couple of years ago. Last year, you might look at the chart and say, well, she wasn't really close last year. She was 6th in the final. Until you look at the length margins. Yeah, she was 6th, but she was closing ground and she only got beat 2 lengths. So if she stays healthy and sound, Will this be the year for Wildcat Abbey to finally get that elusive Illinois State Fair championship? Heck, who knows? It's going to be tough, as it always is, and it all hinges in large part on who stays healthy and sound, and on race day, there always is good old-fashioned racing luck, and that is a factor no matter who you're talking about. If it's thoroughbred, standardbred, quarter horse, that can also play into the equation. But as of today, if you're Roshan Trigg and you just won the first division of this 4-and-up mare pace, and now you've got a couple of more you're sending to the post, including Wildcat Abbey, if things go well over the next 3 months, Roshan will be tough to handle in that age mare pace. 12th race coming up. Demarius Wakefield drives the 2 Wildcat Abbey, scratch the 7 Rock of Angels.
You jinxed it. You said they were speeding up, and just a little
Well,
bit.
that race just got over.
Did it?
Yeah.
Well, it takes me a while to get up and down the steps. For me, it was a long ways.
That's true.
The only thing at the fairgrounds, I think they need restrooms a little closer.
I agree. There probably is some on the mezzanine, but I'm not remember where they're at. It's evading me right now.
Would help if I didn't sit over here and drink.
I've stopped.
So, but great day for racing, guys. We're up, by the way, if I didn't tell you that. But
always good to know.
So, Lisa, what's your favorite thing? Can you hear Kurt better, or since we have headset on you and everything going on over there?
I can hear everything loud and clear, and it gives me an idea of where we're at. When it's not bad here because of the vision, but sometimes on the tracks you can't see when all of them are out, and this way I know what we're doing.
All right, call the post.
And I can keep...
Horses are on the track for race 12, the second division of the Illinois Conceived and Foaled 4-year-old and up mare pace, the second and final division. Number 1 is Fox Valley My Girl, owned and trained and driven by Charles Arthur of Terry, Mississippi. 2, Wildcat Abbey, owned by Timothy Williams of Crystal Springs, Mississippi, trained by Roshan Trigg. Demarius Wakefield is in the bike. 3 is Arcase Mac, owned by MM&D Racing of Charleston. Roshan Trigg of Brandon, Mississippi, trained by Roshan Trigg, the driver Jamal Denson. 4 is May Pearl, owned by Sarah Potts of Grant Park, trained by Steve Searle. Wyatt Avenetti is up. 5 is Tyler Ty, owned by Hosea Williams of Chicago, trained and driven by Juan Franco. Number 6, See You Somewhere, owned by Bernie and Deb Paul of Tylertown, Mississippi, trained by Jerry Hansen, the driver Matt Avenetti. 7 is Scratched, and 8 is Robin Tino, owned and trained by Cole Prather of Springfield, the driver Connor Prather. Again, 7 is Scratched, transportation issues there. The driver of the 2, Demarius Wakefield, a little, I wish we could cue Peaches and Herb. You remember the old song, Reunited, and it feels so good, as they sang. Well, we mentioned that because Demarius Wakefield is reunited with Wildcat Abbey. He drove her when she won on debut as a juvenile a couple of years ago at the Martinsville Agricultural Fair. So Demarius Wakefield gets back in the saddle today, you might say, with Wildcat Abbey. We'll see if that combination pays off here in just a moment. Good, tough lineup here.
Well, let's do a quick point update, David, for those people out there on points.
By the way, the stakes record for the spring preview in the Illinois bred pacing mare 4 and up category belongs to Bing, 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 trained by Phil Cotton to a win in 153 here 1 year ago. Right now, race 12 at the post. Gates rolling up on the north end of the track as we work our way into the latter stages of the card. Horsemen, be ready, please, with race 13, the first division for the pacing horses and geldings. Be ready, please. You're up next. Right now, the track is hot. We're ready for the start of race 12. They are off and pacing. There goes Wildcat Abbey right out for the lead. Mate Pearl will give her some company, though. She's away in good order in second. Arcase Mac comes out third, but Wildcat Abbey will guide the field down into the first turn, and she leads it by 2 lengths. Mate Pearl will go second, followed by Arcase Mac in third, and Fox Valley My Girl is racing in fourth. And then further back, Robin Tino will go fifth as they race past the quarter-mile mark, followed by Tyler Ty in sixth. See You Somewhere is last of the 7. Single file formation off the first turn and up the backstretch. Wildcat Abbey is the leader. Wildcat Abbey on top for Demarius Wakefield by a length. Mate Pearl goes second by a length and a half. First quarter, 27 2/5 seconds, the fastest opening quarter so far on the day. Arcase Mac is racing in that third position up the backstretch and is followed by Fox Valley My Girl in fourth as they reach the half. Then Robin Tino, See You Somewhere, and Tyler Ty, who's last against the rail, racing about 7 to 8 lengths off the lead. As the leader goes on past the draw gate, Wildcat Abbey is on top. 56 flat for the first half mile. 56 flat, Wildcat Abbey leads it by 2 lengths around the turn. May Pearl is second by 2, followed by RK's Mac, who's in third. Robin Tino is fourth. We'll have to go 3 wide. Fox Valley My Girl is there fifth in between horses. Quarter mile to go. Wildcat Abbey to catch, leading May Pearl by 2. May Pearl trying to reel her in at the top of the stretch, just over an eighth of a mile to go. 5 more lengths then back to Fox Valley My Girl. A scramble going on for third. 125 the time at the 3/4. Wildcat Abbey the leader. May Pearl is second. Still 2 lengths between them. May Pearl is coming on the outside. Wildcat Abbey's got the lead by a length. May Pearl's at her flank. The wire's coming. Wildcat Abbey hanging tough. Wildcat Abbey, yes, hangs on by a half length. May Pearl was home second. See You Somewhere third. Fox Valley My Girl fourth. Robin Tino fifth. And then further back, RK's Mac was sixth and Tyler Ty seventh. Time for the mile, 1:55 flat. 1 minute, 55 seconds flat, Wildcat Abbey. We'll talk more about her in just a moment. Horsemen, come to the track, please. Race 13. Wildcat Abbey is on her way back to the winner's circle. Right now she is working her way around the south turn of the racetrack, so she'll be here in just a moment.
From custom kitchens and built-ins to handcrafted furniture,
Trevor as sire. Congratulations to Tim Williams of Crystal Springs, Mississippi. He is the winning owner. He bought this filly out of the Illini Classic yearling sale for $4,000. The breeder, the Freedom Hill Farms of Jim and Nancy Reynolds of Watseka, Illinois. 18th career victory as Wildcat Abbey continues to push her way towards the $190,000 mark in career earnings. She was actually the first winner for Captain Trevor. Came out of his first crop and won at the fair at Martinsville, as we mentioned earlier. And Demarius Wakefield's in the bike that day, and that was indeed the first ever winner for the sire. The time here, 1:55 flat. Talked about Roshan Trigg going back-to-back on the card. Horse players may want to make a note of May Pearl, because May Pearl's got a lot of talent, and she was right there, lapped on the winner at the finish. And folks, if everybody stays healthy and sound, and we certainly hope they will, it could be one heck of a showdown in August for the Illinois State Fair Aged Mare Pace, and that will be on Saturday, August 15. You might want to put that on your calendar. Appointment racing, as they say. The Aged Mare Pace on Saturday, August 15, it could become a battle royale. How about a hand for Wildcat Abbey, Demarius Wakefield? If I had to place a wager today, I would have to do at least a 4-horse exacta box on that Aged Mare Pace. Again, it's as it stands 3 months out, a lot of racing to be done, we get that. But this division could shape up to be a clash of titans when we gather here in August. Congratulations, Demarius, with the winning drive. Here's the full field rundown for that 12th race. Fox Valley My Girl finished 4th. Wildcat Abbey was the winner. RK's Mac finished 6. May Pearl, the runner-up. Tyler Ty was 7. See You Somewhere was 3rd. Rock of Angels was scratched. And Robin Tino finished 5. 27-2 at the quarter, 56 at the half, 3/4 in 125, and the mile in 155 flat. It reads down 416, 273, scratch 5. Yeah, you think about Two Bean Dream. She is Illinois bred. She's racing on the East Coast now. She's another one. She would certainly be eligible if her current connections would decide, you know what, let's go ahead and send her back home to Illinois and see what happens at Springfield at the State Fair. It's going to be fun. You almost will have to make out a map and keep track of all of these pacing fillies and mares who are going to be eligible for that 4 and up division here in August. Well, let's change gears now and talk about the Illinois bred horses and geldings age 4 and up, race 13, the first division. A reminder, number 4 Fox Valley Tyrell, the driver Jordan Patton. Jordan Patton drives number 4, and the driver of the 6, Beyond Dazzling, Rick Schrock. Rick Schrock drives the 6. Horsemen, come to the track, please.
Since 1995. Visit Yoders and Sullivan or call 217-728-2166 today.
Avenatti Racing, a third-generation, family-run stable with a legacy of excellence. Centrally located between Illinois, Indiana, and Kentucky racing programs, Avenatti Racing specializes in buying yearlings, breaking, training, and racing top-performing standardbreds. Call 217-840-6469 or email avenattiracing@gmail.com today. Avenatti Racing, from yearling to racetrack, we build contenders.
Kerr Auction is your trusted source for ag equipment, attachments, construction gear, trucks, trailers, and hard-to-find parts. With live and online auctions at kerrauction.com, you can bid from anywhere, field, job site, or front porch. From big equipment to small parts. If you need it, Kerr Auction has it. Don't miss your next deal. Check out kerrauction.com today. Kerr Auction, built for the working world.
Another.
No, bench judge, not race judge.
I've got you guys pulled up, by the way.
We're talking about Judge Lyle Lipe. Good to see him out at the races today.
And you were talking about Randy. That's going to be him.
I said in 50 years.
We're talking about judges, and Randy's a judge.
A different type of judge.
David, it looks like in this upcoming race, to get more back on topic, we got a couple of TBAs on drivers. Have we heard anything on
I'll get
that?
those. Yep, I'll get them right now. We got Jordan on the 4.
Of course.
I'm out of breath. I went to the bathroom. It's
a long ways
those
down
steps
there.
are brutal.
Yeah, a young kid like you ought to just slide on the banister all the way down out.
My hair's falling out. Driver changes should be on the screen now. We got Jordan Patton on the 4, Fox Valley Tyrell.
Rick Schrock.
And Rick Schrock's driving his own horse, Beyond Dazzling.
And so
looks nice. Just went
I've-
across the camera
I
in
figured
front
out
of me.
where my problem was with the driver picture showing up. I have Matthew Evanetti, but the picture is Matt Evanetti, so it's not catching. I need to go back and figure all that stuff out.
Well,
so
you get all that stuff figured
yeah.
out by week 25 or whatever.
It'll get
it
worked
is that
out,
we're-
but yeah,
race 20.
the driver pictures are supposed to change when I click on their name, but if I don't have their picture in the system, it goes wonky. And
Yeah, computers are kind of strange. If you don't have it exactly how
They
it
don't
is,
like it.
they don't like it.
throw it back to Kurt.
All right. Pop it out. I think Tyler Clements has taken 4-2-3 in this race, David, I think.
Looks Fox Valley Tyrell, just like all three of us.
Yeah.
He got 3 in there.
Soul on
Bruiser
Fire,
Cruiser,
Lisa and I
huh?
both like it. And, yep, and then the 3. Interesting. As we talk about something here, well, Kurt.
I thought about using the
Just a
3.
quick reminder that with this being a non-betting, non-parimutuel day of racing, a little different circumstance when it comes to the paperwork and the bookkeeping. As you know, you go to a parimutuel meet, the horseman's bookkeeper will take care of all the facts and figures and make sure that everybody gets paid, the trainer and the driver and so forth. That is not the protocol here today. So what the IDoA will do is they are processing purse earnings only. So just a heads up, folks, as you always do, and we know you will, just a reminder to make sure to follow up on an individual basis with your trainer, your driver, the caretakers, and so forth for their hard work here today. Right now, they're headed to the gate for race 13, the first division of the Illinois Conceived and Foaled 4-year-old and up horse and gelding pace, number 1, Foxlocked, owned by Canella Anthropoulos of Compton, trained by Juan Franco. He's the driver. 2, Soul on Fire, owned by Nancy and Donald Musalami of Lamont. Chupp Racing Stable of Crete, trained by Merv Chupp. Driver Wyatt Avanetti. 3, Bruiser Cruiser, owned by Charles Smith of Jackson, Mississippi. He's the trainer. Marcus Detweiler, the driver. 4, Fox Valley Tyrell, owned by Castaldo Racing Stable of Addison and Horse Sense LLC of Roselle, trained by John Kay. The driver is Jordan Patton. 5 is Fox Valley Compass, owned by Francis Considine of Darlington, Wisconsin. Scott and Matthew Douglas of Darlington, Wisconsin, trained by Jamaica Patton. Jamal Denson is the driver. And 6, Beyond Dazzling, owned by Jody Peacock of Cantrell, trained by Rick Schrock, and Rick is the driver. 13th race headed to the gate. This reminder that we will return here for more racing in June, so make sure to mark it on your calendar on June 10. It will be the Cardinal Stakes and the Violet Stakes for Illinois-bred 3-year-old trotters and pacers, colts and fillies. That'll be a big day of stakes racing, and again, that'll be June 10. And then the following day on June 11, another great tradition, the Summer Preview, which traces its roots all the way back to the mid-1970s when it began under the auspices of the Illinois Standardbred Owners and Breeders Association and is now managed through the Illinois Department of Agriculture. That will be an exclusive card for Illinois-bred 2-year-olds. That'll be on June 11th. So put those dates on your calendar, June 10 and 11 for racing here at the Illinois State Fairgrounds at Springfield. Right now they're at the post. The gate's rolling for race 13 on the annual Spring Preview card. Here they come. Race 13, they are off and pacing. There goes Soul on Fire out for the early lead. Fox Valley Tyrell is away in good order as well. Fox Valley Compass joined by Beyond Dazzling, who's fourth and moving very wide out in the center of the track into the first turn as they race toward the quarter-mile mark. And up front, Fox Valley Compass starts to move on by not only for the lead, but to open up by 3 lengths as they move midway on the turn. Beyond Dazzling goes second up on the outside, followed by Soul on Fire in third. Fox Valley Tyrell takes to the outside from fourth. Bruiser Cruiser is fifth, and Fox Locked is last of the 6 as they move off the turn and onto the backstretch. Fox Valley Compass is the leader. Opening quarter went in 26 seconds, 26 flat. That is the fastest opening quarter so far on the day through these 13 races we've had thus far. Approaching the midway point, it is Fox Valley Compass who shows the way. Fox Valley Compass leads it by a length. Beyond Dazzling right behind the leader second. A gap of 2 lengths to Soul on Fire in third. Then a gap of 7 more lengths back to Bruiser Cruiser in fourth. Fox Locked moves up 1 spot into fifth. They got the opening half mile, 54 and 4/5 seconds. 54 and 4, the quickest opening half mile of the day. And Fox Valley Tyrell around the final turn has lost ground and has dropped out the distant trailer. Back up front, a fast set of fractions being set by Fox Valley Compass, but he's a fast horse and he's got the lead by 2.5 lengths to the top of the stretch. Beyond Dazzling, the closest threat. 3/4, 125 flat. They turn for home. So Fox Valley Compass, Jamal Denson gave him a breather, backed off a bit through that third quarter. Now does he have enough left to hold off Beyond Dazzling? 2 lengths between them, a length and a half between them. It is still Fox Valley Compass chased all the way by Beyond Dazzling. Here's the wire. Fox Valley Compass dead game to win it by a half length. Fox Valley Compass, your winner. Beyond Dazzling was right there but had to settle for second, and there was a gap of maybe a dozen lengths or more then back to Bruiser Cruiser in third position. Soul on Fire was fourth, Fox Locked was fifth, and Fox Valley Tyrell was sixth. Time for the mile, 1 minute 53 and 1/5 seconds. 1:53 and 1. Fox Valley Compass has just knocked 2 full seconds off his lifetime record. We'll meet the winner in a moment. Horsemen come to the track with race 14.
Pay more for the same groceries. Your favorite brands at prices you'll love. Right here in Mattoon. Family owned and proud to serve our community. Proud supporters of local harness racing and the Coles County Fair. Stop in and save today. B&D Grocery in Mattoon.
Experience matters.
Well,
At
keep in
Simmons
mind
Stable,
the
Illinois
track
Hall
condition
of
today.
Fame trainer Tom Simmons, along with
Track
wife
is listed
Anita,
good.
has
Of course,
built a
the
legacy
optimum
of
condition would be
developing and
fast,
racing
so we're
champion-
just 1 rung down on the ladder. The track is good. There is a 2-second allowance as well, which is really a classification tool and kind of a handicapping tool that folks at the pari-mutuels will use, taking into account wind and track condition and so on. Well, we mention all this. This is all the setup to the fact that Fox Valley Compass, and there's Jamal Denson, who gave a nice wave to the crowd. That is a new stakes record for the spring preview in this 4 and up horse and gelding pace division, 153 and 1. That is a remarkable mile. 53-1 is always fast, but especially today, track is not fast. The track crew's done a great job, don't misunderstand. But we have had some rains off and on throughout the last few days, and got a wind blowing, maybe pushing them home just a tad. But with that, you look at the context of the times we've seen today, it has not been one of those days where you get wowed race after race by a string of particularly fast miles. So in the and it's cool, what's mid-60s or so today. And a lot of times horses tend to go faster, as we all know, on those hotter, warmer days. So 153-1, the former record for the spring preview in this 4 and up horse and gelding pace division. He Gone Jack and Fox Valley Gemini, both in 154. And that goes by the wayside as Fox Valley Compass breaks the stakes record in 153-1. Congratulations to Francis Considine of Darlington, Wisconsin, Scott and Matthew Douglas of Darlington, Wisconsin, the breeder Fox Valley Standardbreds, the trainer Jamaica Patton right here at the Illinois State Fairgrounds, and the driver Jamal Denson, the winning pacer, a 4-year-old gelded son of Some Star Somewhere out of Simone by American Ideal, and a graduate of the Land of Lincoln sale in nearby Sherman. Here's the full field rundown. Fox Locked finished 5, Soul on Fire was 4, Bruiser Cruiser 3, Fox Valley Tyrell 6, Fox Valley Compass the winner, and Beyond Dazzling the runner-up. It was 26 at the quarter, 54-4 at the half, 3 quarters at 125, and the mile 153-1, and it reads 543-612. So you figure with that 2-second allowance, I mean, you've got to think you can make the case under perfect conditions that very well could translate to a mile close to 151 when you factor in that allowance. 53-1, though, still good enough to get the stakes record for the 4 and up horse and gelding pacers at the spring preview. 14th race is on the way. Driver of the 5 Ashley Silver Guy, Mike Rogers. 5 Ashley Silver Guy, the driver, Mike Rogers. Horsemen come to the track. Incidentally, if you're curious about the Illinois-bred season's record for a 4-year-old pacing gelding on a mile track, 153-1, we've got to think is pretty close. As you know, typically in harness racing, the records are broken down 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds, and then the age division is often, for record-keeping purposes, classified as 5 and up. The idea being, I think, that by age 5, a horse is quote-unquote fully mature, and that's why they still separate the 4-year-old records from the age records 5 and up. But looking through what we found last night online, 153-1 for a 4-year-old pacing gelding on a 1-mile track. We do believe that is the Illinois season's record. Fox Valley Compass. Race 14 coming up.
David, I have us up now because I'm using the controller. But racing coming up, we'll have plenty of racing for you all summer long. I think county fair dates, we're 25 or 26 county fair dates. We've got 3 dates here in Springfield, and just a lot of racing overall for people to see and to see the horses. And we encourage you to get out to the tracks, support the tracks. If it's close to you, we'd love to see you live. Come by. Lisa's usually in the stands where you can talk to her. And send us messages. We love having those. But
if you don't have any Memorial Day weekend plans, go to Martinsville. That is such a fun fair. They put on a great harness racing card. They love their fans. You know, they do a Q&A with Tim Wilson and Kurt up in the crow's nest. You know, talk about a good time and a lot of information shared in fans. I mean, that's a good fair to go to. They have a big horseshoe when you come in the fairgrounds. You know, it's just really a horse-friendly association.
Yeah, and we found some B&Bs to stay at in that area. That
great
have
area.
Been really good. We're coming over there later on that day, so we'll see what happens with that.
And Carrollton's celebrating their 100 years of their grandstand. That's pretty cool, you know. I think this grandstand facility was 99 years old this year. The block outside said 1927, so we're approaching that century mark on the Illinois State Fairgrounds grandstands.
Okay. All right. Well, with that, we're waiting for this next race to come up here. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back.
From yearling to winter circle, every horse is guided with experience, expertise, and care. Cinnamon Stable, 217-801-4246.
Looking to move your mobile home? Need a roll-off dumpster at a competitive rate? Or maybe it's time to demo that old mobile home? Pine Ridge Mobile Home Transport has you covered. We serve Central Illinois with reliable mobile home transport, offer affordable roll-off dumpsters for the Springfield area, and provide expert demolition services across Illinois and Missouri. For fast, friendly service, call Wayne Decker at 217-313-9744. That's 217-313-9744. Or find Pine Ridge Mobile Home Transport on Facebook, your one-stop solution for mobile home services.
Horses are on the track. Race 14, second division for Horse and Gelding Pacers, Illinois, conceived and foaled, age 4 and up, for a purse of $3,191. Number 1, Rock On Big Star, owned by Jerry Blunt of Clinton, Mississippi, trained by Cole Prather, driven by Connor Prather. 2, Fox Valley Kodiak, owned and trained by Nelson Willis of Beecher. Donna K. Kelly of La Plata, Missouri, also owns an interest in this pacer, which is driven by Juan Franco. 3 is Fox Valley Langley, owned by Lyle Lipe, Judge Lyle Lipe of Springfield. Dietrich Kelly of Canton, Mississippi, trained by Jamaica Patton. Demarius Wakefield is up. 4 is Marcota, owned by the Chupp Racing Stable Incorporated of Crete, trained by Merv Chupp and the driver Wyatt Avenetti. Number 5 is Ashley Silver Guy, owned by Carol Cox of Huntsville, trained by Mike Rogers. Remember, contrary to the program, Mike Rogers is also the driver. And 6, April's Big Guy, owned by the Flacco Family Farms of Alexis. Roshan Trigg of Brandon, Mississippi, trained by Roshan, the driver Jamal Denson. Race 14, headed to the gate. You've got the season's debut for the reigning divisional champion in Illinois for this category, Fox Valley Kodiak. He won on Night of Champions, and then he was voted a divisional championship as well. And the former Illinois champion juvenile, Fox Valley Langley, also in this lineup. Number 1, Rock On Big Star, has returned to the barn for equipment adjustment. We will rejoin the field in a moment. Number 2, Fox Valley Kodiak, also returning to the barn for equipment repair, so it will be just a few more moments. That gives us an opportunity. I'm afraid at this point, any chance of free pizza for me from the Kevin Miller barn that ship has left port. I think what happened in the midst of getting distracted by Perry Mason last night, I'm starting to think that somehow when I typed the notes, I forgot to include the offspring of some star somewhere. But in my defense, he's only been Illinois Sire of the Year 4 straight years. So There are a pair of 3-year-old pacing geldings by some star in the barn of Kevin Miller that have been red hot at Hoosier Park. So earlier we totally missed Illini game day at 154-1, and I bet Kevin's been back there shaking his head saying you still don't have it right, because Fox Valley Onassis, 3-year-old gelding by some star somewhere, on May 7th, a winner in 153 at Hoosier Park. So, if it sounds confusing, it is, but only because we made it that way, not Kevin. By the time we sort it all out, I believe we're safe in saying, just for those of you keeping track of these things, that the Illinois season's leader, 3-year-old pacing gelding on a 7/8 or a 1-mile track would be Fox Valley Onassis. Just to clarify or correct that point, 153 at Hoosier Park on May the 7th. Again, that is the 3-year-old gelding pace season's leader for Illinois bred 3-year-old pacing geldings on a 7/8 or a 1-mile track. Kevin, we apologize, buddy. We should do better work than that. But hopefully now we've got that finally straightened out. It's a good problem to have, though. When you
should do a peace offer and buy the pizza yourself and take it there.
Well, let's not get carried away. Now, the racing officials are suggesting that a peace offering that would be appropriate would be for the track announcer to spring for pizza at the Champaign County Fair this year. Wasn't really counting on that twist to the story. That's right, exactly. The stewards, they always have some thoughts on things, don't they? Oh, my goodness. Well, we're going to back out of this swamp and remind everybody that we are just about set to go to the post for race 14.
Well, David, as we get ready to go here, I think he should, because he made those mistakes, buy the whole booth up here pizza today.
I think today Scott's going to end up being the announcer if we're going to put these conditions on announcing certain fairs.
That would be Kurt's
pizza.
deal. Hey, Scott, you're doing
anywhere that has a condition on it.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, you're buying pizza now.
Little personal note here in this 14th race. Ashley Silver Guy, owned by Carol Cox at Huntsville, was the last horse my dad, Alan Bowen, ever trained. So it's a little sentimental to watch this horse still racing, and glad to see him out there still competing, and still doing his thing here at the State Fairgrounds in Illinois.
Yeah, it's one that sticks out to us every time.
He's silver. Yeah, he's gray.
We are in the land of Lincoln, and couldn't help but think back a number of years ago. I had a co-worker who told me that I was so fiscally conservative that when I opened my wallet, Abe Lincoln was squinting. It's a tough crowd out there, folks. They are at the post. The gate is rolling. Race 14 in your scorecard. Starter calls for the field here in this 14th race. A lot of great racing yet to come, including a chance to see a pair of Illinois champions and a solid supporting cast here in race 14. Again, Fox Valley Kodiak, reigning champion for the Illinois bred 4 and up horse and gelding pace division. And Fox Valley Langley, champion juvenile a few years ago, and Jamaica Patton has patiently brought him back to where he's pacing miles in 152 and faster. Here they come. They're off and pacing. There goes Fox Valley Kodiak for the lead. There goes Fox Valley Langley, and the champions are at it. Immediately in the opening strides, they hit down into the first turn. Fox Valley Langley determined to have the lead, and he moves by, and he gets the lead clear by a length and gets over closer to the rail to save some ground around that first turn, because Demarius Wakefield knows he's got Fox Valley Kodiak right behind him as they race toward the quarter-mile mark, going to try to save all the ground that he can. That's why he quickly completed the pass and locked onto the rail. Leads it by a length, does Fox Valley Langley. Fox Valley Kodiak is right behind. Rock On Big Star is racing in third off the first turn. 28 flat was the time for the opening quarter, 28 seconds flat. Then further back, you've got Ashley Silver Guy, who travels in the fourth position, racing toward the half-mile mark. April's Big Guy is in fifth. And finally, Marcota, who is last of the six, but right there with the rest in this single-file formation, about 7 lengths from front to back total as they go on by the half-mile mark, with Fox Valley Langley on top. Fox Valley Langley got the first half mile in 58 1/5 seconds, leading Fox Valley Kodiak by just a length over to the far turn. And then a gap of 2 more lengths back to Rock On Big Star in third. Ashley Silver Guy is racing in fourth position. April's Big Guy is in fifth, and Marcota last of the 6. They're approaching 3/4. 2 champions are going 1-2. When will the move come from Fox Valley Kodiak? He's got to catch Fox Valley Langley, who leads by 2 lengths to the top of the stretch as they turn for home. Fox Valley Langley straightens away for the wire. Fox Valley Kodiak still second, 3/4, 1:27 2. Langley's got the lead. Kodiak is giving chase. There's still 2 to 2.5 lengths between them. Fox Valley Langley, a powerhouse to the wire. Fox Valley Langley to win it by a length on the line. Fox Valley Kodiak was home in second. Further back, it was Ashley Silver Guy in third. Time for the mile, 1:54 1/5. 1:54 1, Fox Valley Langley. We'll meet the winner in a moment. Horsemen, you may come to the track with race 15.
Well, David, we'll bring this up a second. That was a little bit of a surprise there because Kodiak had been running
Fox Valley
so well.
Langley has just picked up career win number 20. So a nice milestone there. Earnings approaching $180,000 lifetime. Fox Valley Langley, owned by Judge Lyle Light from right here in Springfield and co-owned by Dietrich Kelly of Canton, Mississippi. Another sale graduate of the Land of Lincoln sale, and third winner on the day, bred by the Fox Valley Standardbreds of Dr. Kenneth and Patricia Walker. The trainer, Jamaica Patton, goes back-to-back. Demarius Wakefield scores his second win on the day. This pacer, a 6-year-old gelded son of Some Star Somewhere out of Red Hot Lady by Arts Conquest. 1:54 1 here this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is, Fox Valley Langley. And this has been a very nice horse. As someone in the stands had remarked, he has been a labor of love for Jamaica Patton, and he has brought this horse back to regain the form that folks recognized early on in his career. Judge Lyle Lipe, your winning co-owner, is there trackside and says thank you to Mr. Wakefield, who gets the winning drive. Demarius, that's a driving double. Congratulations, sir. The time for the mile, 1:54 and 1/5. So, folks, a little food for thought here. We talked about the age mare pace division and how tough it looks like it could be when we regather here in August at the State Fair. And this aged horse and gelding pace division, pretty intriguing as well, because Fox Valley Langley and Fox Valley Kodiak battled pretty hard in that opening eighth of a mile. And you noticed Juan Franco, a true horseman at heart, he knew Fox Valley Kodiak had already given quite a bit early in that race. So Juan never really asked him for full throttle, you might say, in the stretch. He knew that a very good horse already had the jump by a couple or 3 lengths when they turned for home. And Juan knows a lot of racing is yet to be done this summer. But you look at Langley, you look at Kodiak, and then what do you do with Cash Money 20? Because he's now part of that 4 and up division. We did talk to Brett Ballinger, his trainer, a couple of days ago, and Brett said, as it stands now, and as he said, things are always subject to change, but he is pointing Cash Money 20 for the free-for-alls at the Running Aces track in Columbus, Minnesota, and also for their Dan Patch series, which has a $50,000 final. So Brett said, as it stands now, if you're going to pin me down and say, will Cash Money 20 be at the State Fair? He said, right now, I would lean toward no, but as he also said, everything is always in flux and subject to change. So these age divisions, especially on the pacing side, you can make the case they're shaping up to be fantastic events, and again, predicated on the notion that hopefully everyone will stay healthy and sound, but we've got 90 days or so before that time gets here. Here's the full field rundown for race 14. Rock On Big Star was 6, Fox Valley Kodiak the runner-up, Fox Valley Langley the winner, Mark Coda was 4th, Ashley Silver Guy 3rd, April's Big Guy finished 5th. The quarter in 28, the half in 58 and 1, 3/4 in 127 and 2, and the mile 154 and a 5th. And it reached down 6:21.435. 15th race, the 3rd division for the 4 and up horse and gelding pace. Horsemen, you may come to the track. A reminder, Chris Brown drives number 3, Life Turns. And by the way, we mentioned Cash Money 20 because, of course, he's won back-to-back Horse of the Year titles in Illinois. And if that horse stays for the bulk of the summer in Minnesota, he's going to be facing some pretty stout competition. So hopefully the voters who consider end-of-the-year awards will be watching what Cash Money 20 does if indeed he stays in the north. So often, as the saying goes, it's out of sight, out of mind. But that horse, based on past performance, he could be sitting on a big 4-year-old season, and he will be representing the Illinois program against Open Company in Minnesota as we move deeper into the spring and hopefully toward the summer as well. Race 15 coming up. Please note, late driver change on the 4, Fox Valley Steeler, Jordan Patton. In this 15th race, number 4, Fox Valley Steeler, the driver, Jordan Patton.
This Labor Day, the future of Illinois harness racing takes center stage.
Race 15 on the track, the third and final division
Walk
for
the
the
barn.
Illinois Conceived and Foaled 4-year-old
Study
and up
the pedigree.
horse and gelding Pacers.
Watch them
Chris
move.
Brown drives number 3, Life Turns, and Jordan Patton drives the
invest
4,
in tomorrow.
Fox Valley Steeler. Let's meet the starters. Number 1, Captain's Express, owned by Ernie Sork of Fairfield, Sean Nessa of DuQuoin, Nori Nessa of Fairfield, trained by Mike Brown, the driver Wyatt Avenetti. Number 2 is Super Shark. And Super Shark is owned by George Pollack of Rushville, trained and driven by Cole Prather. Number 3, Life Turns, owned by Albert Blair of Starkville, Mississippi, trained by Jill Brown, the driver Chris Brown. Number 4, Fox Valley Steeler, owned by Benita Simmons of Springfield and Ann Schneider of Petersburg. Tom Simmons trains and Jordan Patton drives. Number 5, Sleazy and In Charge, owned by the Ingle Stable of Illinois, LLC of Northbrook, trained by Nelson Willis, and the driver is Juan Franco. Getting set to go here for race 15 in your scorecard. Been great to have you with us, whether you joined us on site at the Illinois State Fairgrounds or through the live stream provided by our friends at Harness Tube. Thanks again to David Brink and Steve Surratt and Lisa Surratt, and be sure to visit their Facebook page and check out their full lineup. They'll be bringing a lot of racing action to you throughout the course of the spring and summer, and we're glad to have them on board once again. Time flies. Tempted to say this is their 4th season already. Does that sound right, fellas? Season number 4? Wow, that's incredible. I think the first broadcast, Greene County Fair at Carrollton, maybe? Yeah, 2023. So well done. Great to have you expanding your coverage, and good to have you on board today for the spring preview. They are at the post, gates rolling, race 15. Fox Valley Steeler, the fastest harness horse in the 9-year history now of the IDoA Spring Preview. As a 3-year-old, some 3 years ago, he paced a mile here in 1:52.2, and that remains the fastest mile overall in the history of this Spring Preview. They even had the spring preview in the COVID year of 2020. June 2nd it was held that year. Course was closed to the public. Here they come, race 15. Off and pacing, the striking gray pacer, Captain's Express. Beautiful horse. Has the lead as they head down into the first turn. If you like a gray horse, you're going to fall in love with this one. Captain's Express has the lead by 1.5 lengths, 2 lengths around the first turn as they race toward the quarter-mile mark. Super Shark comes away in second. Life Turns is in third position. And then further back, Sleazy and In Charge is fourth as they race on by the quarter, and Fox Valley Steeler will be content to trail here early on. Captain's Express in front for Wyatt Avenetti and leads it by 2 lengths as they head off the first turn and onto the backstretch. Super Shark will go second by 1.5 lengths after 3/8 of a mile, and Life Turns is third. 27-2 for the opening quarter, 27 2/5 seconds. It is Captain's Express who shows the way. Captain's Express on top, still by 2 lengths here. Nobody stepping out of line just yet. They're not quite past the half-mile mark. Super Shark is content. Now they're past the half, waiting in that second position. Life Turns is third. 57-1 for the first half mile, so a breather there for Captain's Express through that second quarter. Still leads it by a length over to the far turn. Super Shark second, Life Turns is third, and moving up on the outside, Fox Valley Steeler is now in the outer flow of traffic, moves up 1 spot to fourth, around the outside of Sleazy and In Charge. 5 lengths would cover the field as they go to the 3/4 mile mark. Captain's Express is still the leader and leads it by a length. Super Shark now is starting to come off the rail and is just off the leader's flank as they turn for home. Fox Valley Steeler has to go way wide from third out to the center of the track at the top of the stretch as they come by the 8th pole. Captain's Express, Super Shark is right there, and here comes Sleazy and in charge. 128 and 1 at the 3/4. Sleazy and in charge comes bursting through an opening between horses. He's going to win it. Sleazy and in charge. What a move by Juan Franco as they turn for home. Won it by a length and a half. Captain's Express was second by a neck or a half length over Super Shark in third, and then it was Fox Valley Steeler in fourth, and Life Turns was fifth. When they turned for home and all of the shuffling began, Juan Franco, that was a classic case of patience paying off, because instead of going to the far outside, he rolled the dice and counted on a hole opening between the two horses that were directly in front of him. And as soon as that opening was there, as soon as he saw that spot, he wasted no time sending Sleazy and in charge right on through. Sleazy and in charge wins it. 157 flat, the time for the mile, 157 flat.
From proven bloodlines to rising stars. Illini Classic Yearling Sale, where champions are found.
'24 Illinois County Fair Training Champion. Kev Miller's horses are built to win, and it all starts here. Ready to join a winning team? Call Kev at 217-254-0170 or send a message to the email address on the screen to learn more. Kev Miller Stables. Train to win.
That is 2 wins today for driver Juan Franco, and
Real
as we
craftsmanship
discussed,
still exists.
there was a lot going on there, folks, when this horse turned for home. If you're a harness driver like Juan Franco, you've got to process everything happening to your left, to your right, in front of you, behind you. I mean, it's incredible. And again, he gambled that there would be an opening between the two horses that were directly in front of him, made the decision to sit tight and wait instead of going to the far outside. That paid off with a win, a driving double. Juan, congratulations. Well done with Sleazy and in charge. This is a homebred for the Engel Stable of Illinois of Marty Engel. Nelson Willis, the trainer. And this horse, the second dam, is Something Sleazy. And that is why you often see the word sleazy in so many of the horses that are bred by the Engel stable. That's because Something Sleazy, if you look at her race record, she won about $40,000. But a lot of times there's more to a horse than just the statistics. And we have talked to Marty about that mare that raced for him back in the 80s. She was an Armborough Wolf mare, and he said, I loved her because she was so determined. She was tough. She always gave her all, and he, to this day, remembers that mare and continues with the names involving the word sleazy because it's a tribute. It's a tribute to that foundation mare. She's really become a foundation mare over the years for his breeding program. Sleazy and in charge, 157 flat. Here's the full field rundown. Captain's Express, the runner-up. Super Shark was third. Life Turns finished 5. Fox Valley Steeler 4. Sleazy and in charge, the winner. And that's another win, second winner today for the sire, Some Star Somewhere. 27-2 for the quarter, 57-1 at the half, 128-1 at the 3/4, and 157 flat was the time for the mile. It reads down 2, 3, 5, 4, 1. And actually 3 in a row now. races 13, 14, 15, 3 consecutive winners on the card for some star somewhere. And again, he's been Illinois Pacing Sire of the Year all 4 years that he's been eligible for the award, and rightly so. Race 16 is on the way. Time to change gears again, this time to the trotters. ICF, Illinois Conceived and Foaled 4-year-old and up mare trot. Field of 3 and 3 talented trotting distaffers ready to go, including reigning divisional champion Whiskey Lou. Get set. Race 16 coming at you in a moment.
At Yoder's Custom Woodworking and Amish Furniture. From custom kitchens and built-ins to handcrafted furniture, outdoor poly, and more. Family owned and trusted since 1995. Visit Yoder's in Sullivan or call 217-728-2166 today.
Avenatti Racing, a third-generation, family-run stable with a legacy of excellence. Centrally located between Illinois, Indiana, and Kentucky racing programs, Avenatti Racing specializes in buying yearlings, breaking, training, and racing top-performing standardbreds. Call 217-840-6469 or email AvenattiRacing@gmail.com today. Avenatti Racing, from yearling to racetrack, we build contenders.
$3,191. Illinois Conceived and Foaled 4-year-old and up mare trot. No changes. Number 1 is Lady True Grit, owned by Carolyn Wiley of Glenwood, Mike Perrin of Glenwood. Mike Perrin trains, and James J-Mo Molitor is the driver. 2 is Almost Home, owned by Angelo Alicia of Oswego, Illinois, trained and driven by Marcus Detweiler. And number 3, Whiskey Lou, owned by Randy Wilt of Savannah, Missouri, and trained and driven by Kurt Grummel. Whiskey Lou, Illinois State Fair champion, age 2, age 3, age 4. Whiskey Lou, season end divisional champion, 2-year-old trotting filly, 3-year-old trotting filly, and champion older distaff trotter last season. 3 years at the races, 3 straight Illinois State Fair titles, 3 straight divisional titles among these Illinois breds for Whiskey Lou. Get set, race 16 coming right up.
Okay, David, thoughts about today or stuff that's went on today?
A good day of racing. You know, it's a long card, but it's been an exciting one. Kurt's been having a good time up here. We're enjoying ourselves. You know, it's just good to be back in the swing of things here in Illinois in the harness racing community.
Beautiful track here up at the Fairgrounds. A little cool today. Not a lot of amenities here at the Fairgrounds as far as food and things like that. Everybody brought their sack lunch with them, except for David.
Charlie got
David,
a corn dog somewhere, and I think there was
something over
open,
something over in the on the back stretch. They said I think was going to be back there for the drivers.
That's awesome, good.
Those guys, but not a big crowd here. But people missing some good racing. If they're not watching it on Harness Tube, they've missed a good day of racing.
You know what, speaking of, it's about time. I think we had a viewer out there, Ivar Hingstrom, was watching us earlier, and his filly, Unhinged Cadeau, is racing in that big race at Oak Grove in the Constellation here about any minute now, so I probably shouldn't. Thank you, though. So that filly will be representing Illinois quite capably here in just a couple minutes.
And so, David, let's go back for novice people that are out there. Illinois bred and conceived, right?
ICF, Illinois Conceived and Foaled. We legislated so you have to actually keep your horse in the state and breed here and foal them here and make sure that the dollars you're investing in the sport stay in the state. And we're kind of proud of the ICF program and what it's done for the years and all it's accomplished. So yeah, Illinois Conceived and Foaled is the program we belong to.
And so those are some of the guidelines there to keep the breeding program going here in the state and helping the program out is what that's supposed to do, correct?
Absolutely. You know, if we're going to have horse racing in the state, we'd like to race Illinois breds and Illinois horsemen first and foremost, and we kind of try to keep that at top of our mind here. And the ICF program is built to do that, to make sure that, you know, horses bred in the state and horsemen who train in this state have a chance to make money and you know, make a comfortable living with their horse, hopefully, in, you know, the ICF program.
And hopefully the money that the Department of Agriculture puts into the program, you know, stays here in Illinois and helps the state out as far as agriculture is
concerned. Yeah, we
concerned.
appreciate the Department of Ag. It's been a huge partner for us lately. Director Costello and Scott Halpin, the Bureau Chief of County Affairs and Horse Racing, do a great job. I know Tina keeps them in line over there in the Ag building, but they do an awesome job. You know, they've been promoting us. They've been a partner of ours to make sure harness racing continues, giving us their facility to race today. I mean, this is a state fairgrounds, and we're here invading, and we're thankful that they help us put this program on.
Now, it's not that out-of-state horses cannot race in Illinois. There are open races for those horses to do that, correct?
But these programs are ICF specific. You know, these spring previews are Illinois breds and the ICF races we see, or the fair, you know, the ISA races later this summer. Those are restricted to Illinois breds, which is, of course, we're just protecting the Illinois, you know, interest in this sport, which is what we always want to do.
Now, what is the ones, because we've been in Martinsville, hasn't there been some open races in Martinsville when we've been down there at the county fair?
The Great Midwest Trot and Great Midwest Pace are open to the world. I think Top Line's open to the world. If you nominate, you know, you go down and participate in those races all across
Once again,
the state.
Horseman, a reminder about the nomination deadline on Friday, 2 days from now, to nominate for the Day of Champions, which will take place on September 23rd. The Illinois State Fair Colt Stakes eliminations and also the featured events at DuQuoin will be points-paying races toward a starting spot for those 2- and 3-year-olds. And also, Friday is the nomination deadline for your Illinois-bred 2-year-olds for the Cardinal and for the Violet. Those races to be contested here later this year as well. Here they come right now, race 16 lined up on the gate, ready to go. They're off and trotting, and there goes Whiskey Lou for the lead. Lady True Grit gets away second, and Almost Home is right there between that pair. They stay lined up 3 across all the way down to the entrance to the first turn. Lady True Grit against the rail, going to save the ground from that inside starting spot. That'll keep Whiskey Lou parked as they move into the first turn, although the champ is moving up now to take the lead. So Whiskey Lou moves by the midpoint of the south turn just before the quarter and leads it for Kurt Grummel by a length as they go on by the quarter-mile mark, followed by Lady True Grit in second, and Almost Home is right there in third as these three work their way past the quarter-mile mark and onto the backstretch. Whiskey Lou is now in command. 29 and 4 for the opening quarter, 29 and 4/5 seconds. Up the backstretch they go. The stakes record in this division, the age mare trot at the spring preview, actually belongs to another Kurt Grummel trainee, Marvelous Mystery, in 156. And here's Kurt showing the way with his trainee Whiskey Lou at the half-mile mark, leading it by 2 lengths. Lady True Grit travels along in second position, a trotting distaffer that's won over $50,000 herself, and then the $40,000 winner Almost Home. But it's the $360,000 winner Whiskey Lou who's on top. The first half mile, 101 and 4, 101 and 4/5 of a second. Whiskey Lou for Kurt Grummel in the white, red, and gray colors swings down the far side of the course and approaches the 3/4 mile mark and leads it by 2 lengths. Lady True Grit second. Here comes Almost Home now, coming off the rail, and she moves up to challenge for the second spot, but now she's off stride. So Almost Home was starting to put in a bid to at least challenge for second, if not more, and is now off stride though and is last. And in the meantime, Whiskey Lou's on her way home. 132, the time of the 3/4, 132. Whiskey Lou looking like a champion should. 3-time Illinois champion Whiskey Lou, much the best here in race 16 as Kurt Grummel just sits chilly in the bike all the way down the stretch, and she opened up with every stride. Whiskey Lou winning it by nearly 15 lengths on the line. Lady True Grit was second, and then Almost Home did hit the trot again down the stretch and was third. 1:59 and 3, the time for the mile, 1 minute 59 and 3/5 seconds. Horseman, you may come to the track with race number 17. Horsemen, race 17, please. The first division of the aged horse and gelding trot. Come to the track.
We got to talk about this on air. I actually got all 3 positions right in that race. I made up points. How far behind am I, David?
Until I hit the official button, it doesn't update, so I don't know yet. But going into this race, you were 110 behind Lisa.
Okay.
I was sitting at 629. Lisa's got 563, and Steve's got 451 for the day.
So get extra points for getting them all
I think you
right.
get 87 for. excuse me. You get 87 for a trifecta. You get 25 or 50, 25, and 12.
Okay.
That'll help.
Yeah. You guys just boxed it. That's all.
Well, you make up points in a 3-horse race is all I'm going to say.
Hey. I'll take it. The score shows as
a
the
win's
score shows.
A win.
Hey, it's just like getting a birdie in golf. It doesn't show how you got there. It makes no difference how you got there.
Kurt's check's still going to say half of that purse no matter what, if it was 3 horses or 10 horses in the race, right?
Absolutely. So, yeah.
Whiskey Lou, the winner of race 16, is a homebred for Randy Wilt of Savannah, Missouri, and trained and driven by Kurt Grummel of Carrollton, Illinois. Career win number 26 for a mare who is starting another season and starting it the right way with a lopsided margin of victory. And again, Lady True Grit and Almost Home, both talented trotting mares in their own right, but Whiskey Lou, a 3-time Illinois champion, ages 2, 3, and 4, so will she add another one this year at age 5? Only time will tell. Here's the full field rundown. Lady True Grit was second, Almost Home was third, and Whiskey Lou the winner with an opening quarter of 29 and 4. First half mile in 101 and 4, 3/4 in 132, and the time for the mile 1 minute 59 and 3/5 seconds. And it reads down 2-3-1 as Kurt has gone on back to the backside with Whiskey Lou. So Patsy, thank you again for being here today. Been great to have you with us as always, and we've still got 2 more purse races yet to go, and then a reminder, we've got those 3 non-purse qualifying events at the end of the day. That brings us to race 17. A reminder, number 3, Tank Meet at Anyland. The driver will be Dennis Gardner.
All right, David, as we head, we're in number 17, 2 more of the purse races, as Kurt said. And
I tell you what, these points are getting a little closer back here. I'm at 699. Lisa's at 633, and you're at 538. But I tell you what, I'm not running away with this thing.
Closed in.
You did. That 87
How much?
helps.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, let's talk about this
Sure.
a little bit. What's the qualifier for? Explain that a little bit to people.
Yeah, so to race at a pari-mutuel track, you have to meet a qualifying time. You have to have a charted line that meets that track standards, if you will. And in order to get a chance to reach that mark, we put on these non-purse races with judges and starters and all the officials so that horses can prove themselves, can show that the betting public that they're able to race and compete in the class that they're going to be entered in.
So what's the
times?
standard time? Yeah.
You had to ask me. I'd have to look it up. It was like it changes by age and gait and whatnot and track size, I think. So yeah,
I probably needed to ask Randy Callahan that question, right?
It might have changed. It was like 2-3 or 2-4.
He doesn't know the answer to that question.
Qualifying standards. Yeah, but it's like 2, 3, or 4 for 2-year-old. I don't remember. I'll have to look it up. And then 2.6 for 2-year-old trotters, or it varies, but there's a lot of different numbers. But it's by class typically.
Okay, can you only do that at this fairgrounds, or can you do qualifiers?
No, any
at
qualifying time. If you have a fair start that where you trot in 2-1 or something out there on a monster mile, that'd be a qualifying race, or the pari-mutuel drivers use them a lot, or pari-mutuel horsemen, I should say, to have a chance to just get that charted line on their card to show, because they have the car at the track, they have the judge at the track, so they'll put together some races before their main card and just do some 3 quick ones and let the horsemen get their qualifiers in.
Okay. Again, asking those mid to novice questions for people that may be joining us for the first time.
Not every fan knows those things, and that's what we like to do, is to try to create new fans and not just speak to the horsemen, but speak to everyone watching.
And every fair has something different. A lot of times we haven't asked for it today. We'll get into it more when we get to Martinsville about sending us what your favorite fair is, or your favorite fair food, what your favorite cookie. That's Snickerdoodles if you're Randy Callahan. And
if you hear that on the backstretch, the judge likes Snickerdoodles. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah. But we asked for a lot of that stuff from the backstretch.
Yeah.
That's one of our favorite things that we have out there is the backstretch. And
fan participation. That's what makes this fun. You know, if we're just broadcasting to an empty audience, it's one thing. But when we're all taking part of it together and talking and sharing, then it really becomes a community feel.
Okay, what's this?
I need to fix that.
Oh, okay.
It's got typos in it and stuff.
Oh, okay. All right. I wanted to make sure.
Want me to fix it, though, if you want to?
No, I can. I was just wanting to see what was there.
I put up that we have a little trackside graphic I created to do some talking points, maybe in a pre-show or something. So I wanted to test that out earlier. I threw up our website on that graphic. If you want to check out our website, I'll repeat that, harnesstube.com. I need to fix everything else you're talking about now.
Okay. We'll let him fix that, but you can get an idea of what he's talking about trackside, that, we can do a lot of different things. Check out our new website. David's doing a lot of things there. The graphics that you're seeing are all new. The website, you can see track results.
Right there. Go to the /results, harnesstube.com/results. See the results live as we post them up here from the judges' booth. If you want to follow along who's doing what in the drivers and trainer standings, go to harnesstube.com/stats.
Now, does today count for the?
It should be live right now.
Every
broadcast
we do is an event that stat's going to go into.
Yes, it's all Harness Tube. Wyatt Avenatti is our leading driver currently. Joel Smith sitting in second with 2 wins, and Jordan Patton with 2 wins as well.
So we can say it's the Harness
Tube stats.
Circuit.
Yes.
The Harness
it's specific
Tube circuit.
to us, correct.
Yes. Okay.
Tom Simmons leading all trainers with 3 wins. So.
All right, we'll take that out of there and.
Horses are on the track for race 17, the first division for the Illinois Conceived and Foaled 4-year-old and up horse and gelding trot. Again, the purse $3,191 on this Illinois Department of Agriculture 9th Annual Spring Preview card. Number 1, This Bro's Got Mojo, is owned by Mike Luthi of West Salem, down in Edwards County, where they're bringing back harness racing this summer. They'll go racing there on a Sunday afternoon in July. Mike is the owner, Stephen Halford the second, the trainer and the driver. 2 is Luz Mandalorian. Remember, that horse is a first-time reported gelding, races for the Flacco Family Farms Limited Liability Corporation of Alexis, of Dr. Richard and Arlene Flacco, and Rick and Tabby Flacco, trained by Jill Brown, Chris Brown. In the bike, 3 Tank Meet at Denny Land. Dennis Gardner, the owner, trainer, driver, comes to us out of West Salem. Heath Bar, number 4, owned by Ron Phillips of 8th and Sherry Boldovich of Lakewood, Colorado, and Judge Lyle Lipe of Springfield, trained by Jamaica Patton. Demarius Wakefield is the driver. And number 5, Frontier Maynard, has returned to the races this year after an absence of several years. He is owned by Kelly Avenatti of Windsor, Katie Bell, her sister, of Claremont, and their mom, Tony Bell of Windsor, and trained and driven by Kelly's husband, Matthew Avenatti. Frontier Maynard, former Illinois Department of Agriculture winner at the Illinois State Fair back during his 3-year-old season, and a former runner-up on Night of Champions in the Irwin Digert final. We spoke to Kelly Bell, Kelly Avenatti, the co-owner, about that trotter, and she affectionately refers to him as Dum Dum. She said, I looked out one day, and she said it was right around Christmas, and Dum Dum was trotting along on the trot, not running, and she said he almost caught a deer by the tail. So Kelly's husband, Matthew, says, if he looks like he's sound, why don't we bring him back and give him another try? So he's back at the races. Heath Bar, one of the favorites in the Jamaica Patton barn, has won the Top Line Stakes twice at the Illinois State Fair, and a former Illinois State Fair aged trot champion. Here they come, race 17. Off and trotting they go. This bro's got mojo. Will have to spot the field about a dozen lengths or so, and off they go with Luz Mandalorian out for the early lead. Heath Bar is there up on the outside. Tank Me to Dennyland between that pair goes third. Frontier Maynard away in good order in fourth, and 10 more lengths back to This Bro's Got Mojo, who's fifth as they race toward the quarter, and it's still side by side for the lead. Heath Bar to the outside, Luz Mandalorian to the inside. Heath Bar has the lead by a neck, but is going to be parked all the way around the south turn. Tank Me to Dennyland is in third, followed by Frontier Maynard in fourth, who's racing about 4 lengths off the lead, and then a gap of better than 15 lengths now back to This Bro's Got Mojo. 28-2 was the time for the opening quarter. 28 and 2/5 seconds. Up the back stretch they go. Heath Bar has finally gotten clear with the lead. On top by a length. Over now against the rail, leading them to the half-mile mark. Luz Mandalorian drafting right in behind the leader, followed by Tank Me to Dennyland third. Dennis Gardner checks over his shoulder, keeps an eye on Frontier Maynard in fourth, and then a gap still of 15 lengths or more back to This Bro's Got Mojo, who is last. 59-1 for the first half mile, 59 and 1/5 seconds. They go to the far turn. Heath Bar trains right here at the Illinois State Fairgrounds, a winner 3 times in his career during State Fair week. May have a challenge though, because Tank Me to Dennyland has some trot, comes off the rail from third to second within a length and a half of the lead. There's a quarter mile to go. Luz Mandalorian still there toward the inside third, right behind the leader. Then 2 more lengths to Frontier Maynard in fourth as they move off the far turn. Heath Bar, the leader. Tank Me to Dennyland is second upon the outside, 1:29.4, the time at the 3/4. They turn for home. Heath Bar has the lead. Here comes Frontier Maynard. Would you believe it, folks? Look at Frontier Maynard. All 10 years of age, Frontier Maynard. He's going to win this thing. Frontier Maynard, he is officially back at the races, and he's a winner at the spring preview. Matthew Avenatti moved him out to the center of the track and just let him find his rhythm and just let him find his own tempo, and moved by the 3 horses that had been in front of him. Oh my goodness, a 10-year-old gelding has just won at the spring preview. Frontier Maynard, what a fantastic comeback story this is. 1:59.2 was the time for the mile. 1 minute 59 and 2/5 seconds.
Well, David, that was an interesting race.
What a race.
We were talking there that horses age out.
Yeah.
They can race up to 14, and then they're out at 15.
The 15th year, yeah. And every standardbred shares a birthday, too, on January 1st. So come January 1st, when that horse hits 15, their career's done. Go to the pasture.
Yeah, the interesting story that Kurt was telling about that, almost catching a deer, and they decided to put it back out.
Yeah. If he's feeling that spunky, put him in the box, right?
Yeah, absolutely. None of us picked that horse. I picked it to finish second, so I at least picked it. You two didn't even have any faith in that old man.
You had more hope than we did, I guarantee. Maybe if I get.
So it's like having him out there is like having the Senior Olympics. He not only won his category, but he won the race.
Yeah, no, he's a good old horse. You know, he's made money for the connections, over $100,000 a lifetime.
On September 7th, 2022, Frontier Maynard was runner-up in the free-for-all trot at the Sandwich Fair, beaten only ahead for the win. We did not see this horse at the races for 3.5 years. He returned to the races in April, first at a qualifier at Oak Grove, and then facing some pretty tough competition in a pair of pari-mutuel starts. He comes here today, only his 3rd purse start since that 3.5-year layoff. And from looking out the window and seeing this horse at Christmas time on the trot every step of the way, playfully chasing after a deer, to victory lane at the Illinois State Fairgrounds for the spring preview. Folks, how about a hand for Frontier Maynard? That may be the story of the day, and it's got to be one of the greatest stories in the 9 years of the spring preview. Congratulations to the Bell family, to Tony and her daughters, Kelly and Katie, to Tony's son-in-law, Matthew Avenatti. Kevin Neatfelt, good family friend, joins the Avenettis in the winner's circle. 10 years of age, this gelded son of Armbro approach, bred by the Frontier Farms, 28th career win. And again, the time for the mile, 1:59.2. An affectionate pat on the neck. And he holds his head up, and he knows he's done good, folks. He knows he's a winner. Frontier Maynard. And Matthew Avenatti with a nice salute to the crowd there with the whip. What more can you say? Absolutely, certainly the feel-good story of the day here at the 2026 Spring Preview. Here's the full field rundown. This Bro's Got Mojo finished 5. Lou's Mandalorian 4. Tank Me to Dennyland 3. Heath Bar the runner-up, and Frontier Maynard the winner. 28-2 at the quarter, 59-1 at the half, 3 quarters 129-4, and the time for the mile 1:59.2, and it reads down 5:43.21. Race 18 is on the way. It's the final purse race of the card, the second division of the aged horse and gelding trot. Dennis Gardner drives number 3, the former Horse of the Year, Goomster, getting ready for his 2026 debut.
Okay, David, what a race, what a story to tell.
We're back. Illinois horse racing. I mean, exciting stories, exciting races.
Well, and
good cards.
People need to realize
it's
the stories in racing that make the difference.
Because that's how you make a fan, right?
Oh, absolutely. You get a connection with a horse and different stories. Last year, Fox Valley Barbie. Yeah. They're running around in their T-shirts, their pink
T-shirts. I saw them somewhere.
Ever.
I saw on Facebook. I saw them. They're here today somewhere.
And
good.
Okay, I didn't have her turned up. Say that again, Lisa.
They were right in front of me.
Okay. But, yeah, you get that. And guys, there's so many things you can do with harness racing. You can have a casual party at your house. Put us on the line. You can get the sheets
Make some
offline.
Yes, all the programs are on harnesstube.com/race programs. Or just go to harnesstube.com. You'll find the program link there. And, yeah, print off a program at home. Make some corn dogs and nachos and pop some popcorn. You know, make some lemonade shake-ups and have a watch party at home and enjoy the horse racing like they're supposed to be enjoyed, you know.
Absolutely, and if you got a person in the nursing home, talk to the activity director about finding out their race schedule and putting on the activity schedule, because they could have been there. It might have been long for 18 races today, but you could have broke it up for them and doing
nursing
different
homes are always looking for activities and programs, and this is something that they'll remember. It's free. You know, most of them remember horse racing from back when, you know, they were young and at the state fair. It was a huge deal. There'd be 20,000 people landing on the apron at this track, you know. So that generation definitely remembers the glory days. And if you know someone in a nursing home and you think they might be interested, get their program director hooked on the Harness Tube.
Yeah, we'll help them out if they just want to give them our phone number.
Whatever we can do.
We can do, because it's a really easy activity to do. And
if you've got a neighbor who's not very familiar with horse racing, invite them over. Explain who the horses are, who the horsemen are, you know, what you know about them, whose family is who, and, you know, that's where people really start to become fans.
Even in tragedy, there's a story, and I'm going to go back to Decker and his last race over in Rushville. He was racing a horse that was ready to, wasn't it a 14-year-old ready to age out?
Oh, she was old. I remember how old she was.
Yeah, she was a 14-year-old aging out. And he really, I mean, we're talking 80-some-odd years old, and he's driving a horse. But he's doing what he loves, number one, and doing it with a horse he absolutely loves. And from what I understand, he was going to kind of retire once that horse
he
retired.
was trying to, I saw him down at Carrollton, had a nice little chat with Papa Deck, and he was frustrated because he couldn't drive that filly down at Carrollton. And when he can't be on the bike, he doesn't like it, but he trusted it to his catch driver that day. But he made a point to get back in that seat one more time, and he did it. We're hard-headed horse folks, but, we love being on the horses and with the horses and at the races, and wouldn't change it for the world.
Well, and absolutely, and I can say this about life. People doing things that they have a passion for, even if it's not good for them. We had a friend that
it's good for
raised cattle.
Yep.
And she was 80 years old too, and the boys kept telling her, "Mom, you're too old to be out there working with the cows." She ended up passing out with the cows because
but that's where she wanted to be.
But that's what made her happy in life.
Yep. And if you've been around these horses or animals or anything like that, what the passion is. And I mean, we get up every morning, and these horses need taken care of. They're part of our family. It's something that we think of, 24/7, and it's great to celebrate it, and to see people, celebrating it with us in this community setting.
And to hear you talk about, your memories of a kid growing up in the barn.
Oh yeah.
And going to racetracks and particular tracks that have particular memories for you. Because I know when we went up to Morrison. That was the
Morrison had the best little ice cream milkshake stand. Oh, that place was so fantastic. Yeah, we used to know all the good eating spots at all the local fairs. But you talk about, you grow up at these fairs, you go across the state all summer long. This community, I can't say it enough. If we were broke down on the road and a horseman was coming by us, they'd probably stop and help us change a tire. It's just how it goes.
All right, we'll go back to Kurt. That might have been a little premature.
Horses are on the track for race 18. Illinois conceived and foaled, 4-year-old and up, aged horse and gelding trotters here in this second division. And the final purse race of the day, but a reminder, 3 qualifiers yet to come. Again, the purse, $3,191. Number 1 is Mustang Danny, owned by All Right Racing LLC of Morton, by Brian Code of Bradford, and Chip Nellinger of Brimfield, trained by Steve Searle, the driver, Wyatt Avenatti. 2 is DJ's Midnight. Races for Shelley Steele of Monee, Lily Racing Stable of Downers Grove, and Jerry Hansen of Monee, trained by Jerry Hansen. Juan Franco is up. 3, Goomster, owned, trained, and driven by Dennis Gardner. And 4, One Trip Chip is owned by Ron Phillips of Athen, Sherry Boldovich of Lakewood, Colorado, Judge Lipe of Springfield, trained and driven by Jamaica Patton. Each horse in this race brings credentials into this 18th event today. Mustang Danny loves this racetrack, and both at age 2 and age 3 won his elimination of the Illinois State Fair Colt Stakes, and no doubt is being pointed for a possible appearance here in August in the age division. DJ's Midnight, a winner at Hoosier Park in 157-4 in his last out. Goomster, 3 times a champion and a former Horse of the Year in Illinois. He was champion 2-year-old male trotter, 3-year-old male trotter, and then Horse of the Year as well in that 3-year-old season. And One Trip Chip, one of the sentimental favorites around the barn for Jamaica Patton, because as you will recall, Jamaica drove this horse to a victory in the IDoA series the opening week of the Illinois State Fair last year, and in the process scored his 1,000th career victory as a driver. So each horse in the lineup, a special horse in their own right to their respective connections, and it's a great way to close the purse portion of the card for the 9th annual IDoA Spring Preview. Our thanks again to our presiding judge, Randy Callahan, our timer, Al Siebert, photo finish, Linda Brown, our charter, Mark Brown, our starter today, Stacy DeRoos, with Aaron DeRoos, the driver, paddock judge, Tim Searle. Dwayne Wells has been our outrider today. Identifiers, Danny Satterfield and Tim Searle. Thanks to Audio Technical Services with the audio system, as always, here at the State Fairgrounds. Our operations director, Tina Schrock, ably assisted by Leanne Shin and Marietta Walker. Patsy Fryman has been our winner's circle photographer. Our remote operations director, Mr. Kevin Neatfelt. Also, our thanks to Harness Tube, and again, David Brink, and Steve Surratt, Lisa Surratt. Our thanks to all three. Great job today. Medics first with our ambulance service, Coleman's Concessions, with the concession stand operating today back in the stable area. Patrick Royer, our official horseshoer on call here this afternoon. Thanks to everybody at the Illinois Department of Agriculture for sustaining the spring preview program, and they invite you to join us here on June 10th for the 3-year-old Illinois-bred Cardinal and Violet Stakes, and June 11th for the annual IDoA Summer Preview for Illinois-bred 2-year-olds. Here they come, race 18, lined up and on the gate. Off and trotting, DJ's Midnight is fast away from the gate. Instantly has a length on the field by the time they head down into the first turn. Mustang Danny will come away second. Goomster third up on the outside, and One Trip Chip is fourth as this field swings into the first turn. And there goes Goomster. Goomster moves up and takes the lead. Midway on the south turn for Dennis Gardner and leads it by a length. DJ's Midnight goes second by 3 lengths, and then Mustang Danny in third, and One Trip Chip is fourth as they go on by the quarter-mile mark with Goomster showing the way. 30 career victories, 28 flat for the opening quarter, 28 flat, 30 times a winner in his career is Goomster, making his season's debut here this afternoon. Leads it by just 1 length. DJ's Midnight's been racing very well of late, travels in second, then a gap of 3 more lengths back to Mustang Danny in third, a length, and One Trip Chip is in fourth. A fine field of Illinois-bred older trotters racing on by the half-mile mark and headed toward the draw gate with Goomster the leader. Goomster on top by a length. DJ's Midnight still second. 56-4 for the first half mile, 56 and 4/5 seconds. Further back, Mustang Danny third, One Trip Chip is fourth, has still 5 lengths off the lead as they swing down the north side of the course. Here comes DJ's Midnight. He's going to take aim on the former horse of the year. He's right alongside of Goomster, and now DJ's Midnight has got the lead. Quarter mile to go. DJ's Midnight on top by 2, by 3, but look out, here comes One Trip Chip. So this race isn't over yet. They turn for home. They got 3/4 in 1:27.1. DJ's Midnight leads. He's got the lead by 5. One Trip Chip has managed to work his way from 4th to 3rd to 2nd, but he's not going to catch DJ's Midnight. This trotter is getting good, and he may be looking at a fantastic summer campaign. He wins again today. DJ's Midnight goes back-to-back after that win last week at Hoosier Park, and DJ's Midnight gives Juan Franco 3 victories on the day. He won it by 4 lengths over One Trip Chip in second. Mustang Danny was third, and further back Goomster was fourth. Just misses the stakes record with a mile in 1:56.2. 1:56.2 for DJ's Midnight. The stakes record actually belongs to Goomster in 1:56 flat. We'll recap it in just a moment. Horseman, you may bring the first qualifier to the track.
David, one of the things we miss because there's not that many.
That is a driving triple today for Juan Franco. DJ's Midnight is owned by Shelley Steele of Moni, Lilly Racing Stable Incorporated of Sam and Ellen Lilly of Downers Grove, and owned also by trainer Jerry Hansen of Moni. DJ's Midnight is a 4-year-old gelded son of Desjarbro out of Olivia's Jewel by Tagliabue, bred by Alvin Siebert, John Becker, and Kurt Becker. This is a trotter which has begun to hit his best stride, literally and figuratively, of late. He's had 3 wins this year, all faster than 158, and now today 156 and 2. And you go back and you look at the Illinois State Fair record books, Jerry Hansen is a pretty darn savvy trainer, especially in that older horse and gelding trot division. He has won that race a number of times. He's so patient with a horse, and they just seem to get better and better with age under his care. So perhaps DJ's Midnight will carry the banner for the Hansen stable in August. Congratulations, Juan Franco, on a driving triple here at the Spring Preview this afternoon. Here's the full field rundown. Mustang Danny was third, DJ's Midnight the winner, Goomster finished fourth, and One Trip Chip the runner-up. It was 28 at the quarter, 56 and 4 at the half, 127 and 1 at the 3/4, and the time for the mile, 1 minute, 56 and 2/5 seconds. It reads down 3:1:42. Time now to move to the qualifiers, the non-purse races. Horsemen, again, you may come to the track with that first qualifying race.
Cool. Switch to qualifier. Slick. Oh, need to take these down.
David, we'll leave our mic up there as one of the things I want to talk about is that, and we noticed this when we went to Hoosier to watch, the thing that we miss in Illinois by not having tracks in Illinois that are parimutuel tracks is we miss these 4-year-old races.
Yeah, when a horse ages out, it's hard to find a spot to race an aged ICF horse, in Illinois. So you're right, that when a horse graduates from the stake program, you got to have a place for him to race, and that's kind of what the parimutuel track ends up being.
And as you're hearing, every one of these guys are going to Indiana. They're going to
or
the Red
Ohio,
Mile,
or Kentucky,
Ohio,
Oak Grove,
and racing these horses elsewhere.
Yeah.
And if we
Money
get
leaving
that
our
track,
state.
if we get that track in Decatur, then they're going to have at least one track because right now we don't. Hoosier
the way the law could open up, we could have 2 tracks. One in Chicago suburb and one in Decatur. So that in a perfect world, things could be great here in Illinois. So that's why everyone still has a little bit of hope, I think.
Absolutely, because right now we don't know whether we're going to have harness racing.
Nope.
The plan,
a lot of guys are selling
is,
out.
And I'll give you an example. A good friend of ours that worked for your dad talked to Drake DeWitt golfing this last week, and they're out.
He's out. Grant's in, but Drake's out. That's what I heard. Grant stayed in, but Drake got out.
Yeah, Drake got out.
Yes.
And so you've seen that in Illinois. We've got a lot of horses
People
today,
making
folks.
decisions.
If we knew that we were having that track, and it becomes popular again, then somebody wants to build another track. Anything that's popular. I'll give Travel Ball, for instance.
Right.
We've got a place over in Jacksonville that's been there for a number of years for Travel Ball
facility?
tournaments. Yeah. At that. What happens? Shields builds one.
Yep.
What happens? East Peoria already had one. Now Peoria's building one. Quincy wants to build one. There's one over by Rantoul, but they're wanting to build another one over in that area. And when you get something that's popular and hot, people want it. Well, how do you do that?
That's a good point.
You've got to have facilities for those things to happen.
And everyone's qualm with horse racing is that we're losing money. Well, no one's making money in Travel Ball. I can guarantee you that. They're spending a lot. But it's a community. It's an experience. They're watching their kids succeed. These horsemen are watching their horses. Those are their kids succeed, Right. So it's the same thing. When people say, I'm losing money, well, you're paying for an experience, and you hope to make money. That you hope to be savvy enough to make your investment back.
That 18th race, 156 and 2. Appears to be the Illinois season's record for a 4-year-old trotting gelding on a 7/8 or a 1-mile track. Again, that's for the 4-year-old set. Nico Man has a 154-mile under his belt at Hoosier Park to lead the 5 and up division. So it's been a good day here at the races in terms of the fact that we've seen the stakes record broken in the division for 4-year-old and up horse and gelding pacers in 153 and 1 by Fox Valley Compass. We have seen a season's record for Illinois-bred 4-year-old pacing geldings on a mile track by the same horse. Another season's record tied by Lou's Transporter, tied his own mark here earlier this afternoon for a 3-year-old trotting gelding on a mile track in 159 and 1. and DJ's Midnight with an Illinois seasons record for the 4-year-old trotting gelding division on mile track in 1:56.2. So horsemen, we thank you all, and we thank you, the race fans, and our thanks again for the Illinois Department of Agriculture for once again organizing the spring preview for the 9th consecutive year for Illinois breds age 3 and older. Once again, track condition is listed good. It'll be Mike Brown, the driver for number 1, Twirlin' My Hair, in this first qualifier. Please note Mike Brown will be the driver for number 1, Twirlin' My Hair. Reminder, Marcus Detweiler will drive the 2, Teflon Queen. Ready to go. Wrapping up those 18 purse races, 3 wins today for trainer Tom Simmons to lead in that particular set of standings, and you had a driving triple today for Juan Franco and also for Wyatt Avenetti. And again, more action coming up here at the Illinois State Fairgrounds, first of all with these 3 qualifiers, and then we're back here June 10 and 11. Cardinal and Violet Stakes on June 10, and the summer preview for 2-year-old Illinois breds on June 11. Right now, they're headed to the post for the first of our 3 non-purse qualifying events. Number 1, Twirlin' My Hair, is owned by the Van Bovens of Canton, Michigan, Jim Eaton of Crete, Robert Silberberg of Farmington Hills, Michigan. Jim Eaton trains. Mike Brown is the driver. 2, Teflon Queen is owned by Kevin Miller of Arthur. Bert Hochsprung of Elburn, trained by Kevin Miller. Marcus Detweiler is in the bike. 3, Bellamour, owned by Carolyn Wiley of Glenwood and Mike Perrin of Glenwood, trained by Mike Perrin. James Molitor is the driver. 4 is Scan Key Yankee, owned by Ray and Michelle Morgan of Springfield, trained by Michelle Morgan, and Michelle's in the bike. And 5 is Odds On Day 2, owned by Terrell Simmons of Elgin, Texas, trained by David Avenetti. Wyatt Avenetti is in the bike. Field approaching the starting gate over on the far turn. Number 5, Odds On Day 2, comes in off a win and a qualifier here 12 days ago, winning in 2:01 flat. At the post gates rolling. Here they come. And they are off and pacing, and there goes Twirlin' My Hair right out for the early lead. Odds on day 2 is there from the outside. Bella Moore quickly slides down to the inside, away in the 3rd position. Scan Key Yankee is 4th up on the outside, and Teflon Queen is last of the 5, racing a half dozen lengths off the leader as they swing around the first turn, with Twirlin' My Hair the leader. Twirlin' My Hair leads it by 2 lengths. It is Odds on day 2 who has settled against the rail in second by a margin of 3.5 to 4 more lengths back to Bella Moore in 3rd. A similar gap then back to Scan Key Yankee in 4th, and Teflon Queen is 5th. 29-3, the time for the opening quarter, 29 3/5 seconds. Up the backstretch they go. It is Twirlin' My Hair who shows the way. Twirlin' My Hair leads by 3 lengths. Odds on day 2 is second by just a length, and then Bella Moore is 3rd. Then there's a gap of a half dozen lengths back to Scan Key Yankee in 4th, and Teflon Queen is last of the 5, halfway home in the first of our 3 qualifying events, with Twirlin' My Hair setting the tempo, an Indiana-sired 3-year-old filly. They head on past the draw gate off a first half mile in a minute and a fifth. 1 minute and 1/5 of a second. Twirlin' My Hair's got company. Bella Moore is moving up on the outside, 3rd, 2nd, now right alongside the leader. Bella Moore matching strides around the far turn with Twirlin' My Hair. Odds on day 2 is racing in the 3rd position. A couple of lengths off that front pair. Twirlin' My Hair still has the lead. Scan Key Yankee's a closer 4th, within 5 lengths of the lead, and a gap of 3 more back to Teflon Queen, and the leader's off stride. Twirlin' My Hair made a break as they turn for home, and now hooks wheels. Twirlin' My Hair hooked wheels off the far turn with Odds on day 2. Now, horses and drivers are up and on their feet, and in the meantime, after that exchange, Bella Moore came away with the lead and has the lead by 8 lengths. Again, horses and drivers on their feet, and at the wire, Bella Moore has won this qualifier by an 8-length margin. Scan Key Yankee got up for 2nd by a neck over Teflon Queen in 3rd. Odds on day 2, who hooked wheels just past the 3/4 and just shy of the 7/8 mile mark, is now going to come across the line and complete the journey in 4th position at a reduced rate of speed, as Wyatt Avenatti, as a good horseman will do, is very careful in checking over the horse, looking left and right, and just brought him carefully across the finish line in 4th. And in the meantime, Twirlin' My Hair, who had been in a battle for the lead, made a break just past the 3/4, and after breaking stride, then hooked wheels with Odds on day 2, who had been right in behind the leader along the rail and was starting to move to the outside. Dwayne Wells, our outrider, quickly on the scene, just making sure that Mike Brown is okay and Twirlin' My Hair is okay. Mike Brown has nodded his head, given the thumbs up, and they are now headed back to the barn. So that's the good news. Everyone has come away on their feet, and at least from this perspective, in good order. Horsemen, you may come to the track with the second qualifier. We'll recap that first one shortly. Time for the mile, 2:02 flat. First time that Bella Moore has ever seen the starting gate, and comes home in 2:02 flat, finishing first. And here's the full field rundown for that first qualifier. Twirlin' My Hair did not finish. Teflon Queen was 3rd. Bella Moore was the winner. Scan Key Yankee, the runner-up. Odds on day 2 finished 4th. 29-3 at the quarter, a minute and 1/5 at the half, 3/4 in 1:32, and the mile in 2:02 flat. It reads down DNF 3-1-2-4. The winner, Bella Moore, is owned by Carolyn Wiley and Mike Perrin of Glenwood, trained by Mike Perrin. This is a homebred, a 3-year-old filly by Don't Let 'Em out of Coco's Dream by Air Zoom Lindy. James Molitor with the winning drive aboard that Indiana-sired filly, Belle Amour. Second qualifier coming up, scratch number 3, Zena's Foxy. Number 3 is scratched. Again, horsemen, you may come to the track with the second qualifying race. Thank you. Waiting for Peaceful Journey and All I Need is a Miracle. Horses are on the track for the second of our 3 non-purse qualifying races as horses get charted lines and prepare for possible future races at pari-mutuels. We've talked about the fact that unlike the thoroughbreds, we don't have officially timed workouts in this business. If you go to the pari-mutuels on thoroughbred day, you will take a look and they will have a list of officially timed and published workouts, 5 furlongs, 4 furlongs, and so on. But here, it's more of an actual race competition that is officially noted and recorded for future reference for handicappers and horse players at the racetrack, and also a guide for racing secretaries as well. Let's meet the starters in this qualifier. Number 1, Peaceful Journey, owned by Marcus and Lester Detweiler of Sullivan, trained and driven by Marcus Detweiler. 2, All I Need is a Miracle, owned and trained by David Mosley of Moments, the driver Juan Franco. 3 is Scratched. 4 is Red Clover, owned by Carol and Diane Hayes of Williamsville, trained by Carol Hayes. Demarius Wakefield is up. 5, Reserved Parking, owned by Justin and Jackson Robertson of Galesburg, trained and driven by Mike Rogers. And 6, Play to Rock, owned by Bill Weinberger of Martinsville, trained by Alan Finn, and Alan Finn is in the bike. At the post, and the gate is rolling for this second qualifying race. Here they come. They're off and pacing. There goes Red Clover, quick to grab the racetrack, go right out for the lead. All I Need is a Miracle comes away in second. Peaceful Journey is out third as they thunder into the first turn. Reserve Parking is fourth, and Play to Rock is fifth. Everyone will settle single file by the end of the first 8th mile. They're already onto the first turn, racing toward the quarter-mile mark. It is Red Clover with the lead. Red Clover, a mare based right here at the Illinois State Fairgrounds in the Hayes stable, has the lead by a length past the quarter-mile mark. And you've got All I Need is a Miracle racing along in second by 2, with Peaceful Journey in third. 29 and 4 for the opening quarter. 29 and 4 fifth seconds. Reserve Parking and Play to Rock complete the field as these 5 have completed 3/8 of a mile. Red Clover leads. Red Clover on top as they approach the half-mile mark and is tracked by All I Need is a Miracle, who's right there in second by 2. And then Peaceful Journey, who's racing in third by a length and a half as they move by the half-mile mark. Reserved Parking and Play to Rock at the back. Still no one moving off the rail as they slip past the draw gate and head to the far turn. It was 1 minute 2/5 for the first half mile, 1 minute and 2/5 of a second. Red Clover leading it by just 1 length. All I Need is a a Miracle is second, 3/4 of a length. Here comes Peaceful Journey to the outside for Marcus Detweiler from that third position, challenging for the second spot. Still some 2.5 lengths off the leader, though. They go by the 3/4. Red Clover on top. Demarius Wakefield on the bike, facing a challenge from Peaceful Journey, who moves up on the outside into second off the far turn and now comes after the leader. And then All I Need Is a Miracle third, 129-4 at the 3/4. Peaceful Journey still coming after Red Clover, who still got the lead, and All I Need Is a Miracle still third. Deep stretch for Red Clover, who maintains a 1-length advantage at the wire. Red Clover hangs on by a diminishing head. Peaceful Journey was home second. Between that pair, All I Need Is a Miracle third, and then a gap of 7 more lengths back to Reserve Parking in fourth, and Play to Rock was fifth. 1 minute 57 and 3/5 seconds. 1:57 and 3. Horsemen, you may come to the track for the third and final qualifier. Indiana sired Red Clover, the winner in today's second qualifying race. 6-year-old mare, By Luck Be With You. Carol Hayes, the trainer. Carol and Diane, the owners of nearby Williamsville. This winning mare, an Illini Classic sales graduate, bred by Reynolds, Rathgeber, and Rathgeber. A winner of over $50,000 lifetime, took a mark of 154 last year here at the Illinois State Fairgrounds. Demarius Wakefield, the winning driver. Here's the full field rundown. It's official for that second qualifying race. Peaceful Journey, the runner-up. All I Need Is a Miracle was third. Zena's Foxy was scratched. Red Clover was the winner. Reserved Parking finished fourth. Play to Rock was fifth. 29-4 at the quarter. A minute 2/5 at the half. 3/4, 129-4. The time for the mile, 1 minute 57 and 3/5 seconds. Reads down 2-3 scratch, 145. Our final event on a day that will see 21 races total, 18 purse races, 3 qualifiers. The nightcap is the third and final qualifying race, this time for trotters. There is a driver change on number 3, Tough Muscle. That will be Matthew Avenetti. Matt Avenetti drives number 3, Tough Muscle. Again, horsemen, you may come to the track with Twin Cedars Sheila, One More and Kick Me Out, and Tough Muscle. By the way, horsemen, a number 2 saddle pad is missing from our collection, so if you would be so kind as to double check at your barn and take a look and see if you might spot a number 2 saddle pad. There is one missing from the set that was brought here for the races today, so we would appreciate your help with that. Couple of Indiana breds and a Pennsylvania bred getting ready to go to the post in this final qualifier. 1 and 3, both Indiana sired, split by the 2. One More and Kick Me Out, a Pennsylvania sired trotter who's been racing very well. In fact, Twin Cedars Sheila, number 1, took a record of 158 and 4 as a 2-year-old at Hoosier Park last year. One More and Kick Me Out won a Kentucky Sire Stakes division in the fall and earned over $36,000, took a record of 156 and 1 on a 5/8 mile track. And Tough Muscle, a 20-time career winner and a winner last year in 153 and 4 at Hoosier Park. Starters are out. Number 1 is Twin Cedars Sheila, owned by Shelley Steele of Monee, Jerry Graham of Salem, trained by Jerry Hansen, the driver Juan Franco. Number 2, One More and Kick Me Out, owned by Stephen Maddox of Las Cruces, New Mexico, co-owned by the trainer Clay Simpson of Fairfield, Illinois, the driver Wyatt Avenetti. Number 3, Tough Muscle, owned by Sarah Potts of Grant Park and trained by Steve Searle, and the driver is Matt Avenetti. Incidentally, number 2, One More and Kick Me Out, is one of the horses who is eligible for that Great Midwest Trot at Martinsville that we've talked about a number of times throughout the course of this program. If you're not familiar, the Great Midwest is open to the world. It is not a state-bred restricted race. It began in Chicago in 1950, and then racing enthusiasts who were on the fair board at Martinsville at that time bought the rights to the race and moved it from Chicago to the Martinsville Agricultural Fair in 1953. We spoke with Clay Simpson last week and asked, is there a chance One More and Kick Me Out will make an appearance in the Great Midwest Trot? He was non-committal. We asked him if he had ever raced in the Great Midwest Trot, and he said that he had not. He could not remember a time when he ever had. And he said with a laugh, he said, I never thought I had one good enough for that race. But of course, if you know Clay, you know that he is very modest about his accomplishments. He is an excellent horseman. And perhaps on Memorial Day, we will see Clay Simpson in the Great Midwest Trot as owner, co-owner, and trainer of One More and Kick Me Out. Interesting to see Wyatt Avenetti in the bike. He's driven this horse a number of times. Wyatt has won the Great Midwest Pace. He has not won the Great Midwest Trot. So if One More and Kick Me Out shows up for that race on Memorial Day, the storyline could get interesting given Clay Simpson and Wyatt Avenetti, and also owner Stephen Maddox. Steve is a former trainer driver himself they would all be looking for a first Great Midwest Trot victory. Here they come for our final event of the day. Off and trotting there go, and there goes Tough Muscle right out for the early lead. One more and Kick Me Out comes away in second, and Twin Cedars Sheila is out third as these three trotters work their way down into the first turn. It is Tough Muscle who is the leader. The senior most of this field, 8 years of age, Tough Muscle, shows the way. They go single file against the rail around the first turn. Tough Muscle leads it by a length and a half. One more and Kick Me Out will go in the second position, and the lone disstaffer in the lineup, Twin Cedars Sheila, is last of the three as they go on by the quarter-mile mark and make the journey up the backstretch here after an opening quarter, 30 seconds flat. 30 seconds flat for the first quarter here at the Illinois State Fairgrounds in our final race of the day. 3/8 of a mile in the books for this non-purse qualifier. Tough Muscle leads. One more and Kick Me Out, who's now coming to the outside. There goes one more and Kick Me Out. We're seeing him back on the racetrack for the first time since November when he was competing in the Kentucky Sire Stakes Series, including that victory in October that we talked about a moment ago. And one more and Kick Me Out has just blazed right on by for the lead and opens up by 3 lengths as they work their way to the final turn with Tough Muscle second. 1:01.1 was the time for the first half mile. 1:01 and 1/5 of a second, as Twin Cedars Sheila is still racing in third position, but right there with the other two, to be fair to that filly, and they're approaching the 3/4. And up front, one more and Kick Me Out shows the way. One more and Kick Me Out still maintains a 3 to 3.5 length lead as he moves for the top of the stretch over Tough Muscle, who's second by 5, and Twin Cedars Sheila is last of the 3. Will this prove to be a tune-up for the Great Midwest Trot? That's to be determined. It's in the hands of Steve Maddox and Clay Simpson. 3/4, 1:31 and 4, as one more and Kick Me Out has the lead by 3, the lead by 2. Here comes Tough Muscle. Here comes the wire. Here come the brothers Avenetti. Wyatt hangs on by a half length with one more and Kick Me Out. Brother Matt was second with Tough Muscle, and then another dozen lengths or so back to Twin Cedars Sheila and Juan Franco in third. 2 minutes flat, the time for the mile, 2 minutes flat. We'll recap it, final announcements as we get set to wrap up today's card. Congratulations to owner Steve Maddox of Las Cruces, New Mexico, Clay Simpson of Fairfield, and Clay the trainer with Wyatt Avenetti the driver. Pennsylvania bred one more and Kick Me Out, a $10,000 graduate of the Lexington Selected Yearling Sale, has earnings of over $36,000, had a fine 2-year-old campaign, and takes the first step toward his 3